Chapter 559. In midair, Goldhorn and Silverhorn streaked across the sky at a speed several times faster than lightning, leaving two beams of cold light in their wake. More than 300 miles behind them, a green flying ship was chasing after them with a blinding green light, but it could not close the gap between them. Instead, it was getting further and further away. Apart from the fact that the dragon pythons of fire and ice could breathe fire and ice out of their mouths, which could destroy all kinds of immortal items and magical treasures, and were ferocious and unstoppable, their greatest characteristic was their incredible flying speed. In the ancient times, they were so infamous that countless almighty experts of the ancient times trembled with fear at the mere mention of their name. Once they were targeted by such ferocious creatures, they could neither defeat nor escape. Even the winged dragons of the True Dragon clan could not outrun them in speed. To be exact, Goldhorn and Silverhorn could only be regarded as having just grown a pair of wings, and had yet to completely master the various divine abilities and techniques in the Dragon Python mystic scripture. But they were already flying at an incredible speed. Even though Xianxia was accompanied by an immortal flying ship crafted by his father, it was still difficult for him to catch up with Goldhorn and Silverhorn, who had risked their lives. Leaning against Goldhorn's claw, Princess Xianxia, whose face was as pale as a sheet of paper, had her eyes closed and both hands locked into an incantation gesture before her dantian. The natural energy kept rushing into her body, turning into a five-color divine ray that rolled and surged around her. Princess Xianxia had entered the state of enlightenment, and was healing her wounded body at an incredible speed. Wherever Goldhorn and Silverhorn flew past, countless flowers, plants, and trees in the forest released a wisp of life force at the same time, which transformed into a vast stream of green light and poured into Princess Xianxia's body. Princess Xianxia was severely injured when she was struck by 360 thunderbolts in a row. But as she had absorbed the life force offered by the flowers, trees, and various other natural creatures, her injury was not a big deal. The flight went on for 3 days and 3 nights, and Goldhorn and Silverhorn were so tired that they were foaming at the mouth. Xianxia's flying boat had been thrown thousands of miles away, but it still couldn't get rid of them. With a distance of over 1,000 miles, even the weakest 36-tier Heaven Immortal could locate Goldhorn and Silverhorn with his divine will. So, it was not enough to escape from the pursuit of the immortals led by Xianxia. A large amount of saliva gushed out from the corner of Xiao's mouth. Let's stop and fight them. We've just eaten a lot of immortal souls, and we haven't had time to digest them. If we keep running like this, we won't be able to control the immortal souls we've absorbed with our remaining energy. It's such a waste. Silverhorn shook his head and grunted. I'm tired. My wings are cramping. Let's go all out and fight them. Princess Xianxia opened her eyes slightly and said calmly, Hold on for another 2 hours. Upon hearing Princess Xianxia's words, Goldhorn and Silverhorn nodded repeatedly. Flapping their wings with all their might, they sped up and fled into the distance. Princess Xianxia took a deep breath, then began to sing an ancient ballad that was filled with an evil air, making one feel as if their soul was about to fly out of their body. As Princess Xianxia sang, a vague, mysterious aura seeped out of the surrounding void and quietly gathered in Princess Xianxia's palm. The earth was shaking, the air was echoing, the rivers and lakes were leaping, the flowers and trees were laughing, and the birds and beasts in the mountains were dancing in the air. Even with the divine will of an immortal cultivator, a great deal of inexplicable energy was seeping out and pouring into Princess Xianxia's palm. In her palm, a faintly discernible, pale gray ball of light, 3 feet and 6 inches in diameter, was condensed. As the song continued, Princess Xianxia bit her fingertip and dripped 13 drops of blood essence into the ball of light. When the blood entered the ball of light, it rippled and turned into a hazy mist of blood, which gradually condensed into 13 vague shadows of ghosts and deities. A great deal of inexplicable energy from all living things kept pouring into these 13 shadows of ghosts and deities, making their figures clearer and clearer. Vaguely, shrill ghost howls could be heard coming out of these 13 shadows of ghosts and deities. Wherever Goldhorn and Silverhorn flew past, large sheets of dark clouds rolled and rolled toward them, while the natural phenomena of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were stirred up around them. Strong winds howled, dark clouds rolled, thunder flashed, and electric arcs filled the sky. All kinds of natural forces were injected into the ball of light in Princess Zhongli's palm, as well as into the 13 shadows of ghosts and deities, who were now several inches tall and looked exactly like real humans. Suddenly, a 5-color divine ray shot out of the center of Princess Zhongli's brows, condensing into numerous runes the size of sesame seeds in the ball of light. Sparkling and translucent talismans were constantly imprinted on these ghosts and deities. Every talisman imprinted on these ghosts and deities would cause them to let out shrill screams. It was as if these talismans were soldering iron, causing these ghosts and deities to feel endless pain. The ball of light emitted a faint glow. The energy that had poured into it from the outside world had accumulated into a large cloud of smoke, in which the shadows of ghosts and deities were shuttling and wheeling at high speed. Goldhorn and Silverhorn gradually slowed down. Their physical strength had been exhausted to the limit. Now, they were only relying on the ferocious energy in the bones of dragon pythons to fly. Their eyes were bloodshot. Sticky saliva was constantly spraying out of the corners of their mouths, and their fleshy wings were beating the air with all their might, producing loud, hollow noises. Li Qinghua's flying ship had gradually caught up with them. With dozens of heaven immortals taking turns to inject immortal energy into the ship, their energy consumption was much lower than that of Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Although Goldhorn and Silverhorn's physical strength was running low, the flying ship still maintained its initial high speed. Accompanied by a shrill whistle, the ship was now less than 100 miles behind Goldhorn and Silverhorn. After holding on for another hour, the flying ship was almost flying shoulder to shoulder with Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Li Qinghua's laughter rang out. "Don't run anymore, guys. I only need the internal organs of those 2 dragon pythons, and I can make some spirit ointments out of them. As for their souls, I can let them keep a wisp of their souls for reincarnation. As for the girl with the 5-colored, auspicious light." After a brief pause, Li Qinghua said gently, "May I ask your name, miss? I happen to be in need of a few confidants in my palace." Princess Zhong gave the flying ship a cold look. Holding the glowing ball with both hands, she slowly cast a few profound incantation gestures at it. The ball gradually shrank, and even the smoke cloud, which was the energy contributed by countless living beings along the way, was forced into the 13 shadows of ghosts and deities. After absorbing an enormous amount of energy, the shadows of ghosts and deities gradually turned illusory, and their bodies, which were no different from living beings, gradually became transparent, so much so that even divine sense could not capture their existence. Suddenly, Goldhorn and Silverhorn stopped flying. Panting violently, they cried out, "Let's fight to the death. We can't fly anymore." Amidst the panting sounds, Goldhorn and Silverhorn's bodies shrank to about 30 feet long. Gnashing their teeth, they came in front of Princess Zhonglu. Jin Jiao said angrily, "You want to concoct medicine with our internal organs? Dream on. I'll eat you." Silverhorn spat on the ground and was about to say something when Princess Zhonglu said slowly, "Li Qinghua, the young master of Myriad Immortal Alliance? No matter who you are, I'll make you pay for what you did today 100 times over." Li Qinghua laughed mockingly as he put away the flying ship. Together with dozens of heaven immortals, he surrounded Princess Zhonglu and her companions. Looking at Princess Zhonglu, he said with a smile, "Why do you have to be so murderous? I have a tender heart for the fairer sex, but judging from your appearance and demeanor, you must be from an extraordinary family." Princess Zhonglu did not let Li Qinghua finish his words. She raised her right hand and gently blew at the 13 illusionary figures of fiend gods in her palm. Immediately, a fierce wind rose from the ground, as if the earth had become the source of all the storms in the world. 1,000 miles in diameter rolled up, and a black storm rose whistling into the sky. Vaguely, one could see the shadows of countless ghosts and deities twisting and struggling in the black storm, and a ghastly aura of death made Xianxia and the heaven immortals around him shudder at the same time. As the black storm approached, Xianxia and the heaven immortals around him unleashed their defensive immortal artifacts at the same time. Auspicious lights of various colors enveloped the heaven immortals as the black storm blew at them, producing a harsh sound of friction and causing sparks to spray out of their bodies. A few heaven immortals with weaker cultivation bases were blown away by the wind, unable to keep their footing in the air. Amidst the storm, a few faintly discernible shadows flickered, and the few heaven immortals who had their bodies shaken suddenly stiffened. Then they let out despairing howls. Their immortal items did not react at all, and their bodies were crushed into minced meat. A great deal of golden blood sprayed out of their mouths, and in the blink of an eye, all the blood was sucked dry, leaving only a few gray ashes drifting in all directions. Xianxia was horrified. What kind of fiend technique is this? Princess Zhonglu smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "This is an ancient divine magic. How can it be a fiend technique?" Before her voice had died away, Xianxia's body suddenly stiffened. Some mysterious and terrible existence had penetrated his defensive immortal artifact and invaded his body. All of a sudden, Xianxia's left arm exploded into a cloud of blood and gore. Then, all the energy essence was sucked away by some invisible existence, leaving only gray ashes drifting in the air. Xianxia screamed with fear, and the pain made tears come out his eyes. Looking at Princess Zhonglu in horror, he snapped, You witch! After I capture you alive, I'll make you suffer all the tortures in the world before you die. I'm going to toy with you to death." Princess Zhonglu's face darkened. With a casual wave of her finger, the bodies of the few heaven immortals around Xianxia were suddenly riddled with holes of various sizes, and some of their bodies were also devoured by the invisible existence. Xianxia froze for a moment, then suddenly cried out, "Run!" Then, a golden talisman shot out from between his brows. A mass of golden light wrapped him and all the heaven immortals around him, and they disappeared without a trace. Princess Zhonglu coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then a large amount of blood flowed out of her 7 orifices at the same time. Trembling, she grabbed the catfish flood dragon and said in a low voice, "Let's go." This reverse mysterious great void divine technique is beyond the limit of what I can bear now. I had to use the source power of my divine soul to unleash it. At least I managed to scare them away. Let's go. Catfish was horrified. Lord Xianxia let out a long roar and abruptly transformed into a dragon hundreds of feet long, grabbed all the people, and fled in a random direction. A quarter of an hour later, an urgent wanted order spread within the Union of 10,000 Immortals, and all the allies of the Union of 10,000 Immortals received this wanted order. The elders of the Divine Hall, the core of the Alliance's power, had jointly issued an order to hunt down a group of cultivators who brought along dragon pythons of fire and ice. Attached to the warrant was a clear picture of Princess Zhonglu and her companions. Chapter 560. In an E County, Zhong Province, the U Province. The princess of an E had already fled with all her family members. No one knew where they had gone. He was Feng Lingling's confidant, and his whole clan had been a vassal clan of Feng clan for countless years. After learning that Zhongning City had been slaughtered, and that Feng Lingling had been stripped of his title of Marquis and removed from the throne of Prefecture Overseer of Zhong Province, the princess of an E naturally had to consider the safety of her own clan, and so she fled with all her clansmen and properties. A huge power vacuum immediately appeared in an E County. The whole county was in a mess, and no one cared about the government affairs anymore. Under such a wonderful opportunity, Wuxia came to the nameless mountain in the southwest corner of an county with many disciples of the Underhand sect. The nameless mountain was now named Mount Picking Star by Wuxia, and even a nearby mountain range was called the Mount Picking Star by Wuxia. The main peak of Mount Picking Star was 127 miles high and stretched for more than 700,000 miles. It occupied most of the territory of an county. On the mountainside of the main peak of Mount Picking Star, in the middle of a cliff that reached a height of 100 miles, Wuxia had opened up a platform with a circumference of 100 acres. He had temporarily transplanted some green pines, cypresses, and exotic flowers on it, and had even dug out a few ponds to draw snow water from the top of the mountain as the water source. At the end of the platform was an arched door about 30 feet high and 20 feet wide. A plaque was mounted on the lintel of the door, on which were carved the words Underhand Sect. Through this arched door and 100 miles into the belly of the mountain, there was the immortal energy vein Wuxia had found in the copy of Pangu's map of the mountains and rivers. Rich, immortal energy rolled up from the ground, creating a blessed land of 100 miles in circumference in the belly of the mountain. The blessed land had 18 floors, measuring 108 miles in circumference. Each floor was as bright as day and filled with countless exotic flowers and plants. As long as some houses and pavilions were built, this would be the most suitable place for cultivation. After providing Supremacy 3 Flame and Eugene with some formation designs and the various extraordinary treasures he looted from the prefecture overseer mansion, Wuxia left the heavy responsibility of building a cave abode and building the sect to the others. After that, he came to the lowest level of the natural blessed land, found the Eye of the Spirit Cave, which had the densest immortal energy, and sat cross-legged in it, exercising his cultivation and regulating his breath. Not only did he devour 6 young gods, the immense power of wind contained in their bodies allowed Wuxia to smoothly break through to the 21st tier heaven immortal realm. However, devouring the wooden puppet had brought him quite a bit of trouble. His true spirit had been wiped out by Wuxia, and all his understanding of the law of wind had become Wuxia's understanding of the heavenly Tao. However, his immense divine energy was a little hard for Wuxia to digest. Wooden Puppet was a god born from the heaven and earth dozens of eons ago, and the accumulation of such a long period of time had given him an enormous divine energy, at least hundreds of times stronger than Wuxia's current strength. Wuxia was like a little snake that had devoured an elephant. It was because of the magical chaotic energy that he was not stuffed to death. He had to devour and absorb Wooden Puppet's energy as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would feel like he was carrying a bomb in his body at any time, and he had no idea when it would explode. Therefore, he hurriedly returned to Anhe City in Enlu County, brought all the disciples of Underhand Sect to Mount Picking Star, and left everything to Supremacy 3 Flame and Eugene, while he went into a secluded cultivation, focusing all his attention on devouring and absorbing Wooden Puppet's energy. Wuxia was hoping that once he devoured all of Wooden Puppet's divine energy and transformed it into chaotic energy, to what extent would his cultivation base improve? A high-tier Heaven Immortal? He would at least have the cultivation base of a high-tier Heaven Immortal. Or perhaps he could transform into a top-tier Heaven Immortal? In the 18th level of Mount Picking Star, in the deepest level of the cave abode thousands of miles underground, the rich immortal energy had condensed and compressed into a purple-golden liquid, turning into a spring in the eye of the spirit cave. Wuxia was sitting cross-legged in the spring, constantly inhaling and exhaling the immortal energy around him, trying his best to digest the enormous divine energy that came from Wooden Puppet. Wooden Puppet's divine energy hovered inside Wuxia's body like a star, emitting a dazzling divine light from time to time. Wuxia's chaotic energy had transformed into a millstone, grinding off tiny pieces of divine energy from Wooden Puppet's divine energy and turning them into chaos. At the same time, Wuxia exercised the foundational cultivation technique of True Body of Heaven and Earth Scripture and the 7 Foundation Elevating Technique, as well as all the other divine abilities and mystic techniques. Bright lights of various colors flickered all over his body as he slowly transformed wooden puppets' divine energy into his own. The Song of Gale, Dark Een Water Scripture, Inferno Hell Fiend Scripture, and many other insights of the heavenly Tao kept fusing into his divine soul. He had entered a mysterious and unfathomable state of enlightenment, quietly comprehending all the profound mysteries. His cultivation base was improving step by step, and his magic power was getting stronger and stronger. But the fastest improvement was the true body of heaven and earth scripture. The strength of Wuxi's fleshly body was advancing at a terrifying speed. It seemed that the chaotic spirit body was particularly suitable for the cultivation of the true body of heaven and earth scripture. Within 1,000,000 miles around Mount Picking Star, the strange purple mist released by Panga Continent did not need to be absorbed by Wuxi at all. They were voluntarily injected into Wuxi's body, causing Wuxi's fleshly body to grow stronger rapidly. If Xianxia, who had taught Wuxi the true body of heaven and earth scripture, were here, he would also be shocked by Wuxi's absurd cultivation speed. Time went by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days and 7 nights had passed since Wuxi devoured Wooden Puppet and the other gods. About 10% of Wooden Puppet's divine energy had been transformed by Wuxi. However, Wuxi was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Instead, he was cultivating his foundation to a very strong level. The chaotic energy in his body, be it in quantity or quality, had improved greatly compared to 7 days ago. The mysteries of heaven and earth in the Song of Gale and the other mystic techniques were swirling in Wuxi's divine soul. As he carefully pondered over the endless mysteries, 2 lines of tears trickled down from the corners of his eyes. The mysteries of heaven and earth were extremely profound. The more he comprehended about it, the more cleansing Wuxi's soul would be. Therefore, his tears were flowing uncontrollably. Just when Wuxi was in the middle of his cultivation, Supremacy 3 Flame came hurriedly to the place where Wuxi was cultivating in seclusion. Looking at Wuxi, who was sitting cross-legged in the golden-purple spring water condensed from rich immortal energy, his body rocking and rolling into a chaotic pattern of taiji, Supremacy 3 Flame smacked his lips enviously. Then, he threw a punch at Wuxi and said, "Stop cultivating. Something big has happened." Wuxi opened his eyes abruptly. He gulped down a mouthful of spring water condensed from immortal energy and burped comfortably. Then, he looked at Supremacy 3 Flame with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's the matter?" Feng Lingling, who had escaped, was caught, dismembered by 5 horses? Or is there a new prefecture overseer in Zhong Province? Has someone inherited the throne of prefecture overseer and begun to carry out a great purge in Zhong Province? Supremacy 3 Flame shook his head. He fished out the medallion of Myriad Immortal Alliance and casually pointed at it. A screen of light rushed out of it. He shouted, "What does the chaos in Central Plains have to do with me?" TSK, something big has happened in Myriad Immortal Alliance. The Divine Hall of Myriad Immortal Alliance has issued an arrest warrant, offering 3 rewards to hunt down these people. Supremacy 3 Flame went on and on. 3 conditions, the 3 conditions promised by those elders of Divine Hall. TSK, if we can capture these people, Lao Tzu will ask them to help Lao Tzu attain the cultivation base of Gold Immortal Realm, and then ask for a few Gold Immortal items and a good foundation. With that, the underhand sect will be really rich. Wuxi was taken aback. He turned to look at the flickering light screen, where Princess Zhonglu and her companions could be seen. Supremacy 3 Flame explained the origin of the arrest warrant to Wuxi in a long-winded manner. The elders of Divine Hall, which had the highest status in Myriad Immortal Alliance, had jointly approved the arrest warrant. As long as one could capture those people in the light screen, he or she would receive the 3 rewards promised by Divine Hall, no matter what they were. If one's overall strength was insufficient to capture these people, as long as one could provide information about them, he or she would be rewarded handsomely by Divine Hall. Finally, Supremacy 3 Flame told Wuxi that through the internal intelligence system of Myriad Immortal Alliance, he had learned that all the allies of Wandering Immortal Hall on Panga Continent had begun to act. An invisible net had been spread across Panga Continent, and there was no way these people could escape the pursuit and capture of countless allies. Wuxia stared blankly at Princess Zhonglu and her companions on the light screen. I can't believe this little girl brought her people to Panga continent. She was fine. She had successfully escaped from Patriarch Yuan Hua's hands, and now she brought people to Panga continent. Didn't she know how dangerous the journey was? Why didn't she stay with Yindan? Why did she have to come here? Shaking his head, Wuxia asked in a strange tone, "Did Myriad Immortal Alliance say why they are wanted?" Supremacy 3 Flame did not notice the unsightly expression on Wuxia's face. Do you still remember those spirit herbs offered by Myriad Immortal Alliance a few years ago? More than 20 spirit herbs have not been collected until now, but the spirit paste concocted from the internal organs of dragon pythons of fire and ice can replace them. These 2 pythons are for the concoction. As for this beautiful girl, he laughed strangely, then smacked his lips, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "She has caught the eye of the young master of Myriad Immortal Alliance, and he wants to bring her back to the palace to be his maidservant." While Supremacy 3 Flame was still laughing, Wuxia had already let out a long, forlorn howl as he thrust his fist towards Supremacy 3 Flame's face. The fist was still a few feet away from Supremacy 3 Flame, but a terrible force had already frozen all the immortal energy in Supremacy 3 Flame's body, rendering him unable to move. Supremacy 3 Flame let out a despairing roar. His eyes went wide as he stared fixedly at the fist, which was powerful enough to completely destroy his immortal body and immortal soul. Even in his wildest dreams, he could not understand why Wuxia had suddenly become so powerful. When the fist was 3 inches away from Supremacy 3 Flame, Wuxia stopped abruptly. Slowly, he retracted his fist and rose to his feet. Staring at the light screen, he sneered and said, "That girl's name is Xianxia, and she is my lover." Supremacy 3 Flame's jaw dropped, and he could not come to his senses for a long time. Looking at the others on the light screen, Wuxia said coolly, "They're my brothers, my friends, my juniors. The young master of Myriad Immortal Alliance? I said I want to destroy Myriad Immortal Alliance. Okay?" Supremacy 3 Flame scratched his head in distress. He heaved a long sigh, shook his head, and said, "Then, let me help you pass the knife." Wuxia threw his head back and laughed. With his eyes bloodshot, he suddenly shot up into the sky, transformed into a clump of fiend energy, and rushed out of Picking Star Mountain. Chapter 561. With a blink, Wuxia arrived in Anhe City, exercising an escape art and arriving at the punishment court. With a flash of dark smoke, he revealed himself before Yin Bugue. The dark storm swept across an area of 1,000 miles in circumference, turning into a shadow of death as it rolled and sped forward. Like a swimming fish, he swam through the boundless power of the stars, and gradually he found a very powerful force of stars, which was heading in the same direction as him. Without hesitation, he fused with the power of the stars. A blinding silver light flashed across the sky, and with the help of the power of the stars, Wuxia traveled several billion miles in just a blink of an eye, crossing the territory of 2 provinces in the blink of an eye. Grabbing the black jade talisman, Wuxia cried out in a deep voice, "Quickly tell me the incantation and the incantation." Zhonglu is in trouble. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia bowed deeply to Su Qin and said, "There's no need for me to go with you. Pardon me, but with your cultivation base, I don't think you can be of any help. If you trust me, Mr. Su Qin, please teach me the 7 luminaries star-fixing technique." Raising his head, Wuxia stared at Su Qin and said in a deep voice without blinking, "If Mr. feels that I'm at a disadvantage, I can use the cultivation technique that leads straight to the realm of Gold Immortal to exchange for the 7 luminaries star-fixing technique." While cursing and swearing along the way, Wuxia took out the communication jade talisman and kept performing incantation gestures and reciting incantation gestures, releasing the information that he was in the vicinity. Yinbu Gui let out a few loud laughs. A group of elites from the scouting office gathered together and began discussing with the cunning Su Qin. Since Princess Zhang Lu had come to Panga continent, there was no reason for her not to inform Yin Dan, and there was no reason why she could not get a communication talisman that was specially used by the people of Great Yin Dynasty. Wuxia firmly believed that with the talisman, he would be able to find Princess Zhang Lu. More than 10,000 immortals were killed by Wuxia's storm, be they immortals, cultivators, or innocent passersby. All the immortals were torn to pieces. Apart from a portion of their immortal energy and blood essence, which were absorbed by Wuxia, the other 80% were happily swallowed by Ao Buzin. A silver starlight condensed on Su Qin's fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a fluorescent jade slip. He concentrated and copied the 7 luminary star fixing technique into the jade slip, then threw it to Wuxia and said seriously, "The power of the heavenly stars is subtle and unpredictable. The orbit of the stars could determine a person's fate, fortune, or misfortune. The mysteries contained within were boundless. Don't act recklessly." Su Qin opened his mouth and spat at Wuxia. "Do I look like the kind of person who covets the things of a younger generation? The 7 luminary star fixing technique is not something extraordinary, and I'll teach it to you. If there are benefits in the future, please take care of my children juniors." "Cut the crap," Wuxia cried out anxiously. Zhang Lu brought his men to Panga continent and bumped into the young master of Myriad Immortal Alliance. He is being hunted by them now. Myriad Immortal Alliance is an alliance of almost all the itinerant immortals on Panga continent, and its potential power is extremely strong. Quickly tell me the incantation and incantation. I'll go look for them now. We are definitely no match for them if we fight them head-on, so we can only hide and adapt to the situation. Following the direction in which Princess Zhang Lu had fled, Wuxia gradually found that more and more itinerant immortals, dressed in strange outfits, were gathering in this direction. The wanted document of Myriad Immortal Alliance described in detail the cause and effect of the conflict between Li Qinghua and Princess Zhang Lu, as well as the location of the conflict. The itinerant immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance were not stupid. They had all rushed to the vicinity of the Dark Valley Immortal Pass, following the route Princess Zhang Lu had taken when she fled. Wuxia gave Su Qin a glare, grabbed Yin Buguwei, and cried out, "Did you bring a special communication talisman when you came out?" Stomping his feet, Su Qin gnashed his teeth and said, "Buguwei, we can't let this fellow look down on us. How dare he say that my cultivation base is not strong enough and does not allow me to go rescue Princess Zhang Lu? While he's going to rescue her, we will stay here and figure out how to occupy more territory. Now that Feng Lingling has fallen from power, Zhong province is in chaos. We will be fools if we don't seize the opportunity to reap more benefits." Yin Buguwei, who was laughing and chatting with Su Qin, suddenly trembled and nearly jumped to his feet to give Wuxia a punch. Fortunately, his reaction was very fast. With just a glance, he saw Wuxia's face clearly and asked hastily, "Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something urgent?" Su Qin's face was extremely unsightly. In a hurry, he taught Wuxia the incantation and incantation to control the talisman. After that, Wuxia spun and was about to leave. Su Qin pondered for a brief moment, then grabbed Wuxia and said, "Do you want me to go with you? Do you have the confidence to deceive those almighty experts of Myriad Immortal Alliance and use the art of divination to locate Zhang Lu and the others? I'm cultivating the 7 luminaries star-fixing technique, which allows me to conceal the fate and fortune of others with the power of stars." In just a flash, the fiend cloud vanished in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia had crossed the millions of miles of void between an E County and an Lu County, and was now hovering above Anhe City. On a small flying ship patrolling at the border of the 2 counties, a few captains of an E County saw the fiend cloud that Wuxia had transformed into. However, the nervous captains of an E County paid no attention to Wuxia, pretending that they did not see him. Yin Buguwei was taken aback. Su Qin had already pulled out a jade talisman carved from black jade from under his sleeve. Frowning, he said, "This is a signaling talisman personally made by Mr. MOD. As long as you are from Great Yin, you can use a specific incantation to contact all your companions within the range of a heavenly realm." What do you want this for? On a cloud in front of him, an immortal had set up a large altar and was calculating the location of Princess Zhang Lu with a dozen of his fellows with a large-scale art of divination. Wuxi's heart was filled with a poisonous flame. He threw his head back and gave a shrill howl, then suddenly transformed into a gale and rushed toward the cloud with a mighty gust of wind. Su Qin's old face suddenly twitched, and he said in horror, "This kid, he can actually use the star escape technique? What a bastard. It took me 300 years of painstaking cultivation to be able to transform my body into starlight in broad daylight. How can he have such an absurd perception?" Nearby, some people of Great Yin Dynasty had received the message from Wuxia. The gale was a divine beast that could command all storms between heaven and earth. Recently, Wuxia had devoured the understanding of the law of storm from 7 gods of wind. So, when he summoned the gale, the area within 1,000 miles was immediately filled with dark winds, and any ordinary heaven immortals who were sucked into the gale would be torn to shreds immediately. As he had to digest Mu Bai's enormous divine energy, in just a few days, Wuxia did not have the time to craft a few handy weapons for himself. So far, he was still clean, and apart from an ordinary storage ring that he robbed, he had nothing else. If he were to bump into some formidable immortals from Myriad Immortal Alliance who were hunting for Princess Zhanglu, Wuxia would have to fight them empty-handed. That would be a great loss for him. Wuxia even saw some immortals who were proficient in the art of divination hovering above the cloud, holding some divination tools such as tortoiseshell, trying to predict the whereabouts of Princess Zhanglu and her companions. However, as an innate deity, Princess Zhongli's aura was in harmony with heaven and earth, so it was not easy to predict her whereabouts. But Wuxia also knew that except for Princess Zhongli, it was very easy to predict the whereabouts of the people around her. After following the trail for 1.5 months, the black jade talisman in Wuxi's hand suddenly burst into a bright light. Burning with anxiety, Wuxia used the power of the stars to travel in the direction of a dozen provinces in a flash, far away from the area that might be affected by the chaotic Zhong province. Only then did he enter the capital of a province, and with the help of a teleportation array, he hurried to the place where Princess Zhonglu and Li Qinghua met. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful beyond words. Wuxia nodded inwardly. The 7 luminary star fixing technique was much faster than the geocentric magnetic force he robbed from Zhang Yi. However, it also consumed a lot of energy. In just a blink of an eye, he had consumed half of the energy in his body. No wonder he never used the escape technique that fused with the power of the stars to travel in the sky. It was not that he did not know about it, but that it consumed too much energy and he did not have the energy to use it at the moment. Through the teleportation array, Wuxia came straight to the Dark Valley Immortal Pass. Immediately, he bribed an immortal official of the Celestial Court with a large sum of money, asking him which direction Princess Zhonglu had fled to when she fought with Li Qinghua. After getting the general direction, Wuxia immediately rode a beam of starlight and chased after the direction Princess Zhonglu had fled to. He had just finished his inspection tour with a number of elites of scouting office and had returned to an East City to rest. Taking advantage of his seniority, he said, "What urgent matter can there be? Feng Lingling and his entire family are missing, and Zhong province is in chaos. It is the best time for us to expand our power. What urgent matter can there be?" The place where Princess Zhonglu landed on Pangda continent was the Dark Valley Immortal Pass, an independent immortal pass located at the junction of 3 nearby provinces. It was a gathering place for itinerant cultivators from several hundred nearby provinces, and its status was comparable to the Qingsu Immortal Pass near Zhong province. It was an immortal market where itinerant cultivators traded various spirit herbs and minerals, and was also one of the passageways for itinerant cultivators to obtain an official visa from the Yu and travel to outer heavenly realms. Wuxia transformed into a beam of starlight and flew at high speed in the sky, 10,000 miles above the ground. All his mind and spirit were fused into the countless mysteries of the seven luminaries' star-fixing technique. With his innate chaotic divine soul's incredible ability, he almost instantly grasped the essence of the seven luminaries' star-fixing art. He turned into a beam of starlight and vaguely sensed that the stars in the sky that had existed since the ancient times had a tremendous gravitational force on his body. He grabbed the jade slip and crushed it in his palm, using his enormous divine will to brand all the techniques of the seven luminaries' star-fixing technique into his chaotic divine soul. After that, Wuxia laughed and bowed to Suqin. Then, his body abruptly disintegrated into countless silvery specks of starlight, which drifted away into nothingness along with a graceful immortal tune. With his eyes shot with blood, Wuxia stirred up a vast black storm and smashed the altar to pieces. A dozen heaven immortals with cultivation bases of around 27th or 28th tier were torn into countless pieces by his wind blades before they could even let out a miserable howl. A chaotic aura rushed out, devouring and absorbing the enormous immortal energy and blood essence in these heaven immortals, turning them into Wuxias. While fleeing, Wuxia cursed the ancestors of some people furiously. Suqin, Yin Bugue, and a few nearby elites of scouting office leaped to their feet and bellowed at the same time, "Who dares to do this?" Chapter 562. Amidst the vast mountains, there was a wonderful wetland. The wetland had a circumference of more than 100,000 miles. At its center was a deep pool, surrounded by smaller pools and ponds, and in the middle were countless streams that connected these pools and ponds together. The wetland was rich in water and grass, with countless spirit herbs that liked dampness, snakes, and crocodiles growing in it. Poisonous insects were wriggling all over the ground, and many spirit beasts were roaming about as well. It was a remote place, located between several large provinces in the Yu, where miasma could easily accumulate. Because of the dense water vapor, it was easy to accumulate miasma, so very few people came here. Although there were a few small spirit veins flowing underground, the natural energy was so thin that no itinerant cultivator or immortal was willing to come here and open up a cave abode. Therefore, since ancient times, this puddle of water and wetland had become a small, sealed world. Gradually, a group of intelligent monsters had gathered here. At the bottom of the deep pool, in the middle of the wetland, in front of a crude palace, stood a memorial arch. On top of it hung a crystal plaque. It was unknown who had written the words Qianzhong Lake Dragon King Mansion in handwriting that looked like it had been scratched by a chicken's claw. A few crooked-looking aquatic creatures, who couldn't even tell what they were, had been walking around the archway proudly with long spears in their hands. These small demons were probably at the level of Jindan and had only half of their human form transformation. They roughly looked like human beings, but if one were to look closely, one would find that they still looked like demons with crooked heads. In the second courtyard of the palace, which only had 2 courtyards in total, which covered less than 1 acre of land, a short old man, who had a single-horned flood dragon head on his head, had already transformed into a human shape, but his skin was still thickly covered with black fish scales. He was carefully carrying a bowl of sticky, cyan liquid into the main room of the second courtyard. Princess Zhang Lu was sitting cross-legged on a jade bed, with dark smoke rising from the top of her head. She was surrounded by a 5-color divine light from time to time, but there was a faint black mist in the light. The mystic arts and divine abilities of ancient gods were all-powerful and could kill people without them noticing. But each of them had a very strong side effect. If one was not strong enough to activate a certain divine art and used it rashly, one would suffer a great backlash, just like Princess Zhang Lu. If Princess Zhang Lu had not cultivated an innate body and formed an innate divine soul, her meridians would have been broken, and she would have died if she had rashly used a powerful divine art. Fortunately, her foundation was very strong. Although her vitality was injured, it did not shake her foundation, and she was still able to stabilize her injury. Lord Xianxia and the others stood in front of the jade bed, looking worriedly at Princess Zhonglu, who was shrouded in a divine light. Goldhorn and Silverhorn lay feebly on the ground, cursing the thighs of all 36 generations of Li Qinghua's ancestors. The brothers were muttering and swearing that as long as they were given a chance, they would eat the thighs of all the ancestors of Li Qinghua. The dragon-headed old man carefully carried the bowl of medicinal liquid into the room. He bowed respectfully to Lord Xianxia and said, "My lord, I've collected 3,000 frigid water green spirit herbs and boiled them into a bowl of medicinal liquid. It is the best medicine to replenish the vitality of a woman. This fairy ant seems to have lost some of her origin energy. Drinking this green spirit grass soup should be of some help." Lord Xianxia nodded and looked at Princess Zhonglu. Princess Zhonglu opened her eyes slightly, nodded, and said with a smile, "Is it really frigid water green spirit herbs? How did you find 3,000 frigid water green spirit herbs? Thank you for your kindness. After we escape from this calamity, we'll definitely help you cultivate the body of a true dragon." The old man opened his mouth and inhaled, turning the bowl of medicinal liquid into a thin line and plunging into Princess Zhonglu's mouth. A refreshing fragrance wafted out, and a cloud of green mist visible to the naked eye sprayed out of Princess Zhonglu's hair. Suddenly, a hint of redness returned to Princess Zhonglu's pale face. Nodding cheerfully, Princess Zhonglu smiled at the dragon-headed old man and said, "It works. Thank you, old Dragon King." The dragon-headed old man grinned, shook his head, and said modestly, "Don't mention it. How dare I call myself Dragon King in front of my lord? It's just a title made up by a bunch of ignorant children. In front of my lord and all the immortals here, I dare not call myself Dragon King." The dragon-headed old man called himself Qianzhong Dragon King, and he was the leader of all the demons in this 100,000 miles wide wetland. His true form was a black silk blood eel, who had gained sentience after absorbing the essence of the stars and the moon, and luckily obtained half of the cultivation technique left behind by the Flood Dragon clan. After tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, he finally got rid of his eel's true form and cultivated into the body of a flood dragon. However, his true form was too humble. Although he had cultivated into a flood dragon, he only had the body of a single-horned flood dragon, the lowest among all the flood dragons. Not only did he only have 3 claws, his head only had a single horn, and the dragon scales on his body were not dragon scales, but more like fish scales. To be precise, Qianzhong Dragon King was a product between a big fish and a flood dragon, and he was far from being a real dragon. A few days ago, Lord Xianxia had fled to this place with Princess Zhonglu and her companions. He had exhausted all his magic power, and Princess Zhonglu was severely wounded by the backlash from the divine magic. It seemed that she would not be able to hold on any longer. Qianzhong Dragon King, who was stirring up trouble on the surface of the water with a group of little demons, was shocked when he saw Lord Xianxia. Without hesitation, he welcomed Lord Xianxia and his companions into his dragon palace, treating them as distinguished guests. Fortunately, they had Qianzhong Dragon King as their temporary residence, and he had ordered over 1,000 little demons to gather various spirit herbs and brew a concoction for Princess Zhonglu to replenish her energy. With that, Lord Xianxia and his companions were able to recover their magic power, and Princess Zhonglu was able to stabilize her injuries. Taking a deep breath, Princess Zhonglu's body shone with a 5-color divine light as she said in a deep voice, "Are all the formations deployed outside the Dragon Palace ready?" Catfish nodded innocently and said with a chuckle, "How can anyone find us when we have fled so far? The formations have been deployed, but in my opinion, they are all in vain. I don't believe that anyone can chase us so far. Who can find us here? Even ghosts can kill people in such a remote place during the day." Princess Zhonglu frowned and said nothing, while Lord Xianxia kept shaking his head. "It's better to be cautious," said Lord Xianxia in a deep voice. According to the legends passed down by the ancestors of Longyuan River, those almighty experts have the ability to see through the secrets of heaven. Even if they live above the stars, with just a glance, they can see every grain of sand and every movement of every ant in the universe. It is difficult for us to know all the divine abilities and mystic arts they possess. If the Myriad Immortal Alliance has sent powerful immortals to hunt us down, they might be able to find us here. Princess Zhonglu nodded slowly. She told everyone to guard the formations carefully and not to take any chances. She was too weak to move now and could only recuperate in Xinjiang Dragon King's Dragon Palace. If the enemy came to visit, it would be really bad. Goldhorn and Silverhorn exchanged a glance. Then they coiled up at the same time and cursed Li Qinghua's future relatives and clan members for the next 36 generations. The brothers swore that when they found a chance in the future, they would make Li Qinghua give birth to more grandchildren, and then they would eat his offspring to vent their anger of being hunted down today. At the thought of Li Qinghua's words, the brothers felt a chill running down their spines, as if they were going to use the ointment extracted from their internal organs to concoct medicine. In the future, we'll raise Li Qinghua as a human. Since he wants to use our internal organs to concoct medicine, we'll raise him like a pig and eat his children and grandchildren as desserts. Goldhorn and Silverhorn were not kind people, so they quickly came up with a revenge method that would make ordinary people's hair stand on end. While they were talking, the sky above the Dragon Palace suddenly glowed with a bright red light. 7 middle-aged men in Taoist robes hovered over the deep pool on clouds. One of them was holding a red crystal mirror the size of a palm, which emitted a beam of red light and sealed the whole pool. The man murmured a few incantations, bit his finger, and drew a line across the surface of the mirror. Immediately, the red light became extremely hot, and a large sheet of flame flowed along it and burned into the pool. The crystal mirror was obviously an extraordinary treasure, and its power was a little frightening. Immediately, water vapor rose from the surface of the pool, and a large number of bubbles rose to the surface. From the surface to the depth of 10 miles, the pool, which was 1,000 miles in diameter, was burned by the red light. Fortunately, the depth of this pool was astonishing. Although the water 10 miles above the pool was boiling, the water below was not affected at all. However, a dozen little demons who were keeping watch on the surface of the water were almost cooked. Carrying red shells on their backs, they fled back to the Dragon Palace, crying and screaming, and then crashed into the courtyard on the second floor. A little demon, who looked like a crayfish but had black and white patterns all over his body, cried out, "Grandpa Dragon King, there are 7 evil Taoists setting fire to our territory. The water in the pool is boiling for 10 miles, and if it continues to burn, our Xinjiang Lake will become a bowl of fish soup." Princess Zhongli's face flickered slightly. She nodded to Lord Xianxia and said, "Brother Xianxia, please go up and have a look. If you can fight the enemy, kill them. If not, activate the formation, and we'll think of another way." Lord Xianxia answered. He rolled up his sleeves and stormed out of the door, heading straight for the surface of the water. Goldhorn and Silverhorn hurried after him. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce gleam, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths as they rushed toward the surface of the water with a murderous look in their eyes. The closer they got to the surface of the water, the hotter the water became. Originally, the surface of the water was only about 10 miles above the surface, but now it had reached 20 miles, and the boiling water was spreading to the bottom. It wouldn't be long before all the water in the 1,000-jiang pool was boiled. Just as that small demon had said, it would be a big bowl of fish soup. Lord Xianxia brought Goldhorn and Silverhorn to the surface of the water. As he passed through the boiling layer, even with his cultivation base and the body of a true dragon, he felt a burning pain all over his body, and blisters broke out on his skin. He could not help but cry out in horror, "Good Taoist! What kind of vicious, magical treasure is this? How could it burn my body of a true dragon like this? Goldhorn and Silverhorn did not care about that. They were not afraid of the high temperature or the cold. When they heard Lord Xianxia say that the boiling water made him feel uncomfortable, one of them opened his mouth and the other opened his mouth to breathe. The hot air in the boiling water was sucked clean, and then a great plume of cold air gushed out, freezing the surface of Qianzhong, like 1,000 miles in circumference, into a block of Xianbing. The 7 Taoists in the sky cried out in unison, "We've found the place. They are really hiding here." Whistling noises could be heard coming from all directions as nearly 100 sword beams approached at top speed, and more than 100 Taoists surrounded Qianzhong Lake. Chapter 563. Amidst a series of cracking noises, Qianzhong Lake was frozen into a block of dark blue Xianbing. A white, misty cold air towered into the sky. When the red light emitted from the crystal mirror in the middle-aged Taoist's hand collided with the cold air, it was as if countless bombs had exploded in midair. The dull, muffled booms of explosions shook the wetland near Qianzhong Lake, causing countless water pillars that were over 1,000 feet tall to rise into the air, while muddy water sprayed into the sky. Hiding in the Xianbing, Lord Xianxia, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn stared through the translucent ice at the group of Taoists who had gathered in the sky. A little demon crab was ordered by Qianzhong Dragon King to follow them, carefully hiding next to Lord Xianxia. Lord Xianxia gave the little demon a look and pointed out a finger. A crack appeared on the Xianbing, and he kicked the little demon out, then transmitted a few words to him through voice transmission. The crab spirit, who was carrying a pair of dark iron hammers, straightened his little head, rolled his 2 big eyeballs in his eye sockets, pointed at those priests in the sky, and yelled harshly, "You bunch of stupid Taoists, why did you come here? Do you know that this is the territory of Qianzhong Dragon King? Touch your heads. Your lives are in the balance of a single breath." The Taoists burst into laughter. A white-bearded Taoist clad in a golden Taoist robe stepped on a cloud and came above the little crab demon. He bowed his head and said with a smile, "Qianzhong Dragon King? What a famous demon." He cut the crab, hand over the group of men and women, as well as the 2 dragon pythons of fire and ice. "And we won't go too far, nor will we encroach on your great foundation." The Taoists burst into laughter again. The white-bearded Taoist stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I'm Taoist Ling of Mount Xia, and they are all my disciples. The lineage of Purple Nightmare Mountain is proficient in the art of divination with the stars. It took me more than a month of hard work before I managed to deduce that this group of men and women are hiding in this pool. Don't try to beat around the bush. Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise, all of you fiendish demons will be reduced to dust with a thunderous strike." The Taoist holding the crystal mirror suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He put down the crystal mirror, cupped his fists, and said to Taoist Ling, "Master, my power has been exhausted. The demons in the water are very powerful, and the cold air is really hard to resist." As the red light emitted by the crystal mirror vanished, Goldhorn and Silverhorn's cold air immediately gained the upper hand. A large sheet of cold air quickly spread around Qianzhong Lake, and before long, the nearby puddles and wetlands were covered with a layer of white frost. Some giant pythons, crocodiles, and other aquatic creatures hurriedly fled in all directions. Water plants were wriggling everywhere. It was unknown how many of them had escaped from the Thousand-Zhong Lake. The little crab demon rolled his eyes. After receiving Lord Xianxing's order, he bared his teeth and said, "We don't have any men or women here. Those dragon pythons of fire and ice, Taoist Ling's face darkened. He pointed a finger at the little crab demon and snapped, "Why are you still giving me false excuses at a time like this? Do you really think I have a good temper?" As he pointed his finger out, a sword cry rang out. 3 long blue swords flew out of the scabbards on his back, lined up in a straight line, and thrust towards the crab spirit's head, leaving 3 beams of sword light that were over 10 feet long. Although they were still about 100 feet away from him, the little crab demon was so frightened that he could not move. He stared blankly at the falling swords, then suddenly let out a strange howl. Holding his head with both hands, he plunged into the crack of the Xianbing that had just opened up. But no matter how fast he could never be faster than the flying swords. Just as he turned around, the 3 swords had arrived above his head. 3 loud booms rang out in a row, and Lord Xianxing's body swayed as he rushed out of the Xianbing. His head had transformed into a huge dragon head, and his body had abruptly grown to about 30 feet tall. Glinting dragon scales covered his body, making him look like a suit of armor. With both fists wrapped in a strong dragon aura, Lord Xianxing threw out 3 punches in a row, knocking the 3 swords far away. Daoist Ling's body swayed as the swords were thrown out by Lord Xianxing. His immortal soul was shaken as well, and he nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Lord Xianxing, he did not panic, but instead cried out in delight, "Wonderful! Aren't you one of the true image catalog that young master is offering for? Ha! A heavenly dragon is not enough to scare me. My disciples, let's attack together." More than 100 swords whistled out of the hands of those Taoists, turning into a hazy mist as they thrust toward Lord Xianxing. There were also a dozen powerful magical treasures that glowed brilliantly, shooting sparks and thunderbolts as they swarmed toward Lord Xianxing. Lord Xianxing gave a cold snort. With a sway of his body, a great wave of water suddenly rushed out from the bottom of Qianzhong Lake, blotting out the sky and turning into a whirlpool that was a few miles thick and hundreds of miles wide, spinning rapidly over his head. Lord Xianxing raised both hands up high and exercised the innate divine ability of dragons. Amidst thunderous roars, the water churned and suddenly sprayed out hundreds of water columns that were as thick as water tanks and looked like flood dragons, greeting the swords and magical treasures of those Taoists. Loud booms kept ringing out as one water column after another disintegrated, but the hundreds of swords were also pushed up into the sky by the water droplets. The flames and thunderbolts unleashed by over a dozen powerful magical treasures struck the rapidly spinning whirlpool. The huge whirlpool absorbed the attacks unleashed by these magical treasures, transforming them into dazzling flashes in the middle of the green whirlpool. However, not a single attack could break through the defense of the whirlpool. Daoist Ling was struck dumb. Although Mount Xia, the sect he founded on Panga continent, was famous for its divination technique, the cultivation base of its disciples was also very impressive. Apart from himself, who was a 34th tier heaven immortal, there were 3 36th tier heaven immortals among his disciples. Among the other disciples present, there were as many as 30 nascent divinity cultivators, and the rest were all nascent soul cultivators. How could 100 of them fail to take down Lord Xianxing? Isn't this a little too ridiculous? Even though Mount Xia was not known for its Tao, magic, and divine abilities, its cultivation base was still there. How could this Lord Xianxing be so fierce? Flustered and exasperated, Daoist Ling summoned back the 3 sword beams that were knocked away. Just as he was about to attack Lord Xianxing himself, Goldhorn and Silverhorn suddenly poked their heads out of the Xianbing. The brothers let out a sharp and violent hiss, then opened their mouths and shot out 2 strong beams of red and white light, each as thick as a water tank, which transformed into a red and white spiral beam that swept across the void. The cultivators of Mount Xia were caught off guard. The beam of red and white light smashed into their bodies, shattering the defensive magical treasures of over 80 cultivators on the spot. Their bodies turned red at first, as they were almost cooked, and then a cold air suddenly froze them, shattering both their fleshly bodies and their nascent divinities at the same time. Miserable howls kept ringing out. The joint attack of Goldhorn and Silverhorn could shatter even Taoist and Maoluan's defensive immortal item, let alone these inferior cultivators of Mount Xia. Daoist Ling was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Many years ago, he had a fortuitous encounter, and it took him several periods to attain his current cultivation base. It took him a lot of effort to establish Mount Xia on Panga continent, and under the violent suppression of the officials of the Yu, he finally managed to establish a sect and had over 100 disciples. With just one strike, Goldhorn and Silverhorn had killed about 80% of his disciples. Taoist Ling even had the thought of cutting his own throat to kill himself. Trembling all over, he roared furiously and pressed both palms down. 3 blue sword beams shot whistling out, stabbing toward Lord Xianxia, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn respectively. Taoist Ling even coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row, causing the 3 sword beams to grow hundreds of feet taller and plunge down like a waterfall. Their power was at least 100 times stronger than when he attacked the little crab demon with his swords just now. Lord Xianxia's face darkened. Suddenly, a vast amount of mist sprayed out of his body, amidst which numerous bolts of lightning could be seen wheeling and tangling with each other. Amidst the deafening thunderclaps, the bolts of lightning shot straight toward the oncoming lightning bolts. As Lord Xianxia's coiling dragon halberd had been destroyed in the previous battle, he could only rely on his divine abilities and magic power to fight against Taoist Ling now. Fortunately, Goldhorn and Silverhorn were still around. Before the thunderbolts unleashed by Lord Xianxia could touch Taoist Ling's sword beams, Goldhorn had already opened his mouth and spat out a sheet of flame. The 3 sword beams trembled abruptly, turning from a cold blue glow to a bright red glow with a high temperature. Then, Silverhorn sprayed out a glinting stream of cold air. The 3 red beams shook, and a series of cracking noises rang out as they shattered into pieces on the spot. Taoist Ling coughed out another mouthful of blood as he snapped, "My spirit artifact." Lord Xianxia gave him a glare and snapped, "Don't you feel ashamed that you, a heaven immortal, are still using a spirit artifact?" Taoist Ling was stunned and blinked his eyes, unable to come to his senses for a long while after being scolded by Lord Xianxia. Goldhorn and Silverhorn sneered, "I can tell this old Taoist is not a rich man. He is already cultivated to the realm of heaven immortal, but he is still using a spirit artifact. Alas, why is he so poor?" Gritting his teeth, Taoist Ling was about to refute Goldhorn and Silverhorn when suddenly a dark cloud came rushing over from the distant horizon. When it was still tens of miles away from Taoist Ling, a deep, hoarse voice was heard coming from afar. "Fellow Taoist Ling, thank you for leading the way. The divination technique of Mount Xia is really amazing. How could it be so easy for me to find this group of people if I were to come here myself?" With a flash, the dark cloud came in front of Taoist Ling. With a cracking sound, a dark fiend claw reached out from it, grabbed Taoist Ling's head, and crushed half of his body to pieces. Taoist Ling held miserably, as his immortal soul turned into a beam of golden light and was about to flee. The fiend claw reached out and easily grabbed his immortal soul, then crushed it to pieces. All the Taoists of Mount Xia roared furiously in unison. Just as they were about to attack the dark cloud, it suddenly spread out and enveloped all the Taoists of Mount Xia. An unpleasant gnawing sound rang out, accompanied by shrill howls. Not long after, the dark clouds converged inward, and all the Taoists of Mount Xia disappeared without a trace, leaving only an extremely pungent smell of blood in the air. "Who are you?" Lord Xianxia cried out in alarm. "I'm Patriarch Ji, an itinerant immortal from wandering immortal hall of myriad immortal alliance," the dark cloud said with a deep laugh. "Ha! Don't you know that myriad immortal alliance has issued a wanted order for you?" The dark cloud receded, revealing a deformed old man with a head as big as a rice bucket and a height of only about 3 feet. Chapter 564. Catfish howled in pain. She threw away the hammer, spun, and fled, transforming back into her true form and diving back into Qianzhong Lake. Rubbing his palms together, Patriarch Ji looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "Cut the crap. Either surrender, or I'll capture you. You're delicious steam buns. As far as I know, many old fogies from wandering immortal hall have come out of seclusion just to capture you alive in exchange for the 3 conditions promised by the Council of Elders. TSK, I can't let you fall into their hands. He quickly moved his eyes away from Lord Xianxia and focused all his attention on Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Grinning, Patriarch Jijin licked his lips greedily and said, "Dragon pythons of fire and ice, hand over your internal organs, and I'll take you to receive the reward." TSK, the three conditions jointly promised by the Council of Elders of Myriad Immortal Alliance. Patriarch, you have a chance to become a gold immortal. Lord Xianxia was horrified. Without hesitation, he grabbed Goldhorn and Silverhorn's tails and dived into Qianzhong Lake with the two great snakes. Moving quickly, Lord Xianxia dragged the brothers into Qianzhong Lake. But Goldhorn and Silverhorn had no strength left, and they could not breathe out cold air to freeze the lake. Patriarch Ji Mu laughed complacently. With a shake of his banner, thousands of green specks of light shot out like a meteor shower and plunged into Qianzhong Pool like thousands of firefly-like green specks. A few hissing noises rang out as the green specks crashed into the whirlpool and were swallowed by it. Then, a deafening explosion rang out as the green specks exploded violently. The whirlpool under Lord Xianxing's control shattered abruptly, and a great torrent poured down from the sky, shattering the frozen Xianbing above Qianzhong Lake. Dozens of little demons who were hiding under the Xianbing and watching the battle screamed in fear, then turned and dived into the depths of the lake. Although they ran fast, the impact of the torrent still made them bleed from their mouths and noses, and the shells of some of them were even shattered. The Black Goat Mountain's three heretical path laughed weirdly and said in unison, "The three conditions promised by the Council of Elders. We are also itching to do it. As long as the three of us capture these people, there's hope for us to become golden immortals. Old ancestor Ji Min, if you know what's good for you, get lost." Muffled explosions kept ringing as the foot-thick, white-boned shields shattered one after another. However, each of the shattered white-boned shields weakened the light beams shot out by Goldhorn and Silverhorn a little bit. When the dozens of bone shields were completely shattered, the light pillars shot out by Goldhorn and Silverhorn were completely neutralized, turning into specks of light that drifted in the air. While Patriarch Jimu was smugly attacking the Qianzhong Lake with thunderbolts, Catfish suddenly transformed in her flood dragon form, leaped out of the lake, and gave him a vicious slap with her huge tail. Patriarch Jimu was so complacent that he had completely neglected to protect himself. In the face of Catfish's sudden attack, he just instinctively thrust the banner in his hand toward her tail. Goldhorn and Silverhorn were infuriated. They joined their bodies together and opened their mouths, shooting out two beams of strong light, one red and one white, toward Patriarch Jimu. Patriarch Jimu gave a strange laugh. With a wave of his hand, a long banner made of human skin and tendons appeared out of thin air in his hand. With a wave of the long streamer, a large sheet of dark cloud rose from the ground, amidst which several dozens of white-boned shields whizzed out, bringing with them an immense evil energy. One after another, they blocked the light beams shot out by Goldhorn and Silverhorn. While letting out an unpleasant laugh, Patriarch Jimu tilted his head and studied Lord Xianxia, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. Suddenly, a strange laugh rang out as three old men in black robes, who looked identical and looked like the reincarnation of goats, came shooting over from a distance, treading on dark clouds. One of them waved his hand, and the green sword beam that had wounded Catfish in a sneak attack flew back to him and fell into his palm. Goldhorn and Silverhorn inhaled slowly as their bodies grew larger, and the wings on their backs grew hundreds of feet long. The brothers stared at Patriarch Jimu with a fierce gleam in their eyes, and saliva was slowly dripping from the corners of their mouths. They did not have any hatred for Patriarch Jimu at the moment, but their hearts were dominated by an endless appetite. All they wanted to do was to devour the old fiend. Lord Xianxing's body trembled, and blood oozed out of his 7 orifices at the same time. The thunderbolt unleashed by Patriarch Jimu had not only shattered the whirlpool he controlled, but also destroyed a wisp of his divine sense hidden in it. Lord Xianxia's soul was severely wounded, and the light on his scales had dimmed. Patriarch Ji Mu laughed complacently. He waved the streamer and cried out, "Surrender now? What are you waiting for?" Laughing triumphantly, Catfish transformed back into her human form, pulled out her hammer, and was about to attack Patriarch Ji Mu. Suddenly, a green sword beam came shooting over from the side. Before Catfish could see where it came from, it had already pierced through her lower abdomen. Although the streamer was mysterious and powerful, it was not good at defense. Catfish swung her tail with all her strength, and the brute force was strong enough to send several mountains flying. As Catfish's tail swept past, Patriarch Ji Mu's streamer broke into 7 or 8 pieces. Patriarch Ji Mu let out a heart-wrenching howl as a short body was sent flying away by Catfish's tail. Lord Xianxia sighed faintly. Looking at Patriarch Ji Mu, he said indifferently, "There's no such good thing in the world. Do you want us to surrender now? Impossible. If you want our lives, you'll have to pay with yours." The Dragon Clan's mastery over water had reached the acme of perfection, and a massive clump of water was compressed to a size of 100 jaw. The quality of the water vortex was 100 times denser than a steel ingot, and the pressure exerted by the spinning water vortex was terrifyingly great. Even an ordinary heavenly immortal would have their immortal body shredded to pieces if they were to get sucked into the water vortex. Lord Xianxia waved both hands, and the blue-green vortex flew whistling out to meet the 10 green dots. All the immortals were allies of Myriad Immortal Alliance, and they had some friendship with each other. But in the face of the generous offer offered by the Council of Elders of Divine Hall, they could not care less, and were about to fall out and fight for the ownership of Princess Zhang Lu and her companions. Patriarch Ji Mu cursed angrily. He transformed into a dark cloud and rushed back, pointing a finger at the 3 black-robed old men as he said, "How dare you steal my business? 3 evils of Black Goat Mountain? These people were discovered by Patriarch Ji Mu. Don't you dare to take advantage of me." Patriarch Ji Mu shook his head mockingly, then sighed and said, "I'm a 24th tier Heaven Immortal. How can I risk my life to fight with you? You guys don't have that qualification. It's impossible to exchange a life for a life with this old ancestor." Before his voice faded away, from afar, another group of clear light wrapped in clouds flew over at high speed. Along with a beautiful melody, 7 Taoist priests, who looked like immortals, were riding on white cranes, deer, Xianwans, bulls, and other immortal beasts slowly trod on the clear light and white clouds towards Jihao. The Taoist in the middle smiled and said, "The 3 evils are right. These 3 offers are too tempting, and we've come here uninvited. These people belong to the 7 saints of Nuo Xian Island, and no one can take them away." A dead silence fell over Qianzhong Lake, and even the little bugs in the puddles dared not make a sound. Lord Xianxia, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn cried out at the same time. Stars flashed before their eyes, and they felt as if their souls were about to fly out of their bodies. Their strength suddenly vanished, and their bodies became limp and sore. Goldhorn and Silverhorn, in particular, had no idea what kind of fiend Patriarch Ji Mu streamer was, but it had a strong restraining effect on them. The 2 great serpents fell limply on the surface of the lake, unable to move for a moment. In the blink of an eye, when the 7 sages of Nuxin Island had just arrived, there were at least 10 groups of immortals, either alone or in groups of 3 to 5, rushing over to their side. These immortals kept saying that Princess Zhang Lu and her companions were theirs, and no one could take them away from them. As he spoke, Patriarch Ji Mu waved his hands, and 10 green lights shot out like fireflies, shooting toward Lord Xianxia with a harsh ghost howl. Grinning coldly, Lord Xianxia raised both hands, and the hundreds of miles wide whirlpool over his head began to roll rapidly. Amidst a deafening rumble of thunder, the whirlpool shrank rapidly from hundreds of miles wide to 1,000 feet in size. Patriarch Ji Mu let out a strange, complacent laugh. "Run? Where are you going?" "Hee hee, This 10,000-year-old realgar pearl of mine is a treasure I obtained with great difficulty in those years, and it's just the perfect weapon to restrain you two great serpents." With a wave of his hand, a golden pearl the size of a human head flew out of his palm, emanating a vast yellow light and a boundless yellow mist that enveloped the entire lake. Dragging Goldhorn and Silverhorn, Lord Xianxia sank into the depths of the lake. Gritting his teeth, he glanced over his shoulder at the arrogant and complacent Patriarch Jimu. Just then, a huge shadow flashed under the lake. Catfish, who had returned to her true form, quietly rushed up from the depths of the lake and brushed past Lord Xianxia. The green sword beam was attached with an extremely vicious corrosive force. The wound it caused when it pierced through Catfish's lower abdomen was very small, but in the blink of an eye, it had corroded a bowl-sized hole in her abdomen. Amidst the sizzling sound of flesh and blood being corroded, pus and blood kept gushing out of the wound as it grew larger and larger. Goldhorn and Silverhorn grunted. Enveloped by the yellow light and yellow mist, they felt their muscles and bones go limp and weak, and they had no strength left. The brothers cried out, "A 10,000-year-old realgar pearl? There's no justice in this world. Such a vicious thing shouldn't exist in this world." Muffled explosions rang out one after another, and the lake water rose tens of miles high. Thunderbolts exploded, while green phosphorescent flames attached to the surface of the lake burned rapidly. Before long, the water of Qianzhong Lake had receded more than 30 miles deep. As Patriarch Ji Mu continued to sprinkle out large sheets of thunderbolts, the water of the lake was receding rapidly. Before long, the dragon palace of Qianzhong Dragon King would emerge from the water. Among these immortals, the weakest had the overall strength of a 30th tier heaven immortal, while the strongest had the cultivation base of a 20th tier heaven immortal. Any one of them was an expert that Princess Zhonglu and the others could not defeat. Chapter 565. More than 200 heaven immortals, who belonged to over 60 small groups, had gathered above Qianzhong Lake. These heaven immortals were the allies of myriad immortal alliance. Among them were heaven immortals from outer heavenly realms, and some were born and raised on Pangda continent. Clutching the wound on her lower abdomen, Catfish silently exercised a mystic technique to stabilize her condition, and at the same time treated the wound with the herbs Qianzhong Dragon King had collected. She stared at the heaven immortals above the lake and suddenly sighed faintly. "We are in big trouble. I can't eat them this time, and I might be eaten by them." Princess Zhonglu gathered her spirit and came to her side, frowning as she looked at the heaven immortals in the sky and shook her head. In just over a month, more than 200 heaven immortals had found Qianzhong Lake and accurately captured the traces of Princess Zhonglu and her companions. The latent power of myriad immortal alliance on Pangda continent could only be described as terrifying. These people, whose cultivation was at the level of 20th tier heaven immortal, were just ordinary allies of the wandering immortal hall of the alliance of 10,000 immortals. One could imagine how powerful the alliance of 10,000 immortals was. The heaven immortals were still arguing about who should monopolize the bounty this time. But with so many heaven immortals gathered together, their overall strength was not much stronger than anyone else. So, after arguing for a full hour, they still could not come to a conclusion. After all, the Empyrean Hall's bounty only had 3 conditions. At most, only 3 people would be able to enjoy the plentiful benefits. The others would not be able to benefit at all. Who would be willing to let go of such a great opportunity? Lord Xianxia came over with Goldhorn and Silverhorn, who were limp and weak. "Catfish, protect my sister-in-law and run away," he said in a deep voice. "I'll fight them here. No matter what, I'm still the Dragon King conferred by the Celestial Court, so they won't dare to kill me." Lord Xianxia took out Wanying Dragon King's seal and waved it in the air, trying to make his words sound more convincing. Princess Zhonglu shook her head and said coldly, "If Wuxia learns that I left his elder brother and ran away, how am I going to face him in the future?" With a sneer, Princess Zhonglu's eyes turned cold. Gritting her teeth, she said in a low voice, Li Qinghua, union of 10,000 immortals. I'll definitely pay you back 100-fold for today's enmity. No matter what the union of 10,000 immortals is, I must kill all the people related to it, slaughter them all. With a wave of her hands, Princess Zhang Lu squatted down and pressed her hands heavily on the bottom of the Thousand Zhang Lake. The huge Qianzhong Lake suddenly trembled, and the few small spirit veins that flowed through the Qianzhong Lake shook violently. Once the spirit vein moved, the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles would shake violently. A large number of mountains would suddenly collapse, and the ground would sink hundreds of miles into the ground. Countless cracks would appear on the ground, and a dense earth energy would rise hundreds of miles into the air. The group of immortals hovering over Qianzhong Lake and arguing with each other was shocked. One after another, they flew up into the sky on clouds and stared in astonishment at the quaking ground and mountains, which looked as if the end of the world had come. An enchanting and flirtatious girl in a palace dress suddenly cried out, "What's going on? Why are the spirit veins under the lake disappearing?" The girl was right. Princess Zhang Lu was using a forbidden technique from the primordial Tao of divinity to forcibly devour the 7 small spirit veins that flowed under Qianzhong Lake. She forcibly mobilized the energy in the spirit veins and absorbed their source power into her body, catalyzing them into 5-color divine rays that flowed through her body. Her injuries were healing at an incredible speed, and her magic power was growing at an incredible speed. In just 15 minutes, Princess Zhang Li's cultivation base had reached the realm of 25th tier Heaven Immortal. The 7 small spirit veins were the so-called small spirit veins on Panga continent. The energy contained in each of them was at least 10 times more than the strongest spirit vein under Yuan Hua Sect's Green Cliff Mountain. After extracting all the energy from the 7 spirit veins and devouring their source power, Princess Zhang Li's cultivation base skyrocketed and her injuries healed at an incredible speed. However, the side effect of such a forbidden technique was that the source of Princess Zhang Li's divine soul was severely damaged. In just 15 minutes, about 50% of Princess Zhang Li's divine soul had been destroyed. Her once bright eyes turned dull and lifeless, and Princess Zhang Li's body trembled violently, with sticky blood dripping down from her hair. When Lord Xianxia, Catfish Flood Dragon, Gold Horn, and Silver Horn saw Princess Zhang Li's condition, they could not help but gnash their teeth so hard that blood kept oozing out from the corners of their mouths. With a faint smile on her face, Princess Zhang Lu said in a low voice, "Don't worry. This is the soul-burning and energy-restoring technique, one of the ancient divine techniques. Although it consumes some of my divine soul, it can elevate my cultivation base to an incredible level for 2 hours. It is the best way to save my life." The sound of meridians breaking was heard coming from inside her body as Princess Zhang Li's cultivation base skyrocketed. As all the energy from the 7 spirit veins was absorbed into her body, Princess Zhang Lu temporarily possessed the fearsome overall strength of an 18th tier Heaven Immortal for 2 hours. The divine energy in her body became extremely violent and powerful. Princess Zhang Lu felt that every single strand of her hair was filled with terrible power. She was like a balloon that could explode at any time. The power had reached a point where she would not be satisfied if she did not spit it out. Princess Zhang Li's body trembled as she chuckled and said, "This is the first time I've used this forbidden technique. 7 spirit veins. It's still too much for me." With a wry smile, the silver lotus throne beneath Princess Zhang Li's feet suddenly flew out, shrouding her in a 5-colored light. With the point of her right hand, the 5 Thunders' soul-shattering zither, given to her by Wuxia, flew out with a melodious tune. Princess Zhang Lu held the zither in her arms, stepped on the silver lotus throne, and flew up into the sky. Suddenly, the water in the 10,000 Zhang Lake splashed, and Princess Zhang Lu, clad in a black imperial dress, stepped on the silver lotus throne and soared up into the sky like a fairy. The underground energy veins had disappeared, and the earth veins near the 10,000 Zhang Lake were crumbling. Amidst the crumbling mountains and fissures, Princess Zhonglu, who looked so demure with a faint air of a palace, attracted everyone's attention. It was as if the whole world had suddenly fallen silent. Mountains collapsed one after another, and the earth kept crumbling and sinking. But all the immortals present had their attention on Princess Zhonglu. Some immortals with lustful natures even took a deep breath, falling in love with Princess Zhang Li's peerless beauty. A handsome immortal with a pair of peach blossom eyes breathed a long sigh and said, "No wonder young master wants to capture this girl alive. She is indeed a peerless beauty. TSK, if I can get close to such a beautiful girl, I will have no regrets in this life." Princess Zhonglu narrowed her eyes and gave the handsome immortal a cold smile. Her fingers lightly plucked the strings of the zither, injecting an enormous divine energy into the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither. A series of deep, muffled booms rang out. Princess Zhonglu loosened her fingers, and the strings moved. A sound wave, visible to the naked eyes, rose several thousand feet high like a raging sea wave, whistling towards the handsome immortal. When the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither rang out, there was no other sound between the heaven and earth. Even the sound of the crumbling mountains was drowned out by the booms of the zither. The handsome immortal was staring greedily at Princess Zhang Li's beautiful face. All of a sudden, the zither tune unleashed by the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither arrived right before his face. His expression flickered. With a wave of his hand, a pink handkerchief flew out of his hand, spraying out countless peach petals to protect his body. The sound of the zither swept across like a storm. The pink handkerchief and countless peach blossom petals were destroyed by the sound of the zither, and the robe on the handsome immortal's body was also destroyed. The immortal was not wounded at all, but his internal organs were shattered by the music, and his immortal soul was turned into nothingness amidst the terrible music. With a flash, Princess Zhonglu came next to the immortal, grabbed his neck with one hand, and threw him forcefully into Xianxia Lake. Goldhorn and Silverhorn opened their mouths and caught the immortal's body. Then, with a shake of their heads, they tore the immortal's body into two pieces and swallowed them. Goldhorn and Silverhorn, who had just been controlled by the 10,000 years Realgar bead and had lost all their strength, suddenly became full of vigor and strength. Princess Zhonglu pursed her red lips, proudly raised her chin, and said lightly, "If you want to please myriad immortal union, then be prepared to die. Those who offend me will have their 9 clans exterminated. If I don't destroy your souls and then kill all your clans, how could I be worthy of your pursuit from thousands of miles away?" The divine power in her body had reached the point where she had to vent it out crazily. Princess Zhonglu laughed aloud and plucked the strings on the zither again and again. Suddenly, countless thunderclaps rang out in the void, and purple sound waves visible to the naked eyes swept across the void. Accompanied by a dense clap of thunder, the terrible sound waves tore the defensive immortal treasures, immortal swords, and magical treasures of the immortals, and shattered their bodies and immortal souls. Sound wave immortal artifacts were extremely rare, and so were cultivation techniques that could hurt people with sound. Therefore, the immortals did not have a good defense against the zither. Princess Zhang Li's cultivation base was now approaching that of an 18th tier heaven immortal, which made her terrifyingly strong. With just a light flick of her fingers, a loud clap of thunder could be heard. As the immortals' cultivation bases were not as strong as hers, and they did not have a good way to resist the attack of the sound waves, they fell like rain. In just an hour, more than 100 immortals were killed by Princess Zhonglu on the spot. Catfish, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn were waiting in Xianxia Lake with their mouths wide open, devouring all the fallen immortals. Even Lord Xianxia could not help but be aroused by the innate ferocity in his heart at the sight of the immortals falling like rain. He transformed into a dragon, opened his mouth, and joined in the feast of the immortals' flesh and blood. The immortals' pure flesh and blood, which contained infinite power, were digested and turned into their own magic power. Princess Xianxia continued to play the zither in midair, causing many heaven immortals to flee with their hands over their heads. The sound waves did not have a fixed trajectory and just followed Princess Xianxia's will. The remaining 100 or so heaven immortals could not resist Princess Xianxia's terrible attack, and gradually, another 70 or 80 were killed by Princess Xianxia's sudden attack. 2 hours later, the enormous divine power in Princess Xianxia's body, which she had obtained with a mystic technique, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Princess Xianxia's face turned pale. Her body swayed a few times. Then she abruptly transformed into a beam of 5-colored divine light and flew back into Xianxia Lake. The remaining 30 or so immortals with the strongest cultivation bases saw the clues. They could tell that Princess Xianxia had used a mystic technique to enhance her cultivation base, and that she was now at the end of her tether. Wild with joy, they immediately produced their immortal artifacts and threw them at Xianxia Lake in a disorderly manner. Chapter 566. Princess Xianxia and her company did not have an incredible escape technique like Wuxia, so it was impossible for them to escape through the earth without emitting any energy fluctuation. As long as the waterway did not collapse, Lord Xianxia, Catfish, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn could swim freely in the water, and it was very easy for them to escape. But without the waterway, no one could guarantee that they could escape under the noses of so many immortals. Lord Xianxia reacted very quickly. He pressed his palm on the ground, and dozens of electric arcs darted out of his fingertips, instantly activating the dozens of formations they had laid out while recuperating in Xianxia Lake. Accompanied by a low rumble, the grand array was activated, and a strange light enveloped the bottom of the 1,000-feet pool, illuminating everyone's faces with green and purple patches. The 1,000-feet pool suddenly turned into a magnificent world of light and shadow. Reverend Yao Yu was a fearsome 10th-tier heaven immortal, famous for his ruthlessness in the wandering immortal hall of Myriad Immortal Alliance. In the official files of the Yu alone, he was suspected to be related to the massacres in 17 provinces and 39 cities. On the official wanted list of the Yu, Reverend Yao Yu was a very famous fiend. Laughing wildly, Reverend Yao Yu's eyes went wide as he pressed his palms down. The man pointed his finger down, and the pearl emitted a bright white light as it pierced through the protection of the 9 formations. "I'm Reverend Yao Yu, an ally of Myriad Immortals," he said coolly. "I'm sure you have heard of my name. We've laid out 36 formations." Princess Xianxia said coolly. "It seems that we still have 3 to 4 days. We'll try to wear them down with the formations, and then we'll find the right time to rush out." Even so, the several tens of immortal weapons still struck the first layer of the reverse 5 elements true lightning formation like thunderbolts. Lightning bolts soared up into the sky, and tens of immortal artifacts with inferior quality were sent flying by the true lightning. As for those immortal artifacts with slightly better quality, they stuck themselves onto the great formation, spraying out countless flames, lightning bolts, and various other attacks to wear down the great formation inch by inch. Laughing strangely, Reverend Yao Yu walked up to Goldhorn and Silverhorn with his eyes gleaming. Before his voice could fade away, Princess Xianxia fell to the ground. The ancient supreme divine technique was powerful and mysterious, but it also put an unprecedented pressure on the user, and its side effects were equally terrible. Princess Xianxia had burned half of her divine soul, and her body had been severely injured. Her divine energy was now depleted, and she would not be able to recover in 7 days. Reverend Yao Yu heaved a long sigh as he stroked the bodies of Goldhorn and Silverhorn affectionately and said, my babies, you are the real babies. With you here, my future as a gold immortal will be bright." Patriarch Jimu, the 3 heretical Tao of Black Goat Mountain, and the 7 sages of Nushin Island were among the 30 or so most powerful heaven immortals. All of them took out their immortal artifacts and smashed them down on the 1,000-feet lake like a storm. It smashed onto the eggshell like a mountain, shattering the formation laid out by Princess Xianxia. With a blink of his body, Reverend Yao Yu came before Princess Xianxia and her company. He casually pointed his finger, and a spiritual light flew out. Princess Xianxia and the others were all restrained by a restrictive spell, unable to move an inch. Princess Xianxia breathed out a faint sigh as she looked at the destroyed first layer of the formation. Fortunately, she had used a secret technique to charge out of the 1,000-feet lake and killed more than 70% of the immortals. Otherwise, if all the immortals were still here, the array beneath the 1,000-feet lake would not have lasted for long if more than 200 immortals attacked at the same time. Thankfully, these heaven immortals had their own secrets and did not dare to go all out and let their enemies take advantage of them. Otherwise, the first great formation would only last for 2 hours at most before it was broken. Catfish threw her arms around Princess Xianxia, while Peppermint and Angelica hurried over and kept shoving healing spirit medicines into Princess Xianxia's mouth. That little girl is seriously injured, and she will be ours sooner or later. And those 2 dragon pythons of fire and ice are even better. Isn't it better to have one less person fighting for such a treasure? The 3 evil sects cried out at the same time. The other immortals who had survived Princess Xianxia's brutal slaughter were taken aback at first, but then they nodded at the same time, agreeing with the 3 evil sections. But, intentionally or unintentionally, the remaining heaven immortals had put some distance between each other. When they were attacking the 1,000-feet lake, they paid more attention to protecting themselves. Imperceptibly, the attacks against the 1,000-feet lake had weakened significantly. Patriarch Ji Mu's fiend technique leaned towards the clan of Yin Ghosts, and his white bone flame sword was made of human bones, ghosts, and flame. However, the reverse 5 elements true thunder formation controlled the true thunder of 5 elements to attack the enemy. It was extremely fierce and contained pure yang energy, which made it the nemesis of all evil things. Impatiently, Patriarch Ji Mu was the first to strike. As soon as his 9 flying swords were struck by the endless thunderbolts, 6 of them were instantly shattered to pieces. Amidst a 5-colored beam of light, Princess Xianxia plunged into the 1,000-feet lake, then immediately cried out, "Activate the formation and defend this place." Not even a drop of water was left in the 1,000-feet lake. The 9 white bone flame swords slashed at the first layer of the reverse 5 elements true thunder formation. A 5-colored thunderbolt soared into the sky and clashed head-on with the white bone flame swords. The thunderbolt struck the white bone flame swords and sent sparks flying in all directions. Frightening ghost howls echoed out, while phosphorescent light shot out from the swords, bringing along countless ghosts and monsters as they fled in the wind. Just as Patriarch Ji Mu was about to flee into the sky to heal his injuries, 3 green sword beams suddenly came shooting toward him, piercing through his forehead, heart, and lower abdomen at the same time. Taking advantage of the time when Patriarch Ji Mu was severely wounded, the 3 evil sects of Black Goat Mountain had attacked him. Any one of them had the same cultivation base as Patriarch Ji Mu, and with the 3 of them working together to launch a sneak attack, there was no way Patriarch Ji Mu could survive. Reverend Yao Yu roared with laughter and said, "I don't care about beautiful girls. They are just beautiful girls. Where can I find them?" As Princess Xianxia was about to say something, a huge pearl, about 10 feet in diameter and as bright as the moon, suddenly came crashing down from the sky. A deafening boom rang out as the pearl pierced through the defensive mechanisms of the 9 formations in a row. Xinjiang Lake, as well as all the puddles and wetlands within 1,000 miles in circumference, were shaken violently by the pearl. The ground floor collapsed, and the archway in front of the Dragon King mansion let out an unpleasant wail before shattering and falling to the ground. Gnashing their teeth, the 3 evil sects of Black Goat Mountain glared at the man and cried out, "May I know your name, senior?" Princess Xianxia was overjoyed. Looking at Xinjiang Dragon King, she said with a smile. If we can escape from this calamity, you will be the main contributor. I'll definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Princess Zhang Lu was delighted, and she gave Lord Xianxia a look. Without hesitation, Lord Xianxia transformed into a little dragon, less than a foot long, and plunged into the mud under the archway. About 2 hours later, Lord Xianxia quickly returned. There is indeed a waterway that leads to a great river 300,000 miles away, he said with a low chuckle. The ground caved in just now, and some parts of the waterway have collapsed, but the situation is not serious, and we can still pass through safely. Xianzhang Dragon King smiled so widely that his teeth were showing. You flatter me, he said while waving his hand. It's my honor to serve Goddess and Venerable Lord. Taking a deep breath, Xianzhang Dragon King looked up at the second formation that had exploded in the sky and said with a frown, It's just that these immortals are coming at us menacingly. I'm afraid Goddess has to be prepared to leave this place as soon as possible. Reverend Yao Yu gave Princess Zhang Lu a glance, then shook his head and said, You are indeed a beauty. No wonder that useless Li Qinghua wants to capture you alive. Reverend Yao Yu laughed delightedly when he saw so many heaven immortals shielding their round shields. He nodded and said, Excellent. Get the hell out of here. Let me capture these treasures first. Even I am tempted by the 3 conditions those old fools have offered. Xianzhang Dragon King came over cautiously, pointed at the archway of the mansion, and said with a smile, I'm a coward, and I'm afraid of death. A long time ago, I dug a waterway under the archway that leads to a great river 300,000 miles away. The first to bear the brunt were the 9 white bone flame, swords unleashed by Patriarch Jimu. 9 beams of white light, each about 1,000 feet long and shrouded in an eerie green flame, came whistling through the air, shaking off the water of Xianzhang Dragon King and slashing viciously at the first layer of light barrier over the mansion. Along with a thunderous boom, the water in the 1,000-zhang-deep pool soared up into the sky. All the water in the pool began to burn like oil. Guided by the phosphorescent fire, the water shot up tens of miles into the sky along with a large green light. The green, fiery water spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire swamp and wetland in the ghostly fire. Princess Zhang Lu stared in surprise at the pearl that was slowly flying back into the sky. She frowned and said, Who is it? Who did this? High up in the sky, an elegant man clad in a white robe and with a huge pearl hovering above his head was seen hovering in midair. Looking down at the group of heaven immortals, including the 3 evils of Black Goat Mountain, who were dumbfounded, he said with a frown, Even if you capture these people alive, you will never be able to bring them back to the headquarters of Myriad Immortal Alliance. Be obedient and leave. How can weak ants like you get a share of such benefits? Gritting her teeth, Princess Zhang Lu sneered and said, That Taoist Ling, who knows the art of divination, has been killed by Patriarch GMO. As long as we can break out of these people's encirclement, we will at least have a long time to recuperate. As long as there are no immortals who are too powerful, we have a chance to escape this calamity. Suddenly, Reverend Yao Yu pouted and gave Goldhorn and Silverhorn a deep kiss. Lord Xianxing's face fell. He transformed into a little dragon the size of a loach and plunged into the mud under the archway. Before long, he came back and cried out in alarm. This is bad. The waterway has completely collapsed. There's no way out. Dozens of heaven immortals had joined forces. Although they were wary of each other and did not use their full strength when attacking, their cultivation bases were not to be underestimated. Under the continuous attack of dozens of immortal items, the first formation only lasted for an hour and a half before it was completely shattered. Reverend Yao Yu, upon hearing that, the 30-odd heaven immortals present shuddered. Without saying a word, they retrieved their immortal items, turned into beams of light, and flew away in different directions. Patriarch GMO howled miserably as a large amount of blood sprayed out of his body. The white bone fire sword was his natal magical artifact, a set of immortal items that he had gone to great lengths to craft himself. Now, 6 of the 9 swords had been destroyed, and his immortal soul had been severely injured by the thunderbolts. At the same time, his whole body was bursting with tiny electric arcs, making him look like a huge light bulb that was glowing in the sky. Princess Zhang Li's expression flickered abruptly. Whether or not there was a waterway underground was completely different. An intact waterway could allow them to evacuate Xianxia Lake at the fastest speed. But if they used the escape art of Earth to escape underground, it would undoubtedly release energy fluctuations, which would certainly attract the attention of those immortals in the sky. Chapter 567. No one expected that Reverend Yao Yu would kiss Goldhorn and Silverhorn in his excitement. The brothers' eyes went wide as they stared at Reverend Yao Yu, whose face was full of smiles, like wooden statues made of clay. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, the brothers suddenly began to vomit. Their long bodies began to twitch from the tip of their tails, and with every twitch of their muscles, the ripples of their muscles stretched all the way to their heads as they vomited violently, spewing out a large amount of pungent venom and water. Male. Lao Tzu was kissed by a male. Damn it, you are a man. Why are you blaspheming us, brothers? Damn it, do you like harem flowers? But we don't. You are a scum of the cultivators. Damn it, we are not Lord of Longyang. You got the wrong man. We have that precious fish as well, and you can't get any energy from us. It's useless for you to seduce us. Go and find Catfish. She is ugly, but she is a female fish. Goldhorn and Silverhorn cried and vomited, their bodies twitching and twitching, making them look very pitiful. Reverend Yao Yu's face alternated between blue and white, and he was so angry that he almost took out his pearl and gave the brothers a good beating. His face flickered with emotions as he gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you? You two beasts! Shut up! What harem flowers? What Lord of Longyang? This is utter nonsense." Goldhorn and Silverhorn were still vomiting and cursing Reverend Yao Yu. They would not listen to him. Reverend Yao Yu's face twitched with anger, while Catfish shook her big head and cursed angrily. "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How am I ugly? Look at my glossy and smooth skin, my healthy complexion, my elegant flood dragon whiskers, and my bright, expressive big eyes. How am I ugly?" She raised her head proudly and gave Reverend Yao Yu a sideways glance. Seduce? Bah! Even if I want to dual cultivate with him, I won't like this old white face. His arms and legs are so skinny that he can't even withstand a punch from me. How dare he take advantage of me? Reverend Yao Yu's face turned purple with anger. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Shut up, or I'll cut off your tongues." Upon hearing Reverend Yao Yu's threat, Goldhorn, Silverhorn, and Catfish quickly shut their mouths. Princess Zhang Lu gave Reverend Yao Yu a cold look and said in a deep voice, "Reverend Yao Yu, do you have a wife or children? Do you have any relatives?" Reverend Yao Yu gave Princess Zhang Lu a surprised look, then nodded slowly with a smile and said, "Yes, I have 300 wives and concubines, more than 1,400 children, and more than 10,000 relatives. These are all the properties I have gradually accumulated on Panga continent since I came here hundreds of periods." "Why do you ask?" Princess Zhang Lu said solemnly to Reverend Yao Yu, "I'll pay you back 100 times for what you've done today. Your clansmen will be slaughtered mercilessly, not sparing even the chickens and dogs." After pondering for a moment, Reverend Yao Yu suddenly laughed and slapped Princess Zhang Lu hard in the face. He laughed wildly and said, "Destroy my entire family? With just you? Who do you think you are? If young master had not asked me to capture you alive, I would have raped and killed you right now. I would have destroyed your soul and let you reincarnate as a ghost. And now, you want to retaliate against me? Why?" The heavy slap knocked Princess Zhang Li's head to one side, and the corner of her mouth was broken, with blood dripping down. Princess Zhang Lu narrowed her eyes and stared at Reverend Yao Yu with hatred, gritting her teeth so hard that they made cracking noises. Since she was a child, When had Princess Zhang Lu ever suffered like this? Even when she was attacked by Patriarch Yuanhua and Yuanhua sect, she managed to escape in time through a teleportation formation and did not suffer at all. Reverend Yao Yu had slapped her. Princess Zhang Lu had branded his name and appearance deep in her divine soul, and she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Feeling a little guilty under Princess Zhang Li's cold and merciless glare, Reverend Yao Yu snorted coldly and turned his head away sulkily. He gave Xianxia Dragon King a look, who stood motionless off to the side, then looked at Angelica, Peppermint, Lord Xianxia, Catfish Flood Dragon, and the others. He nodded slowly and said, "Young master only wants this girl and the 2 dragon pythons of fire and ice. Well, I'll just kill you here." Laughing strangely, Reverend Yao Yu tilted his head to look at Peppermint and Angelica, who had already grown up. "You 2 little beauties," he said in a lascivious tone. "Your aptitude and talent are top-notch as well. It's a pity that those old fools who are as famous as me are on their way here, and we can't afford to waste any more time. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you know what it means to wish for death." TSK, what a pity." Sighing softly, Reverend Yao Yu pointed at the pearl, which was about 10 feet in diameter and emitting a faint moonlight as it slowly slid over Peppermint and Angelica's heads. "Well, since I can't enjoy it, I'll let you sisters reincarnate as soon as possible," he said coolly. "I'll kill you now and leave a mark in your souls. When you are reincarnated, I'll definitely find you and take you as my wives and concubines." The pearl suddenly descended and was about to hit Peppermint and Angelica's heads. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out from Princess Zhang Li's sleeve. Reverend Yao Yu was startled, and he quickly pulled back the pearl. Without bothering to kill Peppermint and Angelica, he quickly hovered the pearl over his head and emitted a bright light to protect himself. Then he casually pointed at Princess Zhang Li's sleeve, and a spirit talisman carved out of black jade drifted out and landed in his palm. The talisman glowed brightly, and the faint cries of swallows could be heard coming out of it. Reverend Yao Yu studied the talisman with a frown and said with a cold grin, "What is this? It looks like a talisman that can transmit messages." Princess Zhang Lu raised her brows and suddenly began to recite an incantation. As the incantation echoed out, the black talisman began to vibrate abruptly, and the cries of swallows could be heard clearly. Reverend Yao Yu was startled. A plume of purple heavenly flame burst out of his palm and burned the talisman in a flash. He shouted angrily, "How dare you ask for help in front of me? Hee. Don't tell me you know some incredible person who can take you away from me?" Before his voice could fade away, a gust of strong wind suddenly rang out over Qianzhong Lake, turning into a column of bluish-black wind and plunging down from the sky. An ear-piercing gust of wind blew up the rock layers around the Qianzhong Lake, turning the thick and heavy rocks into ashes and then forcibly kneading them together, turning them into countless grains of sand that were strong enough to pierce through iron and steel, which were swept and smashed by the gust. The world was muddy, and the strong wind rolled up the sand and dust, rendering the naked eye useless. There was an extremely mysterious power in the bluish-black wind, and if one's divine sense tried to penetrate it, it would be slowly worn away by the sand and stones that were rolled up by the strong wind. It was a storm that even divine sense could not penetrate. The bluish-black storm had covered and ruled everything. The sun and moon were dimmed, and the stars were swaying. For a moment, there seemed to be nothing in the world except for this terrible storm. No, in the greenish-black storm, there was a vigorous figure. Reverend Yao Yu forced his eyes open and saw a figure flying rapidly in the storm. It was a green shadow, flapping its wings and soaring in the wind. Wherever it passed, the strong wind even tore the void apart, leaving deep marks in the void. "Who is it? How dare you?" Reverend Yao Yu was both anxious and angry. In his impression, only some senior immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance, who were as famous as him, could control the wind with such a terrifying ability that even his divine sense could not penetrate. The fact that the storm could tear the void proved that the person who controlled it had a frightening understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. A formidable enemy, an absolutely formidable enemy. Reverend Yao Yu could not help but roar furiously. I'm Reverend Yao Yu from Mount Moon Gazing of High Province. Which fellow immortal is here? Please show yourself. The pearl hung over his head, its bright and lustrous glow teetering in the strong wind. Reverend Yao Yu was shocked. He had the cultivation base of a 10th-tier heaven immortal, and the pearl was an extraordinary artifact he had accidentally found in the deep sea of High Province. It was an upper-grade immortal artifact, at least a 15th-tier immortal artifact. Yet, the storm was so strong that he could barely stand it. Was the power of the storm not a little too strong? Amidst the gale, the green figure laughed in a deep voice. Reverend Yao Yu from Mount Moon Gazing of High Province? Very well, Lao Tzu will remember you. A crisp bird cry towered into the sky, and amidst the strong wind, a divine beast of a gale, several miles long, revealed his true form. The dark green storm was swirling around the gale, and the rapid whistling of the wind shook the heaven and earth. Reverend Yao Yu's first reaction when he saw the beast was to retreat dozens of miles back. No one dared to provoke the gale, unless they were from a power with a very strong backer. As a divine beast who had mastered the laws of wind, how could the power of the gale be comparable to that of an ordinary immortal? There were many taboos for itinerant immortals on Panga continent, and one of them was never to provoke the gale. Amidst the strong wind, the gale flapped its wings and rolled up Princess Zhonglu and the others, as well as the thousands of little demons who served Qianzhong Lake's Dragon King mansion, into the air and were tightly wrapped up by the thick feathers on its wings. The gale gave Reverend Yao Yu a deep glare, and without saying a word, it suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into a gust of wind and speeding away. Divine beasts of gale were best at controlling storms, and their flying speed was the fastest in the universe. With just a flap of its wings, this gale had traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Reverend Yao Yu was struck dumb for a moment, and then he suddenly came to his senses and said, "Why should I be afraid of you? No matter how strong you are, do you really dare to fight against Myriad Immortal Alliance's Divine Hall? After I kill you and capture that girl and those dragon pythons of fire and ice, I'll have Myriad Immortal Alliance as my backer to handle everything for me. What else do I have to be afraid of?" Grinning coldly, Reverend Yao Yu suddenly transformed into a beam of moonlight and sped toward the storm. "You feathered beast, put down the girl and the dragon pythons of fire and ice," he cried out. As his voice rang out, a few more beams of light flew up into the sky from a far distance, following closely behind him. Chapter 568. Flapping his wings, Wuxia flew at high speed in the sky, his heart filled with rage. He saw the clear palm print on Princess Zhang Li's face, and he also sensed the unstable aura of Lord Xianxia and the others. Clearly, they were attacked by the enemy, and Princess Zhang Lu was even slapped in the face. He knew very well what a great insult it was for Princess Zhang Lu, who had been born in the palace since she was a child and had a proud character. His green eyes rolled to the back of his eye sockets as he stared coldly at Reverend Yao Yu, who was chasing after him. With a gentle flap of his wings, he traveled hundreds of thousands of miles in a flash. The gale's speed was frighteningly fast, even beyond Wu Qi's own estimation. Reverend Yao Yu could only chase after him bitterly. Occasionally, he would teleport, but he could not effectively shorten the distance between him and Wu Qi. The gale was the fastest flying divine beast in the universe, and the only divine beast that could shatter the void with its speed. After possessing a trace of the bloodline of the gale, and using a chaotic spirit technique to transform himself into a complete gale, Wu Qi possessed all the innate divine abilities of the gale, and speed was his most powerful divine ability now. Long feathers wrapped tightly around Princess Zhang Lu and the others, tying them to Wu Qi's back. Princess Zhonglu was quietly stroking Wuqi's feathers. She sensed a very familiar aura from the big green bird. Lord Xianxia, on the other hand, was frowning as he curiously sized up Wuqi's huge body. Catfish, Gold Horn, and Silver Horn, however, were tossing and turning restlessly on Wuqi's back, yelling and twisting their bodies. "What the hell is this bird trying to do by catching us? Help!" cried Catfish Flood Dragon. She opened her mouth wide, trying to tear a piece of flesh off Wuqi's back. However, as the green feathers on Wuqi's back were thick and dense, no matter how hard she tried, she could only tear off a mouthful of feathers and did not even touch any flesh. Gold Horn and Silver Horn simply opened their mouths and breathed out hot waves of cold air, burning Wuqi's feathers and making them emit a burnt smell. One of Wuqi's feathers was pierced by the two brothers, and the heat and cold light even caused a sharp pain to spread from Wuqi's back. Angrily, Wuqi let out a shrill bird cry that pierced through the clouds and cursed, "Gold Horn, Silver Horn, if you keep fooling around, I'll break your bones." As soon as Wuqi's voice entered their ears, Gold Horn and Silver Horn cried out in terror, "Master, Boss, Senior Immortal, how did you turn into a bird? My God, you turned into a bird? How are you going to consummate your marriage with Her Highness? My God, how can a bird do that with a woman?" When Princess Zhonglu heard Wuqi's voice, her pretty face flushed with excitement. But when she suddenly heard Gold Horn and Silver Horn's nonsense, Princess Zhonglu was so angry that she raised her palms and slapped the brothers on the head. A series of slaps rang out, and Gold Horn and Silver Horn curled up and dared not to move. Lord Xianxia, on the other hand, was laughing and clapping his hands, praising the two great snakes for being taught a lesson. Hurried whistles of piercing wind were heard coming from behind once again. In addition to Reverend Yao Yu, over 30 beams of light of various colors had joined the hunt for Wuqi. Myriad Immortal Alliance's latent power on Panga Continent was enormous. After Li Qinghua issued the arrest warrant, hundreds of thousands of immortals from the Alliance had joined the hunt for Princess Zhonglu and her companions, including 100 senior Heaven Immortals with formidable cultivation bases like Reverend Yao Yu. Those weaker Heaven Immortals could not keep up with Wuqi's speed, but these Heaven Immortals whose cultivation bases were similar to Reverend Yao Yu were hot on their heels. Moreover, they kept threatening Wuqi to stop and hand over Princess Zhonglu and her companions to them. Wuqi laughed coldly. The dozens of formidable Heaven Immortals behind him had given him a great threat, but how could he hand over the people on his back to them? His lover, his brothers, his friends, and his two unreliable subordinates were all people close to him. How could he hand them over to these greedy immortals? Wuqi gave a long cry. Suddenly, a large green storm burst out from his wings, while tiny specks of starlight flickered in his eyes. Each speck of starlight corresponded to a star in the sky. It was broad daylight, and bright starlight was twinkling in the sky. As soon as Wuqi performed the 7 luminary star fixing art, a great sheet of starlight poured down from the sky and turned into a dense silver glow that enveloped Princess Zhonglu and her companions. Immediately, an immortal bellowed in exasperation. "I can't believe that fellow is proficient in the star divination art. He has disturbed the heaven's secret, so I can no longer track them. My fellow immortals, we must not let them escape. Otherwise, once they escape from us today, we will never be able to find them again." Wuqi laughed. The green storm swirled around him, and his flying speed suddenly doubled. The silver glow swept across Princess Zhonglu and her companions over and over again. Wuqi forcibly cut off some of the power of karma from them, isolating them from being tracked by some immortals who were proficient in the art of divination. Princess Zhonglu smiled happily. She gently stroked Wuqi's thick and smooth feathers, frowned, and asked, "How did you turn into a big bird?" Wuqi gave a helpless cry and said with a wry smile, "It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail after we escape from these people." "Well, these bastards, are they really going to fight to the death?" "Those damn union of 10,000 immortals. Are the 3 conditions of their bounty so attractive?" Immediately, Jin Jiao grinned and said, "Master, we can't let those people from Myriad Immortal Alliance go. They have slapped Princess in the face. TSK, they even want to extract our internal organs to make some kind of spirit paste. Good heavens, they're so cruel. We may be the last 2 dragon pythons of fire and ice in this world, and the great responsibility of reproducing our race rests on us. Isn't that right?" Silverhorn howled. "If they kill us, they will completely destroy a race, and that will be the revenge of the heavenly Tao." Wuxia snorted coldly and murmured in a low voice, then snapped, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and extract a trace of your bloodline and give it to me." Goldhorn and Silverhorn were stunned, but they were used to obeying any order from Wuxia. Therefore, without hesitation, they immediately burned their blood essence and extracted a trace of their bloodline from their bodies. After the time to finish a pot of tea, 2 bloodlines, each as thick as a thumb and over 100 feet long, were sprayed out of their mouths. They were gold and silver in color, one emitting a threatening heat wave, while the other emitted a terrible cold air. Wuxia gave a long hiss as he swallowed the 2 bloodlines and began to refine them with the 7 foundation elevating technique. Just like the bloodline of the divine bird, Gale, after he had fused these 2 bloodlines into his body, he immediately possessed the ability to transform into a real dragon python of fire and ice, as well as all the innate divine abilities of a dragon python. He had already obtained the cultivation method of the dragon python mystic scripture from the Golden Horn and Silverhorn brothers. In the future, he could also use this ruthless dragon python mystic scripture as his own cultivation method. His body glowed with a dazzling gold and silver light as Wuxia sped forward amidst a billowing storm. Occasionally, he looked back and saw that the dozens of heaven immortals behind him had stopped shouting and were chasing after him with all their might. These heaven immortals had exerted all their strength to capture the people on Wuxia's back alive. They had used all their strength to flee and had completely neglected to protect themselves. With a wild roar, Wuxia suddenly leaped forward. The storm on his wings shattered the void as he teleported a long distance forward with Princess Zhonglu and the others, then immediately landed on a lofty mountain. His fleshly body squirmed like flowing mercury. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia had transformed from a big blue bird into a silver-white dragon python with a pair of huge fleshy wings on his back. As a 21st tier heaven immortal, Wuxia's cultivation base was much higher than that of Goldhorn and Silverhorn. As a result, the dragon python Wuxia had transformed and was more than 10 miles long, and his huge body coiled around the lofty mountain like a small hill. A faint chill was emanating from the silver armor, and a pure pressure of a dragon python was spreading in all directions. Lord Xianxia was still able to stand on his feet, but Catfish and Qianzhong Dragon King, who were also flood dragons, were lying limply on the ground, unable to move even their fingers. Laughing strangely, he suddenly opened his mouth and shot out a beam of cold light that was about 100 feet in diameter. After traveling tens of miles, the beam of cold light abruptly turned into countless rapidly spinning dark ice spikes, piercing through the air with a shrill whistle, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the immortals who were chasing after him. The combination of the innate divine ability of dragon pythons and the offensive divine ability of condensing energy into ice found in the Darkine water scripture had produced a terrible power. With the overall strength of a 21st tier heaven immortal and a 90% of the divine power of the wind god in his body that had not been digested yet, the power contained in Wuxi's strike was frighteningly strong. Reverend Yao Yu and the other 30-odd heaven immortals, whose cultivation bases ranged from 10th to 15th tier, could never have dreamed that a gale would transform into a colossal dragon python in the blink of an eye. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that Wuxia would suddenly stop and launch a desperate attack at them. The ice spikes came whistling over. The 19 heaven immortals had no time to unleash their immortal items, and the item spirits of their protective immortal items had no time to react either. The ice spikes had already pierced through their chests. The terrible chill froze their bodies, causing thick layers of xianbing to form all over them. Wuxia did not launch a second strike, because as soon as the 19 Heaven Immortals were frozen by Wuxia, Reverend Yao Yu and the other Heaven Immortals who were not injured attacked them at the same time. All kinds of immortal items fell from the sky, killing the 19 Heaven Immortals whose bodies were severely injured. Laughing wildly, Wuxia twisted his body and transformed into the gale again, sweeping up Princess Zhang Lu and the others as he spun and fled. As he fled, Wuxia cried out, "How dare you bunch of rabble plot against Lao Tzu's men? Ha! Lao Tzu can stop at any time and give you a fatal blow. Do you dare to join hands and hunt down Lao Tzu? Ha ha! You'd better watch out for the people around you to attack you first." As Wuxia had expected, Reverend Yao Yu and the others stopped in shock and fear, allowing Wuxia to bring them away. Reverend Yao Yu and the others suddenly realized that it was possible for Wuxia to kill them, and the Heaven Immortals around them were all competitors with ulterior motives. No one could guarantee that they would be able to capture and kill Wuxia and obtain the generous rewards offered by Myriad Immortal Alliance. Immortals were the most selfish and cautious. Between their own lives and the rewards, Reverend Yao Yu and the others had wisely chosen their own lives. Only Wuxi's clear cry could be heard coming from afar. Myriad Immortal Alliance? Just wait for Lao Tzu to settle the score with you. Tell Xianxia to wash his neck and wait. Chapter 569. The Ancient Road of Tea Silk in an E County. It was a trade route opened up by an E County many years ago from the tea and silk producing areas in the mountainous area to Hele City, the capital city of an E County. Currently, a line of 3 coaches was traveling at top speed on the ancient road of tea silk, and Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu were sitting in the first coach. In his sleeve were more than 1,000 little demons who served Qianzhong Dragon King, whom Wuxia had temporarily collected with the mustard seed magic. Once again, he felt the pain of his magic power flowing out of his body. He began to miss his huge spirit breeding ring. If he still had it, he would not have to waste his magic power to collect these little demons. Princess Zhang Lu sat cross-legged next to Wuxia, while Goldhorn and Silverhorn sat on either side of Wuxia, their eyes flashing with a fierce gleam. Wuxia performed an incantation gesture with both hands, constantly gathering streams of pure star power, turning them into numerous mysterious runes and sprinkling them on Princess Zhang Lu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. From time to time, the silver light would tremble as if some great invisible force was colliding with the silver light Wuxia had condensed. Whenever this happened, Wuxi's body would twitch for a moment, and his internal organs would be wrung by the invisible force. After escaping the pursuit of Reverend Yao Yu and the other Heaven Immortals with Princess Zhang Lu, Wuxia brought Princess Zhang Lu and the others back to an E County without stopping. But just as Wuxia was about to bring Princess Zhang Lu to the underhand sect in Mount Picking Star, some immortals with very strong cultivation bases attacked Princess Zhang Lu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. An invisible force swept across from all directions, tracking the whereabouts of Princess Zhang Lu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. The immortals focused their attention on Princess Zhang Lu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn, but spared Catfish, Lord Xianxia, Angelica, and Peppermint. Wuxia felt helpless. He could have rushed back to Mount Picking Star very quickly, but now he could only take a carriage. He did his best to conceal the presence of Princess Zhang Lu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn with his magic power. Another silver glow sprinkled on Princess Zhang Lu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. Once the silver magic talismans were formed, a muffled bang came abruptly. Along with a cracking sound, tins of magic talismans were shattered. Wuxi's body quivered, and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, an illusion appeared before Wuxi's eyes. He seemed to see a huge altar on which an old man in a white robe was standing with a peachwood sword in his hand, and a few turtle shells were floating in front of him. The old man was breathing fire to burn the turtle shells, trying to divine the whereabouts of Princess Zhang Lu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. Wuxia gave a cold snort. Once again, he produced a spirit talisman from the 7 luminaries star-fixing technique and sprinkled it on Princess Zhonglu, Gold Horn, and Silver Horn. Then, in his spiritual ocean, he meditated on a divine art of the Tao of Ghost and God taught by Princess Zhonglu, the air-splitting and body-shattering curse, which was a divine art of the Tao of Ghost and God taught by Princess Zhonglu. He transformed the chaotic energy into a strange, gloomy, obscure divine power and condensed it into 7 evil talismans in his spiritual ocean. Then, following the faint guidance in the illusion, he threw them out. A ball of green light suddenly exploded in the carriage. Within the green light, one could clearly see the white-robed old man on a tall altar let out a shrill howl. The floating tortoise shell in front of him exploded in the air, and a line of blood appeared between the white-robed old man's eyebrows, all the way to his heart. A large amount of blood spurted out from that line of blood. The old man waved his peachwood sword and drew dozens of mysterious talismans in the air, then threw out a large number of spirit talismans to wrap himself up. A shrill whistle rang out of the green light, and the old man's voice rang out in the carriage with a hint of ghostly aura. "Fellow immortal, I've offended you. Please show mercy and let me go. I won't meddle in this matter again." Wuxia gave a cold snort. He bit the tip of his tongue and shot a mouthful of black blood into the green light. In the green light, the altar, which was as huge as a hill, exploded. The old man and all the magical items around him were blown to pieces, leaving only a bloody, immortal soul flying up into the sky with a venomous curse. But as soon as the immortal soul flew out, Princess Zhonglu quietly reached out her little hand and pressed it against the green light. The 5-color divine light trembled slightly. Suddenly, a large sheet of black wind and green flames sprayed out from the immortal soul. The wind and fire swirled, engulfing the old man's immortal soul and burning it to ashes in an instant. "Xianxia, are you feeling better now?" asked Wuxia delightedly. Princess Zhonglu nodded and smiled. Her hands unleashed a faint 5-color divine light that enveloped Gold Horn and Silver Horn. She smiled and said, "It's not good, but at least I have the power to protect myself. As long as the 5-color divine light is not extinguished, those immortals will never be able to find Xianxia. Now, it's Gold Horn and Silver Horn who are in the way. Their auras are too strong, so it won't be difficult to find them." With a shake of his hand, Wuxia shattered the green light. He did not seem to care that he and Princess Zhonglu had just joined forces to kill a formidable immortal. Instead, he curled his fingers and gave Gold Horn and Silver Horn a few knocks on their heads. "Don't worry," he said with a smile. "Once we return to Mount Picking Star, with the protective formation concealing our auras, no matter how strong those immortals' divination arts are, they won't be able to find Gold Horn and Silver Horn." With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a stream of chaotic energy to wrap up Gold Horn and Silver Horn. "No one can find Gold Horn and Silver Horn unless they are primordial immortals who can search the entire Panga continent with their eyes," said Wuxia in a deep voice. "I don't believe that Myriad Immortal Alliance can ask a primordial immortal to help us." Princess Zhonglu nodded slowly. Suddenly, the silver glow around them began to fluctuate again, and there were immortals who were proficient in divination arts tracking them. On top of that, there were immortals who were proficient in the art of divination tracking and locating them. They had been harassed countless times over the past few days. A frightening killing intent suddenly emerged on Princess Zhonglu's pretty face. "Myriad Immortal Alliance, Li Qinghua." Princess Zhonglu waved a beam of 5-color divine light to protect everyone. She gritted her teeth and said, "They have pushed us too far. How did I offend them? If I can't pay them back 100 times over, I swear I'm not a human." With one swift motion, Wuxia grabbed Gold Horn and Silver Horn, who were protected by both chaotic energy and 5-color divine light, and threw them out of the carriage. Gold Horn and Silver Horn gave a strange cry as they flew up into the air and squeezed into the second carriage behind them, where they were squeezed together with Lord Xianxia and Xianzhong Dragon King. After throwing the two fellows out of the carriage, Wuxia gently put his arms around Princess Zhonglu. When that patriarch Yuanhua was plotting against us, I was really afraid that something would go wrong with you, he said in a low voice. Fortunately, you were alert and managed to escape successfully. Princess Zhonglu smiled like a pool of spring water as she fell softly into Wuqi's arms. Gently rubbing Wuqi's long hair with both hands, Princess Zhonglu narrowed her eyes and rubbed against Wuqi's chest lazily like a cat. But soon, she opened her eyes, which shone with a frightening, killing intent. I've determined that Yuanhua sect is doomed. Once my cultivation base surpasses that of Patriarch Yuanhua, I'll immediately kill their entire sect. What do you say? Thinking of the despair he felt when Taoist Qi and Taoist men used their primordial gold talismans to kill him, Wu Qi's eyes shone with a frightening, killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "Of course. When we are ready and the situation on Panga continent is stabilized, we'll find an opportunity to return to Yuanhua sect." Patriarch Yuanhua, putting aside the fact that he almost killed me, I've lost so many energy stones, immortal stones, and natural treasures. Wuxia even had the thought of eating someone alive. His black dragon spirit ring, which contained so many natural treasures, had turned Wuxia from a billionaire into a penniless poor man just because of a primordial gold talisman. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell still drove Wuxia mad when he thought about it. Waves of mysterious forces were still attacking them from the void. The immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance were still trying their best to find the whereabouts of Princess Zhonglu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. However, with Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu working together, as both of them were proficient in the art of ghosts and deities and possessed endless divine abilities and mystic arts of divination, these immortals could never locate the whereabouts of Princess Zhonglu, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn. Very soon, the three chariots arrived at Mount Picking Star. Princess Zhonglu was able to control a little bit of her divine energy, and Wu Qi was able to free his hands to exercise his divine abilities, bringing the company to the main peak of Mount Picking Star. A white cloud landed on a platform halfway up the main peak of Mount Picking Star. The disciples of Underhand sect, who were diligently transplanting exotic flowers and plants and decorating the scenery on the platform, dropped to their knees and cried, "Greetings, ancestral master." In unison, Wu Qi answered coolly, waved his hand, and flicked his sleeve. Immediately, over 1,000 little demons from Qianzhong Lake rolled out from under his sleeve, squeaking and squeaking. The disciples of Underhand sect were struck dumb, while the little demons were struck dumb when they saw the picturesque scenery in front of them. The natural scenery of Mount Picking Star was excellent, and it was a world of difference when compared to the stinking pond of Qianzhong Lake, which was filled with barren hills and unruly waters. The little demons had never seen such a scenery, and they had never seen a blessed land with such abundant natural energy. Some of them stood there in a daze, their saliva dripping down their cheeks. Wu Qi clapped his hands and cried out loudly, "All right, don't just stand there in a daze. From now on, Qianzhong Lake will be merged with Underhand sect, and Qianzhong Old Dragon will be the elder of Underhand sect. This is Princess Zhonglu, the vice sect leader of Underhand sect. When I'm not here, she will be in charge of all the affairs in the sect." After a moment of silence, Wu Qi clapped his hands and said, "Even if I'm here, you'll have to listen to her. Don't ask me." "Huh, Brother Three Flame, Eugene, Beiji, Shuemei, come here. Let's get to know each other." As Wu Qi's voice rang out, Supremacy Three Flame, Eugene, and the others came out of the cave abode. They were taken aback when they saw the little demons rolling and crawling on the ground. Then, they looked at the beautiful Princess Zhonglu, the handsome and mighty Lord Xianxia, the bedraggled catfish flood dragon, and the ferocious gold horn and silver horn. Supremacy Three Flame and the others felt that their brains were not working properly. After being busy for some time, Wu Qi had introduced all the people to him, then confirmed their positions in the sect. It went without saying that Princess Zhonglu was the vice sect leader. Lord Xianxia, Catfish Flood Dragon, Qianzhong Old Dragon King, Gold Horn, and Silver Horn were all elders. Very quickly, Wuxia gave them dozens of designs of the defensive formation. With Princess Xianxia in charge, the construction of the formation was not a problem. With the sudden increase of over 1,000 little demons in Underhand sect, the number of affairs in the sect had increased significantly. Wuxia clarified the responsibilities of each person. Just as he finished sorting out the troublesome matters, a messenger talisman flew into Wuxia's hand. It was sent by Wuxia. The great oracle of the Directorate of Celestials in He City, Yumu, had an urgent matter to discuss with Wuxia. Chapter 570. When a moon hung high in the sky above the Enlu County's Directorate of Celestials, Wuxia came to its front door, treading on the dew on the flagstone street. The braziers on top of the huge stone pillars were still burning fiercely. Green flames soared tens of feet into the sky, and the emerald light enveloped more than half of He City, representing the official rule of the Diyu dynasty over He City and the entire Enlu County. A few oracles clad in linen robes with different patterns of stars embroidered on their sleeves stood in front of the door. Their pale faces were illuminated by the emerald light, making them look like ghosts who had just crawled out of the ground. They were emanating a cold and desolate aura that made one feel uneasy. When they saw Wuxia coming, a pale green gleam flashed in the eyes of the few oracles. Without making a sound, they stepped aside and gestured to Wuxia that he could go straight in. Wuxia could not help but shudder at the sight of these oracles, whose aura was almost like that of a ghost. He could not figure out how these oracles of the Directorate of Celestials cultivated and what kind of strange mystic technique they were practicing. Fortunately, the primordial Tao of divinity Princess Xianxia inherited was very different from these oracles. Otherwise, if Princess Xianxia ended up like this, he would rather let Princess Xianxia cripple all her cultivation base. He cupped his fist and bowed to these oracles, then walked through the entrance of the Directorate of Celestials with steady steps, and walked along the deep corridor into the main hall. The huge fire pillar was still bursting with a strong flame, and a large chair carved out of white jade was placed in front of it. Yu Miao was sitting on it with his head bowed, fiddling with a string of black beads made from an unknown bone. Curiously, Wuxia gave the string of black pearls a glance. A very powerful energy wave was emanating from it, and there was a very magical life force contained within it. When he looked closer, he saw a faint blood-red gleam flickering in the black beads. It was spreading and shrinking from time to time, beating like a human heart. It was a very powerful magical item, and Wuxia had no idea where Yu Miao got it. The sound of footsteps alerted Yu Miao. He shoved the string of beads into his sleeve, rose to his feet, and bowed slightly to Wuxia. The chair that he had been sitting on sank into the ground like a puddle of water, leaving no trace behind. Wuxia bowed to Yumu and asked in a deep voice, "May I know what the great oracle wants from me?" Yumu twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a wry smile, "You're really a good lieutenant. I haven't seen you in any city for so many days. Where have you been?" He swung his arm forcefully, and his fist pierced through the air, bringing with it an ear-piercing explosion. Wuxia said carelessly, "I went to the mountains to cultivate." "Oh, my cultivation has increased by quite a bit, and I've even obtained some pretty good divine ability cultivation methods." "Huh." Yu Miao's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, "Oh, his strength had increased? How strong could it be? What kind of divine ability did you obtain?" After a brief moment of pondering, the ground under Wuxia's feet suddenly began to tremble slightly. He had communicated with the power of the underground energy vein, and his body swayed along with the slight tremble. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Yu Miao's sight and reappeared in a corner of the great hall. A loud boom rang out. Wuxia could not stop himself, and his shoulders slammed into the wall of the great hall. A great sheet of white light burst out from the wall, which was protected by nearly 100 layers of restrictive runes. Amidst a series of cracking noises, the white light that Wuxia's shoulder touched shattered one after another, and his shoulder slammed into the wall with an unstoppable force, leaving a hole several feet deep in the wall, made of heavy boulders. The main hall of Directorate of Celestials shook violently for a few times and was nearly knocked down by Wuxi's shoulder. A strange gleam flickered in Yuhi's eyes as he cried out sternly, "Excellent! Quafu chasing the sun step. I can't believe you can comprehend such a divine ability by yourself. You are indeed a born warrior. The fact that you can destroy the restrictive spells in this great hall proves that your overall strength is far superior to mine." The sound of hurried footsteps kept ringing out as the oracles and guards of the Directorate of Celestials rushed into the main hall. The noise caused by Wuxia was so loud that not only the Directorate of Celestials, even the soldiers who were on duty in the nearby military court and punishment court were alerted. When Yu Miao saw these people rushing in, he hurriedly waved his hand and snapped, "Don't worry, it's just Tan Lang practicing here. Get out of here now, and don't come in without being summoned." The oracles and soldiers looked at the deep hole that Wuxia had created on the wall, then bowed to Yu Miao and left the great hall respectfully. Yu Miao circled around the pillar of fire excitedly, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "Wonderful! I can't believe you can comprehend a divine ability like the Quafu chasing the sun step. This proves that your potential is really amazing. You haven't taken those pills that can aid your cultivation, have you? I can't believe that you've already achieved such an achievement. I was right about you." Taking a deep breath, Yu Miao walked up to Wuxia and bowed solemnly. Wuxia helped Yu Miao to his feet and said with a smile, "Just tell me what you want to say, Great Oracle. Tan Lang is a rough man, and he doesn't like to beat around the bush." Holding his throat, Wuxia deliberately spoke in a low, muffled voice, vividly playing the role of a rough and straightforward warrior. Yu Miao smiled satisfactorily and said in a deep voice, "I do have something to discuss with General Tan Lang." After a brief moment of silence, Yu Miao said, "The military court of Anhe City. Forget it." Halfway through his words, he shook his head and said with a cold grin, "Those soldiers in the military court are just newly recruited. How strong can their cultivation base be? Rather than letting them do their work, General Tan Lang alone is more useful." Looking at Wuxia with a flicker in his eyes, Yu Miao said in a deep voice, "The opportunity is right in front of us, and a great opportunity is waiting for us." Wuxia looked at Yu Miao with a puzzled expression and asked with a frown, "What great opportunity? What do we get from it?" Yu Miao clapped his hands excitedly and pulled out the string of black bead from under his sleeve. Fiddling with the string of beads with both hands, he hurriedly told Yu Miao why he was looking for Wuxia. It was actually very simple. Zhong Province had a new ruler. As a first-grade province, Zhong Province controlled the power of life and death, rewards and punishments in the 300 nearby provinces. Since the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province had changed, all the officials in the other 300 provinces would have to be replaced as well. According to the official statement of the Yu, the former prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, Feng Lingling, had framed a prince of the imperial family and destroyed the friendly relationship between the Yu dynasty and the celestial court. He had committed the most heinous crime and had been executed by the heavenly army of the Yu dynasty, along with his entire clan. Feng Lingling, the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, was a thing of the past, and the one who replaced him now was Bo Zhongfu, who had just taken office 7 days ago. Bo Zhongfu was born in the Bo clan, and he had been a close official of the human emperor for generations. It was the first time a member of the Bo clan had left Yuxiong Plain to take up the post of prefecture overseer of Zhong Province. The Bo clan was one of the top clans in the Yu, and it had countless vassal clans. Therefore, when Bo Zhongfu became the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, he had a strong demand for power in all 300 provinces. Just like the county governor of an county, who had fled with his entire family, and Feng Lingling, who was accused of a heinous crime and had his entire clan executed, nearly half of the prefecture overseers of the 300 provinces under the rule of Zhong Province had either committed suicide, tied themselves up to beg for forgiveness, or left with their entire family and disappeared. The officials and local powerful clans under the rule of these large provinces were thrown into chaos. Many of them voluntarily handed over the power in their hands. Wuxia understood Yu Mu's words. According to the official statement of the Yu, Feng Lingling's entire clan had been executed. Even if he was still alive, he was already a thing of the past. On the other hand, Zhong province was bound to undergo a major change. Many lucrative positions, such as prefecture overseer, county governor, city lord, and so on were now vacant, waiting for a new owner to take them. So, the great oracle is tempted? Wuxi put on a surprised look as he looked at Yimu. Do you want to be the city lord? Or the county governor? A strange gleam flashed across Yimu's eyes. Gnashing his teeth, he stared at Wuxi and cried out, "Is the position of city lord and county governor worth so much effort? The position of prefecture overseer is the power of a province. Apart from those who have strong backers in Yuxiong Plain, the other 200 prefecture overseers of the 300 provinces must be replaced. How can I let such a good opportunity slip by?" Holding up 3 fingers, Yu Mu said in a deep voice, "Yu clan of Zhong province has made a great contribution in suppressing Feng Lingling's rebellion. Therefore, the new Marquis of Zhong has promised us a share of 30 provinces. Among them, one will be a second-grade province, one will be a third-grade province, one will be a fourth-grade province, 2 will be a fifth-grade province, 2 will be a sixth-grade province, 3 will be a seventh-grade province, 4 will be an eighth-grade province, and the rest will be ninth-grade provinces." With a twisted face, Yu Mu growled, "The positions above the 8th-grade provinces are targeted by the elders of the clan. But the power of 16 ninth-grade provinces is not weaker than any of my brothers. So, why can't I fight for one?" Wuxi blinked his eyes as he slowly gave himself a thumbs up and said, "So what do you mean, great oracle?" Yu Mu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "In my generation, there are 270 brothers who will compete with me for the position of prefecture overseer of 16 ninth-grade provinces. Among them, there are 7 whom I will never be able to compete with. I dare not offend these 7 brothers, and I will not provoke them. As for the rest, there are 19 brothers who are on par with me in every aspect. If I can defeat them, I will be able to take control of a province." The land of a province was very attractive. Wuxi narrowed his eyes. It was indeed very attractive. He thought that Zhang Yi and Baiqi were still working hard to run a small city, and if he could have the land of a province as his foundation, perhaps he could move Yin Dan and the others to Panga continent as soon as possible, with the help of great Yan's experienced strategists and generals. Wuxi thought for a long time, but he could not imagine what they would do when they came to Panga continent and got the land of a province as their foundation. After pondering for a long time, Wuxi chuckled and said, "How can I defeat them?" Yu Mu gazed deeply at Wuxi and said very seriously, "My father has just sent me a message. As long as I can prove that I'm stronger than those brothers, I will have the land of a province. First, my cultivation base must be stronger than them. Second, the people I recruit must be stronger than them." Wuxi pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then, when will the decision be made?" Yu Mu raised a finger and said, "A month later, in Zhongning City, there will be a meeting of Yu clan to decide the ownership of 16 ninth-grade provinces." Looking at Yu Mu, Wuxi asked with a smile, "So, what can I get in return?" Yu Mu raised his right palm and said in a deep voice, "The heaven and earth, ghosts and deities are my witnesses. If Tanlang can help me gain the power of a province, Tanlang will be the sole ruler of the military, and 30% of the province will be inherited by Tanlang." 30% of the land of a large province? Wuxi nodded with satisfaction and patted Yu Mu on the shoulder. "Deal." Chapter 571. As he strode out of the Directorate of Celestials, Wuxi looked back at the few huge stone pillars in front of the entrance and suddenly grinned. So, this was the internal strife of the Yu clan? Every son was trying his best to climb up the ranks, and as long as there was a tiny benefit, they would pounce on it like a pack of mad dogs and share it. In this kind of naked competition, there was no kinship, No brotherly friendship, only a cruel exchange of interests. I suppose this is the way of survival for the aristocratic clans of Great Yu on Panga continent. Only the strongest could lead the clan to flourish and grow. Yu Miao had brazenly betrayed Feng Lingling in exchange for a huge benefit. For Yu clan, the prefecture overseer of 30 provinces was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to strengthen their clan. For every member of Yu clan, it was also the best opportunity to elevate their status in the clan and accumulate their personal strength. One could easily understand how many benefits a province could bring to a person. As long as an ordinary member of Yu clan had the resources of a province as his backing, he could get any spirit pills or miraculous herbs. Even if it was a pig with a huge amount of resources, this pig could become a golden immortal pig. Not to mention that these members of Yu clan were not pigs. On the contrary, they were all shrewd and experienced elites. I have 1 month to improve my cultivation base as much as I can. Wuxia strode into the mountains near Anhe City, then immediately exercised the Quafu, chasing the sun step, and vanished without a trace. After taking a big detour, he returned to Mount Picking Star. Since Yu Miao could find Wuxia as a helper, those brothers who were competing with him were naturally not to be trifled with. Perhaps they could find some formidable figures to be their retainers. Besides, in the competition for the position of prefecture overseer, anyone would do their best, and a slight carelessness would put them in danger of death. In order to help Yu Miao, Wuxia could not use any divine abilities or magic. He could only use the power of the true body of heaven and earth scripture, which greatly restricted Wuxia's strength. If he wanted to win, he would have to push his cultivation base to a higher level within this month. With countless thoughts tumbling in his mind, Wuxia strode into the cave abode of Underhand Sect and came to the meeting hall in the center of the first of the 18 cave abodes. It was a huge house built with logs by Supremacy 3 Flame and his disciples during the month when Wuxia was away. Up in the grand hall, Princess Zhonglu and Eugene So were calculating all the resources that Underhand Sect currently possessed. They were calculating how long it would take to produce a batch of useful disciples if these resources were distributed evenly to each disciple. Starting from Wuxia, most of the disciples in Underhand Sect were hands-off managers. Except for Princess Zhonglu and Eugene, no one was willing to do such painstaking work. In a corner of the hall, Lord Xianxia was gritting his teeth with a writing brush in his hand, calculating the number of human disciples and demons in Underhand Sect, as well as their cultivation bases. Lord Xianxia was not interested in the various chores of the sect, but he had a great passion for leading troops to war and training soldiers. He was dividing the Underhand Sect's disciples into teams, preparing to train them into an elite army. As for Catfish, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn, well, they were huddled in a corner of the hall, humming as they digested the immortal souls and flesh they had devoured a few days ago. Peppermint and Angelica were laboriously carrying one bloody deer, gazelles, and other prey to their mouth for the 3 masters to enjoy. While digesting the enormous energy essence in their bodies, they did not forget to satisfy their desire for good food. Wuxia admired the way these 3 masters did things. But with something on his mind, Wuxia was too lazy to pay attention to these chores. He rushed to Princess Zhonglu, grabbed Princess Zhong Li's little hand, and walked out of the hall. As he rushed out of the hall, Wuxia turned to Eugene and said with a smile, "Eugene, I'll leave everything here to you. You can handle all the chores that need to be done. As for the daily cultivation of the disciples, you can discuss it with anyone you like." Eugene blinked and could not come to his senses for a long while. Discuss it with someone? Who could he discuss it with? But Eugene had the temperament of a good old gentleman. Since Wuxia had given him the order, he could only nod his head in answer, then went to work hard to manage all the daily affairs of Underhand Sect. He was the only one who could do these things. No one else could be counted on. Pulling Princess Zhonglu with him, Wuxia dashed to the 18th floor of the cave abode. Princess Zhonglu couldn't help but cry out in surprise when she saw the cave abode that was 100 miles wide and soaked in liquefied immortal energy. The four walls of this cave abode were made of white stalactites that were as lustrous as white jade. After being nourished by the immortal spiritual energy all year round, these stalactites were filled with spiritual energy and constantly emitted strong white light, illuminating the cave abode as if it was daytime. Even the slightest detail could be seen. In the center of the cave abode was a pond. It was 100 feet in diameter and several feet deep. It was completely soaked in immortal energy that had a viscous, mercury-like texture. A few days ago, when Wuxia was cultivating in seclusion here, he had soaked himself in this pond. Cultivating here could yield twice the result with half the effort, and his cultivation speed was at least 100 times faster than that of ordinary immortals. The concentration of immortal energy here was simply too high. Pulling Princess Xianxia to the edge of the pond, Wuxia sat down on a stone stool that was almost completely condensed with immortal energy with his arms around her. Then he whispered into Princess Xianxia's ear that Yu Miao wanted him to help him fight for the power of prefecture overseer of a province. Then Wuxia told her about his plan and worries. If he helped Yu Miao, he would have to clash with Yu Miao's brothers, and with his current overall strength, he was not strong enough to ensure Wuxia's safety. At least, Yu Miao of Yu Clan was in existence as strong as a gold immortal. It was hard to say if one of the elders of Yu Clan had a selfish motive and had secretly trained a few experts for his lineal descendants. If Wuxia were to run into such private guards, he might be killed. Princess Xianxia knitted her brows into a tight frown. She held Wuxia's hand tightly, carefully weighing the pros and cons of this matter. After a full quarter of an hour, Princess Xianxia finally said resolutely, "There is nothing under the heaven that can reap benefits without taking risks. After helping Yu Miao obtain the power of that province, we can totally turn him into a mere figurehead and turn him into our puppet, allowing us to control that province." After calculating with her fingers for a long time, Princess Xianxia nodded and said, "We have to do this, and we must do it well. I've also taken a fancy to that province." Once again, Princess Xianxia put on the haughty smile that Wuxia was very familiar with. She tilted her chin up proudly and said in a cold voice, "In this world, cultivation base is more important than anything else. I don't want to be hunted down again, to be schemed against again, to worry that my lover will be killed, and to live in fear again." So, a gleam flashed across Princess Xianxia's eyes. She snuggled into Wuxia's arms and said in a low voice, "Since Grandpa Emperor has approved of our relationship, why don't we officially marry each other today, with heaven and earth as our witness?" Wuxia looked at Princess Xianxia in astonishment and said, "Today? Wuxia's mind was in a mess. He was really not ready yet. Even though he and Princess Xianxia were so familiar with each other and had developed a deep affection for each other, and she had approved of his marriage with Princess Xianxia, as well as their relationship, he still felt like he had been struck by lightning. He was caught off guard by the fact that they were going to marry each other with heaven and earth as their witness. Wuxia was tongue-tied, and he almost asked the stupidest question in his life. Don't we need to get a marriage certificate to get married? Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, Wuxia bit his tongue and swallowed them back. He looked at Princess Xianxia, who was as proud as a queen, and nodded thoughtfully. Princess Xianxia was right, and her thoughts were exactly the same as his. With the land of a province, their future would be completely different. To Wuxia, the land of a province was too valuable. It was worth risking everything for them. Princess Xianxia, who was as proud as a rooster, stood up. Her body shook, and her palace dress disappeared without a trace. Jumping into Wuxia's arms, Princess Xianxia squinted her eyes and said smilingly, "A few days ago you said that you had swallowed Mu Hao, that god of misfortune. Let Xian help you digest his god power. Xian has a wisp of innate qi, which can help you break through some big bottlenecks." Wuxia was a little flustered, hugging Princess Xianxia's soft, slender, and flawless body. He asked bewilderedly, "Shouldn't we get married first?" Princess Xianxia glared at Wuxia, then dragged him into the pond, which was soaked in immortal aura. She murmured vaguely, "The heaven and earth have eyes. They are watching us. They know that we are married. You are a man, but why are you so slow? You are even slower than Xian." Wuxi's muffled curse came from the sticky, purple-golden liquid, followed by Princess Zhonglu and Wuxi's howls of pain at the same time. Muffled sounds of bodies hitting against each other could be heard. Princess Zhonglu complained in a low voice, "Why is it so painful? Can't you be more careful?" The liquid began rolling violently, and Wuxi's howls of pain could be heard again and again. "You are in pain, but do you think I am not? Be gentle. Why did you bite me?" Wuxi gasped with a hissing sound. Suddenly, the immortal energy liquid, which was thousands of times heavier than mercury, began to surge and roll up in waves. The immortal aura came from all directions, and the liquid, which had been accumulating in the pond for countless years, was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eyes. Muffled, thunderous heartbeats could be heard coming from the pond, as if a ferocious beast was being bred and growing in the pond. A terrible aura gradually spread out. It was chaotic, wild, ancient, and full of the unique smell of decay. The chaotic light and the five-color divine light kept flashing at the bottom of the pond, and gradually, the two lights merged into one, turning into an indescribably magnificent halo. The cries of the gale, the long hisses of the dragon pythons of fire and ice, and the roars of the heavenly dragons kept coming from the bottom of the pond. Vaguely, there were countless shadows of gods and ghosts flashing and disappearing. Cold air, fire, starlight, magnetic force kept flashing, and all kinds of strange phenomena were indescribable. Amidst the splendid glow, Princess Zhang Li's sweet moans could be heard coming from time to time. It was like a pool of honey water that seeped straight into one's heart, making all the pores on one's body exude a fragrant smell of honey. The moans were sometimes high and sometimes low, mixed with Wuxi's howls of pain. It was extremely charming. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Chapter 572. A month later, on the peak of Mount Picking Star, Wuxi and Princess Zhonglu were snuggling together as they watched the moon set in the west and the red light rise in the east. A threatening aura emanated from Wuxi's body, making him look like a sharp sword that had just been unsheathed. The frightening aura rose slowly and gathered into a sheet of purple mist above his head. Occasionally, some birds would fly past them, but they would be immediately shredded into a rain of blood. After a month of hard work, amidst the endless charm, with the help of Princess Zhang Li's ancient divine magic, Wuxi had completely digested the enormous divine energy he had obtained from Mubai. On top of that, with the help of the wisp of innate energy produced by Princess Zhang Li's virgin body, he had successfully broken through several bottlenecks and skyrocketed his cultivation base to the realm of 9th tier heaven immortal. The wisp of innate energy produced by Princess Zhang Lu was extremely pure and all-encompassing. It was a trace of the law of heavenly Tao that Princess Zhang Lu had inherited directly from the ancient heaven god in her bloodline. Princess Zhang Lu could not use this wisp of innate energy herself, but after making love with Wuxi, it was completely transformed into his energy essence, which contained an enormous power that was almost equal to the total energy of an 18th tier gold immortal. After obtaining this wisp of innate energy, Wuxi had transformed it into chaotic energy, and then started cultivating the 7 foundation elevating technique and the true body of heaven and earth scripture at the same time. The energy transformed from the innate energy could perfectly fuse with the magical purple energy produced by Panga continent, pushing Wuxi straight to the realm of 9th tier heaven immortal. If not for the fact that both of them were cultivation techniques that consumed a lot of energy, and if Wuxi had cultivated the Song of Gale or the Darking Water Scripture, he would have stepped into the realm of Gold Immortal by now. Even so, after digesting Mu Bai's divine power and obtaining Princess Zhang Li's innate energy. Although his cultivation base was only at the 9th tier of Heaven Immortal realm, his foundation was extremely solid, and his understanding of the laws of heavenly Tao was far beyond his peers. He had reached a realm of unpredictability and infinite mystery. But, as his overall strength had skyrocketed, Wuxia still could not restrain his aura. That was why a plume of purple energy rose into the sky and killed all the birds that passed by. Princess Zhonglu, who was in Wuxi's arms, had undergone a tremendous change. Originally, Princess Zhonglu only gave people the impression of being beautiful and elegant, but now, Princess Zhonglu was like a dark orchid blooming in a deep valley. She was full of mystery, but at the same time, she was as dazzling as the aurora with a fatal temptation. Just by standing there, it was as if the heaven and earth were filled with a magical glow. Everyone's eyes were captured by her. After cultivating with Wuxia for a month, the chaotic energy in Wuqi's body kept rushing into Princess Zhongli's body, inadvertently allowing Princess Zhonglu to comprehend a trace of the mystery of the beginning of the chaos. Combined with the countless miraculous effects caused by the explosion of her innate energy in Wuqi's body, Princess Zhonglu had benefited greatly. If an almighty expert were to observe with his Dharma eyes, he would see that Princess Zhonglu, who was nestled in Wuqi's arms, did not have a human shape at all. Instead, she was a ball of intense light, a pure and strong humanoid light. Within this ball of light, countless runes were spinning slowly in the orbit of the Taiji diagram, filled with the infinite mysteries of creation and destruction. Next to Princess Zhonglu, 9 layers of golden light screens could be vaguely seen, each composed of countless tiny golden runes, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Even if an ordinary immortal cultivator were to observe Princess Zhonglu with his divine will, he or she would find that she seemed to have fused with the void around her. Attacking her was like attacking the heaven and earth, and would face the crazy counterattack of the Tao of the heaven and earth. Usually, such a strange sign could only appear on a gold immortal. However, when Princess Zhonglu, who had inherited the bloodline of an ancient heavenly god, had the cultivation base of a lower-tier heaven immortal, she already had this strange sign of fusing with the heavenly Tao. On top of the mountain, there were only Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu. Both of them were leaning against each other quietly. From time to time, birds would fly over their heads, exploding into clouds of blood and gore and falling to the ground. A thick layer of feathers and blood had accumulated around them. The scene was full of tenderness and sweetness, but at the same time, it was filled with an indescribable strange illusion, which made one feel terrified from the bottom of his heart. When the sun rose from the east and revealed half of its face, Princess Zhonglu suddenly looked up and gave Wuxia a kiss. "Be careful, my husband. You must seize the power of a prefecture overseer of a province." Princess Zhonglu had changed the way she addressed Wuxia. She told Wuxia bluntly, "If I can't conquer a province with the overall strength of a 9th-tier heaven immortal, I'll leave it to you, my husband." Wuxia cleared his throat. Everything about Princess Zhonglu was perfect, but the stubbornness in her bones gave Wuxia a headache. He nodded seriously, looked into Princess Zhongli's eyes, which flickered with a mysterious gleam, and said with a smile, "If I can't conquer a province, I won't come back to see you." Princess Zhonglu flew into a rage. Her eyes flashed with a blood-red gleam as she said bluntly, "You won't come back to see me? Don't tell me you have another woman outside?" Oomph. She pulled a strand of Wuqi's long hair out of his body, then put it away. Princess Zhonglu turned and left. While walking, she smiled and said, "I'll take a strand of your long hair, and I'll see which woman dares to pester you. Xianxia will curse you with the soul captivation spell when we get back. Any woman who dares to fall in love with you will be burned to death by the fire of lust." "Aye, aye," Wuqi called out, but Princess Zhonglu held her head high and flew back to the cave abode in high spirits. Wuqi had no choice but to rub his nose awkwardly. A woman fell in love with him? Surely not, right? How could there be such an unlucky woman? With a wry smile, Wuqi let out a long cry into the cave abode, then stomped his feet. Immediately, a ripple of energy veins came rushing out from under the ground. Following the ripple, he darted forward and came to the front gate of the Directorate of Celestials in Anhi City. Yumu was waiting outside the Directorate of Celestials with 200 oracles. From time to time, he would look up at the sky with an anxious look on his face. He had made an appointment with Wuqi a month ago, but Wuqi had not shown up even though the time of departure was just around the corner. It made him wonder if Wuqi was deliberately making trouble for him. Looking at the 200 oracles behind him, he could not help but shake his head. These oracles were all-star oracles newly trained by the Directorate of Celestials in Zhong Province. Not only were their cultivation bases weak, they were not Yumu's trusted subordinates, so they were of no use at all. All his hopes were on Wuqi, hoping that Wuqi could help him sweep away the subordinates recruited by his brothers and bring him back the power of a province. What are you waiting for? If you don't come now, it will be too late. Yumu stamped his feet anxiously, and he almost cursed out loud. There was a short-distance teleportation formation between Anhi City and Zhongning City, but the sun was about to rise. If he did not depart now, he would definitely be late for the time being. The Yu clan's assembly would decide the ownership of 30 provinces. If he was late for the time being, he would be lucky enough not to be severely punished, let alone fighting for the position of prefecture overseer. Just as Yumu was so anxious that bubbles were forming at the corner of his mouth, a gust of wind suddenly flashed by, and in the next moment, Wuqi came in front of him with a plume of purple mist shrouding his head. A terrible aura came blowing at his face. Wuqi glared at Yumu, his eyes flashing like two bolts of lightning, which frightened Yumu so much that he took a few steps back and almost activated the bone talisman to attack Wuqi. Looking in astonishment at Wuqi, who was shrouded in a tumbling aura and had a plume of purple mist towering hundreds of feet into the air, Yumu cried out in surprise and delight. "General Tanlang, what are you doing?" Wuqi stuck out his chest, held his head high, and said with a deep sigh, "After 1 month of laborious cultivation, I was observing the celestial phenomena in the mountains at night and overlooking Panga continent. I inadvertently gained an enlightenment, and the purple mist rushed into my body. My cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds, and it has skyrocketed 100 times in just 1 month." Yumu looked at Wuqi with surprise and surprise. He could sense the terrible aura Wuqi was constantly emanating from his body, which he could not restrain. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Wonderful, wonderful. More than 100 times? Today's Tanlang is more than 100 times stronger than a month ago. With the help of General, the power of a province is firmly in my hands." Wuqi cupped his fist and bowed reservedly, then gave a faint smile. Yumu threw his head back and laughed. Then he pulled out the black string of beads that Wuqi had been fiddling with the last time they met, handed it to Wuqi, and said in a deep voice, "General Tanlang, no, Brother Tanlang, this string of beads is a defensive treasure given to me by my father. It is the best at hiding one's aura. You should wear it and conceal your aura. If anyone asks, tell them that you have just broken through the 3 stars realm of the first Panga heaven." 3 stars realm of the first Panga heaven? Wuqi did not know what the classification of realms meant, but judging from Yumu's words, it was obvious that he was trying to trick him. Without hesitation, Wuqi took the string of black beads and put it on his wrist. Immediately, a stream of cold air flowed through his body, and the aura that he could not restrain gradually dissipated and returned to his body. Wuqi exclaimed in delight, "This is indeed a wonderful treasure." Laughing complacently, Yumu hurriedly grabbed Wuqi and strode toward the teleportation formation in the square in front of the city lord mansion, with 200 oracles who served as a facade. He had already asked someone to set up the teleportation formation, and the coordinates were locked onto Zhongning City. With a flash of light, they had left Anhi City and come to the square in front of the prefecture overseer mansion. The power of Da Yu was extremely strong. Since Zhongning City was destroyed in the case of Feng Lingling 2 months ago, the city had been rebuilt and all the palaces had been built. Apart from a slightly sparse population, today's Zhongning City was no different from before. Led by Yumu, the company left the teleportation formation in front of the prefecture overseer mansion and walked along the main road for less than a quarter of an hour before they came to a very large mansion. The mansion measured nearly 10 miles in both width and length, with numerous large palaces and auxiliary halls inside. It was the newly built mansion of Yu Clan in Zhong Province, which had risen to power after Feng Lingling's case. In the past, although Yu Clan in Zhong Province was strong and prosperous, it could not be ranked in the top 5 among the wealthy clans in Zhong Province. After Feng Lingling and a group of trusted subordinates escaped, Yu Clan in Zhong Province had made a great contribution and was recognized by the new prefecture overseer, Bo Zhongfu. With the power of 30 provinces in their hands, the atmosphere of Yu Clan was very different from before. In front of the Yu family's newly built residence, there were at least 600 heavily armored soldiers guarding it. Surrounding the outer walls of the residence, there were also dozens of patrolling soldiers patrolling the area, guarding the residence so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Wuxia could not help but shake his head. The security of Great Yan's imperial palace was nothing more than this. Leading Wuxia and 200 oracles, Yumu strode toward the front gate of Yu Clan. Suddenly, a burly man clad in a bronze armor cried out in a stern voice, "Who are you? Stand down at once. This is not a place where you can barge in." Suddenly, Wuxia saw a strange gleam flash across the soldier's eyes. Then, with a loud cry, the soldier drew his sword and swung it down toward Yumiao. The sword beam was fierce, and when it was still about 100 feet away from Yumu, the gust of wind it produced had knocked him flying backward uncontrollably. If the sword were to hit him, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Chapter 573. In the blink of an eye, the sword had arrived before Yumiao. The sword energy shot out of its tip and broke Yumiao's hair, causing it to dance wildly in the air. More than half of Yumiao's hair was blown away by the sword energy, while blood sprayed out of his scalp and turned into a cloud of blood mist that shot backward along with the sword energy. Yumiao roared furiously as he retreated along with the sword energy. His hands moved quickly, and dozens of talismans shot out, transforming into balls of ghostly flames that blocked the sword energy. But, as the soldier's cultivation base was stronger than Yumiao's, and he had been accumulating power for a long time, there was no way Yumiao's hasty counterattack could withstand the thunderous sword strike that was powerful enough to destroy mountains. The ghostly flames were shattered, but the sword continued to slash down toward Yumiao with an unstoppable momentum. A jarring, creaking noise rang out as Wu Qi's figure flashed and came before Yumiao, grabbing the blade of the soldier with one palm. A tremendous force surged out of the sword, and 9 waves of violent force twisted and struggled in Wu Qi's palm like raging dragons, trying to tear Wu Qi's palm apart and kill him and Yumiao together. But, as Wu Qi's cultivation base had skyrocketed, his overall strength was far stronger than the soldier's. As a result, the sword remained motionless in Wu Qi's palm, producing a lot of sparks. The guard of Yu Clan sure as guts. How dare you attack a lineal descendant of Yu Clan right outside the gate? Wu Qi turned around and asked with a mocking smile. With more than half of his head bald and blood dripping from his forehead, Yu Miao bellowed in exasperation. "Kill him. I'll bear all the consequences. Simply lawless, lawless. A mere servant actually dares to attack me?" Upon hearing Yu Miao's furious roar, the soldier suddenly loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword and backed away. But, no matter how fast he retreated, he was not as fast as Wu Qi. With just a slight movement of his feet, Wu Qi had caught up with the armored soldier, then casually threw out a punch with his left hand that was shrouded in a faint purple mist and smashed onto the soldier's chest. With a loud bang, the sturdy body of the armored soldier, which was nearly 10 feet tall, exploded into pieces along with the armor on his body. With Wuxia as the center, countless amounts of blood and minced meat sprayed out in a huge fan shape. Blood smeared on the ground, forming a large bloody patch. It was not a shocking sight. The hundreds of soldiers outside the Yu residence shouted in unison. They followed Chi-Chi down the stairs and charged towards Wu Qi with weapons in their hands. Wu Qi's face darkened. He clenched his right hand, and the long sword suddenly broke into pieces and fell to the ground. He shouted in a stern voice, "Ignorant fools, do you know what you are doing?" In the blink of an eye, Yu had come in front of Wu Qi. He pulled out a green jade medallion, waved it in the air, and snapped, "What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Whoever dares to attack me will have their entire clan killed. How dare you attack the great oracle of the Directorate of Celestials? Are you rebelling?" The jade medallion Yuhi showed was not only the identity token of the great oracle of the Directorate of Celestials in Enlu County, but also his identity token as a lineal descendant of the Yu clan of the Directorate of Celestials in Zhong Province. As soon as he showed the jade medallion, the hundreds of armored soldiers stopped, put down their weapons, and knelt down on one knee before Yuhi, bowing their heads deeply. As the private guards of the Yu clan, their lives were in the hands of the members of the Yu clan. If a lineal descendant like Yu Miao really wanted to kill these guards, he only needed to give an order and all their relatives would be slaughtered by the Yu clan. And to Yu, private guards were like slaves, and, in fact, they had no status. The will of the Yu clan was above everything, and naturally, their lives were above it as well. Yu Miao's eyes flickered with a murderous gleam that looked like ghost flames. Staring at the soldiers who knelt down on one knee, he laughed strangely and said, "Capture all the relatives of this bastard just now and send them to the backyard for me to deal with." Before Yu Miao could finish talking about how to deal with the relatives of the armored soldier, a few young men in black robes, who looked insufferably arrogant, had already walked out of the front door, surrounded by a large group of oracles from the Directorate of Celestials. One of them, a young man with a pair of strange, bright, golden eyebrows, stood on the stone steps of the front gate and looked down at the bedraggled Yuhi. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Isn't this Brother 17th? Why are you in such a mess? What are you doing with the bloodstains? Killing for fun?" Shaking his head disapprovingly, the young man sighed, pointed at Yuhi, and said with a smile, "Brother 17th has grown up recently, but you don't have to show off your power in front of these guards, do you? You killed him without rhyme or reason, yet you still want to pursue his family and clansmen. What's the point?" Yu Miao's face darkened. He glanced at the young man and said coldly, "So, it's you, third brother." Slapping his bald and bloody forehead, Yuhi grinned hideously and said, "Third brother, you only said that I killed people for no reason, but why didn't you ask me why? How dare this bastard attack me in front of the Yu clan? I wonder who gave him the courage to do so." Yu Miao, the third son of the current generation of the Yu clan, the lineal grandson of Yu Miao, raised his long golden eyebrows and said with great surprise, That's strange. I can't believe someone has the guts to do so. Well done." It's time for these servants to be disciplined. They are too unruly. He nodded at Yuhi with a smile. Yu Miao chuckled and glanced at Wu Qi, then said nonchalantly, "Brother 17th, you'd better go in quickly and freshen up. The clan assembly will be held soon, and you will compete for the position of prefecture overseer. Since you have brought so many people here, I suppose you have the confidence to seize a province." Yu Miao snorted coldly, gave Yu Miao a deep look, and gave him a cold snort. Then, he led Wu Qi and the others into the mansion without saying a word to Yu Miao. When Wu Qi walked past Yu Miao, he nodded and greeted him with a smile, and Yu Miao nodded and smiled amiably at Wu Qi as well. It was not until Wu Qi and the others entered the mansion that he shook his head disapprovingly and pointed at the puddle of blood and flesh on the ground. "Who is out of his mind and causing trouble for Brother 17th in front of the mansion? This method is a little too petty. It can't be shown in public." Laughing mockingly, Yu Miao waved his hand and said, "Arrest all the relatives of that guy and send them to 7th Uncle's courtyard." Let brother 17th deal with them himself. Yu Miao shook his head and complained, "Why do you have to make such a bloody day on such a good day?" Glancing at the hundreds of armored soldiers standing in front of the gate with a dignified air, Yu Miao sneered and said, "Remember this well. You are just the private guards of your clan, and there are some things that you can't meddle in. If anything goes wrong, you will die. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't implicate your family." Wuxi's ears twitched slightly. Although he had walked more than a mile into the mansion and bypassed dozens of courtyards, he could still hear Yu Miao's words clearly. He nodded to himself and said softly to Yu Miao, "It seems to have nothing to do with your third brother. Even if it has nothing to do with him, he at least knows that someone is going to teach me a lesson at the gate." Yu Miao said coolly, "I know who that person is. When I went to Enlu County to serve as the great oracle of the Directorate of Celestials, someone from my clan was behind my back and nearly prevented me from going there. I'll never forget that." Leading Wuxia and 200 oracles from the Directorate of Celestials in Enlu County, Yu Miao went all the way to the backyard of Yu Clan's mansion and entered a large courtyard that occupied dozens of acres of land in the northeast corner. Along the way, they could see members of Yu Clan dressed like Yu Miao, and they were accompanied by more or less oracles from the Directorate of Celestials. Yu Miao greeted them all the way, and Wuxia could only marvel at the prosperity of the Yu Clan. There were more than 100 lineal descendants, but how many of them were there from the collateral branches? After leaving the young oracles he brought with him in a side hall to drink tea and rest, Yu Miao led Wuxia around a flower bed and came to a great hall that was pitch black and exuded a frightening cold air. The great hall gave off a particularly gloomy feeling, and the dozens of armored soldiers standing in front of the hall were expressionless, their aura similar to that of zombies. Wuxia could not help but give these soldiers a glance. Their cultivation bases were extremely astonishing, and when they occasionally breathed, there was a faint, pungent smell of herbs in the wisps of evil aura they exuded. Then he looked at their fingernails, which were tinged with a dark green aura. Clearly, there was an extremely potent poison in their bodies. These armored soldiers were simply man-made killing machines, and they were no longer living beings. After showing them his identity medallion, Yu Miao held his breath and led Wuxia into the great hall. The spacious hall was empty. From the outside, it looked no more than 100 feet in both length and width, but when they entered it, they found that it was deployed with an extremely advanced spatial restrictive spell. The interior of the hall measured more than 30 miles in both width and length, and about 10 miles in height. Right in the middle of the empty hall were placed 108 coffins carved of black stone. A thin man was standing in front of these coffins, breathing deeply. The hall was filled with the sound of the middle-aged man's breathing. Every time he breathed, a gust of chilly, sticky wind would sweep up and fill the hall, making Wuxia feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if some evil existence was trying to drill into his body, and he could not help but tighten his muscles. Yu Miao bowed to the man and said respectfully, "Father." The man, clad in a black robe and shrouded in a towering evil aura, gave a deep laugh and said in a very kind tone, "Was there any trouble just now?" Yu Miao sneered, straightened his body, and said in a deep voice, "Yes. I don't know which brother found me an eyesore and wanted to embarrass me." The middle-aged man sighed softly, shook his head, and said, "Why bother? He has no reason to implicate the lives of his subordinates. After that bold thief's family members are brought here, I'll make them into meals and slowly feed them to these 108 fiend corpses. Then, I'll be able to vent my anger." Slowly turning around, the middle-aged man looked at Wuxia and said, "Are you the helper Yu Miao found this time? You seem to have a pretty good cultivation base." Wuxia gave the man a look, and his heart began to race violently. The man in front of him was Yu Miao's father, the son of Yu Miao, the Grand Oracle of Zhong Province's Directorate of Celestials. How could he look like this? Could he still be considered a human? Chapter 574. Yu Huai, the son of Yu Mu, ranked 7th among the second-generation disciples of Yu Clan, and Yumu's father. At first glance, Wuxia felt that this man was an evil ghost who had crawled out of the hell. There was no human touch in him at all. Yu Huai's skeleton was still very tall and burly, standing about 9 feet tall. If he had a little bit of flesh and blood on his body, he would be a burly man as well. However, it was unknown what kind of evil secret technique he was cultivating. Apart from the thin layer of human skin that covered his entire body, all the flesh and blood on his body had already fused with his bones. His entire body was a pale, golden skeleton. Numerous thumb-sized blood vessels could be seen wriggling on this pale, golden skeleton, dark green and wriggling from time to time like tiny snakes. There was a liquid glinting with a strong black light flowing in these blood vessels, and in his empty chest, a heart that glowed with a bronze metallic luster and looked like it was forged of metal was beating vigorously. Every time his heart beat, a faint rumble would ring out like a bronze bell, and the liquid in his blood vessels would suddenly shake and produce a deep, muffled sound of metal clashing. Despite his appearance, Yu Huai's long black robe was only draped over his back, exposing a large part of his body. Wuxia could see his skeleton, the tangled blood vessels, and the faint black smoke that sprayed out of his bones and joints from time to time. The black smoke was extremely sticky, and it sprayed out his joints like glue, slowly forming one ghost face after another in the air, before gradually melting away. Looking at Yu Huai's dignified appearance for a long while, Wuxia cupped his fist and said, "I'm Tam Lang, the 100-man lieutenant of the military court of Anhe City." Yu Huai frowned faintly on his shriveled face as he said in a deep voice, "A mere 100-man lieutenant? TSK, Yu Miao, it's all my fault for holding you back. If you could leave the clan a few years earlier and become the great oracle of the Directorate of Celestials in another province, perhaps you would be able to recruit more formidable helpers." Yu Huai sighed, then shook his head and said, "The few who are most likely to compete with you have served as the great oracles of the Directorate of Celestials for several years. Many of the helpers they brought this time have broken through the realm of the first Pang to Heaven and the Six Stars realm of the first Pang to Heaven. They are all 1,000-men lieutenants in those counties." "Yes." Yu Huai heaved a deep sigh and shook his head at Wuxia. Wuxia smiled faintly. He raised his left hand and gently shook the black beads on his wrist. Yu Huai narrowed his eyes and said with a deep laugh, "Oh, the black evil primordial spirit bead is in your hands? Did you hide your cultivation? No wonder I couldn't see through it." With a faint smile, Yu Huai pointed at his chest and said, "Come, throw a punch at me with all your might. Let me see your strength, boy." Wuxia paused and looked at Yu Miao. Yu Miao looked hesitantly at Yu Huai. "Are you afraid that this boy will hurt me?" Yu Huai snapped in a deep voice, displeased. "A punch with all your might has given me some confidence. If this boy's strength is not good enough, he'd better not embarrass himself." Gritting his teeth, Yu Miao said to Wuxia in a low voice, "In that case, throw a punch with all your might." "A punch with all my might?" Wuxia nodded, shook his fist, and suddenly took a deep breath. Suddenly, the cold and gloomy air in the hall began to stir. Wuxia had nearly sucked in all the air in the hall with just a single breath. The ground trembled slightly, and a few underground energy veins rippled faintly, emitting a large amount of purple mist that rushed out and poured into Wuxia's body. With the black evil primordial spirit bead shielding his aura, nothing unusual could be seen on Wuxia's body. But his right arm suddenly grew thicker, and blood vessels popped out from under his skin. They looked like they were made of the finest purple gold, emitting a dazzling golden light and purple mist. Wuxia spread his right palm, then clenched it into a fist again. As he did so, his right palm doubled in size, and muffled cracking noises could be heard coming from the clenched fist. The color of his right fist had changed, making it look like a metal fist made of purple gold. Yu Huai's face twitched violently. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. He wanted to stop Wuxia, but he could not bring himself to do so. Glaring angrily at Yumu, he suddenly waved his right hand and pointed out 49 runes in a row to strengthen himself. A faint ring of black light enveloped Yu Huai's eccentric body. Shrill ghost howls kept coming out of his body, and a chilly wind was vaguely spreading out from his bones. The chilly wind in the hall was suddenly several times stronger than before. Silently, Wuxia exercised the true body of heaven and earth scripture and focused all his strength on his right fist. Not only that, he also used the celestial fiend battle, the heaven script he learned from his celestial fiend puppets, to condense the strength in his body into an explosive energy, which he gradually compressed in his fist. All he needed to do was to teach Yu Huai a good lesson. Since you want me to punch with all my might, for the sake of my future status and interests, I can't let you underestimate me. When everything was ready, Wuxia laughed wildly. Suddenly, his body swayed, and he exercised the Quafu chasing the sun step, bringing him in front of Yu Huai. Quafu chasing the sun step? Yu Huai could not help but exclaim as he watched Wuxia come directly in front of him. Good lad. Yu Huai's bronze heart began to beat violently, and the blood vessels that entangled in his skeleton wriggled violently. Clattering sounds of metal clashing rang out around him. A large amount of black smoke sprayed out of his joints, which quickly transformed into a black armor on his body. The armor wrapped him up tightly, with ferocious ghost heads bearing their teeth poking out from his shoulders, chest, and all the important joints of his body. The entire armor was filled with a threatening, evil aura. Borrowing the momentum of the Quafu chasing the sun step, Wuxia exerted all his strength and smashed his fist into Yu Huai's chest. His fist shook violently 9 times, and with each shake, he shattered a layer of protective black light on the surface of Yu Huai's body and forced him to take a step back. After the 9th shake, the protective barrier formed by 49 runes shattered, and the explosive energy condensed in Wuxia's fist shot out whistling into Yu Huai's body. A loud boom rang out, and a blinding light burst out from every corner of the hall. Countless restrictive barriers emerged out of thin air and shielded the hall tightly. Yu Huai grunted and was thrown backward. With one punch from Wuxia, he flew tens of miles away and slammed his head into the restrictive barrier at the end of the hall. Only then did he manage to stop himself. Yu Huai was slammed against the barrier by the tremendous force of the punch, and dazzling electric arcs kept bursting out of his body. His body nearly shattered the restrictive barrier at the end of the hall, and he was nearly knocked out of the hall by Wuxia's punch. The blinding light flickered for the time it took to finish a pot of tea before it stopped. Only then did Yu Huai slowly slip to the ground, staggered a few steps forward, and finally found his footing. He stood stiffly where he was, and only after a quarter of an hour did he slowly straighten his body. When he straightened his back, Wuxia and Yu Miao could clearly hear the creaking noise coming from his spine. It was a full quarter of an hour later that Yu Huai retracted his black armor and walked slowly to Wuxia and Yu Miao as if nothing had happened. His face twitched as he nodded approvingly at Wuxia and said, "What a powerful punch. You've broken through the 7 stars realm of the first heaven of Pangu, haven't you? What a powerful punch indeed. With your help, Yu Miao will be able to take this province for sure." He reached out a hand and patted Wuxia on the shoulder, then said in a deep voice, "Help Yu Miao wholeheartedly, and I won't mistreat you." Turning to look at Yu Mu, Yu Huai said in a deep voice, "It has been decided in the clan this time. I've been appointed as the prefecture overseer of a 3rd-grade province, and I've even surpassed a few elders. That's why everyone is jealous of me. Apart from those 7 brothers who have a province in their hands, the rest of your brothers will certainly put their attention on you in the competition for the 9th-grade prefecture overseer. Just by looking at how someone dared to attack you at the gate, we can already see the reason behind it." Yu Huai closed his eyes and said coldly, "Since they want to do this, let's just kill them all. Tan Lang, just kill them all. Kill all the helpers recruited by Yu Miao's brothers. We don't care about life and death in this assembly." Wuxia glanced at Yu Huai, who looked as if nothing had happened, then cupped his fist and said respectfully, "In that case, let's kill them all." They were nothing more than the hanger-ons recruited by Yu Miao's brothers, and Wuxia did not feel any psychological burden at all if they were killed. The world of immortal cultivators was just like that. For the sake of resources and a glimmer of future, which of them did not kill with their hands stained with blood? Yu Huai nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Yu He and said with a smile, "With Tan Lang's help, you have 100% chance of winning. It's almost time for you two to leave now. I'm at a critical juncture in refining these 108 fiend corpses, so I can attend the assembly." Yu Mu bowed to Yu Huai, and Wu Qi cupped his fist and bowed to Yu Huai as well. After that, both of them quickly left the Great Hall. Even though Yu Miao was Yu Huai's only son, he was very afraid of the hall and did not like the gloomy and evil aura in it. After Wu Qi and Yu Miao left the hall, Yu Huai, who had been acting as if nothing had happened, suddenly sat down on the ground, opened his mouth, and sprayed a mouthful of black liquid about 10 feet away. Damn it! Where did this boy come from? He must have broken through the 7 stars realm of the first Panga heaven, and Lao Tzu's cultivation base is only at this level. How could he be so stupid as to let him punch Lao Tzu with all his might? Damn it, my vitality is severely damaged, and I'll have to recuperate for months. Flustered and exasperated, Yu Huai murmured a few curses under his breath, then roared, "Somebody, bring me the family members of that audacious and lawless thief. Lao Tzu will teach them a good lesson." As Yu Huai's roar echoed out, the crisp sound of a jade bell suddenly rang out over the mansion. As the bell rang, more than 100 descendants of the 3rd generation of the Yu clan in Zhong province marched out from all over the mansion like a tide, gathering toward the main hall in the middle of the mansion. Together with the 200 oracles, Wu Qi and Yu Miao also followed the crowd into the main hall. Under the command of dozens of seniors of the Yu clan, they marched into the hall in an orderly manner. Chapter 575. The main hall in the center of Yu clan's mansion was an eye-opener for Wu Qi. Unlike the other palaces in Yu, this hall had a very strange design. It was built with huge black stones that looked like a horned bull's head, with 8 sharp eaves pointing high into the air. It was surrounded by a circle of 360 huge stone pillars, each of which was carved with countless patterns of ghosts and deities. Of course, there was also a brazier on top of each stone pillar, from which a greenish flame towered tens of feet into the air. In each eave of the hall was a tower, in which feathermen were on duty. Over 100 longbowmen were lined up in a row before the main entrance of the hall. Each of them was clad in a suit of pure gold armor, their bodies gleaming with a golden gleam and looking mighty. There were also several thousand private soldiers patrolling around, all clad in heavy armors and emanating an oppressive and murderous aura with their rumbling footsteps. Wu Qi gave these longbowmen and the soldiers a glance. Each of them had a cultivation base of at least heaven immortals, and they were all elites. In the past, Yu clan of Zhong province could not be ranked in the top 5 clans in Zhong province. Although it was still a powerful clan, it was not as imposing as it was today. However, Yu Mu had betrayed Feng Lingling decisively. After that, Zhong province was purged, and Yu clan had gained tremendous political and economic benefits. Now, Yu clan was vaguely the number 1 clan under the new prefecture overseer of Zhong province, Bo Zhongfu. Therefore, whether it was the architecture or the private army, everything was very different from before. Taking the 360 stone pillars outside the hall as an example, each of them had to burn 150 kilograms of sesame oil extracted from the bodies of mermen and whales every day. In the past, Yu clan did not have the resources to erect 360 stone pillars outside their own hall, and usually they would only light up 12 stone pillars for the occasion. But now, with all 360 stone pillars burning fiercely, the aroma of sesame oil wafted across half of Zhongning City, and an aura of wealth and honor was rising spontaneously. Led by a group of elders of Yu clan, Wu Qi and his company walked into the main hall of Yu clan. From the outside, this hall was only 1,000 feet long and wide. However, just like Yu Huai's Great Hall, This great hall of Yu clan was also equipped with an extremely profound restrictive spell. The great hall measured 100 miles in circumference and was built with high walls and low in the middle. Seats were arranged in the shape of stairs, and there was only a flat area in the middle that measured 50 miles in both width and length. Dozens of seats were floating above the flat area. On the walls of the hall, there were countless giant stone sculptures carved with an extremely simple and unadorned technique. Wuxia's primal chaos divine eyes scanned through these stone sculptures. They should be sculptures that sang the praises of the ancestors of the Yu family. There were scenes of fighting evil dragons, attacking ghosts and deities, shattering meteors, and harvesting various spiritual items from stars. A few of them aroused Wuxia's interest. Judging from the patterns, it seemed that many human beings had joined hands with immortals to fight against some enemies hiding in the smoke. However, he had no idea when the battle was recorded. A large number of stone torches poked out of the crevices of the stone sculptures, burning fiercely with turquoise flames. The oil used was the same as those on the stone pillars outside, a mixture of the oil of merman and precious spices extracted from the bodies of whales. The great hall was brightly lit and filled with a fragrant aroma. Everyone's faces were shrouded in a layer of pale green light, which added a mysterious air to the atmosphere. The great hall was large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The 100 or so sons of Yu clan who were of the same generation as Yu Miao had brought hundreds of subordinates into the hall, but their numbers were only tens of thousands of people. They took their seats on the seats around the great hall, which still looked empty. Wuxia glanced at the sons of Yu clan around him. Every single one of them was standing far away from the brothers next to them. It was obvious that they were estranged from each other. In the competition for the power of 16 ninth-grade provinces, all the sons of Yu clan were competitors. Naturally, they would not show any intimacy. That was how the sons of the great clans were. The so-called family and friendship were not worth mentioning in the face of great interests. Sitting next to Yu Miao, Wuxia felt countless eyes glancing at him. But, with the dark evil divine bead hiding his aura, Wuxia looked like an ordinary human warrior. Those eyes glanced at him casually, and no one paid him any more attention. Exercising his chaotic divine eyes, Wuxia saw all the people who were competing with Yu Miao in the Great Hall. No wonder Yu Miao said that there were 7 brothers whom he could not defeat and dared not to compete with. There were 7 young men who looked a dozen years older than Yu Miao, with 6 to 7 crescent moons embroidered on their sleeves. Clearly, their overall strength was far stronger than Yu Miao and his brothers. Many of the subordinates sitting next to these young men also had crescent moons embroidered on their sleeves. Compared with the 200 star-grade oracles under Yu Miao, their overall strength was far weaker. No wonder Yu Miao dared not to compete with them. Most of the other 100 or so sons of Yu clan had weaker cultivation base and subordinates than Yu Miao, but there were a dozen of them who were as strong as him. And among those subordinates, a few of them had crescent moons embroidered on their sleeves. Wuxia nodded to himself. It seemed that if Yu Miao had not found him as a helper, it would have been very difficult for him to stand out and compete for the power of a 9th-grade province. When all the sons of Yu clan had taken their seats, the door of the great hall was slammed shut. A gust of chilly wind swept out from the ground, and the dozens of stone chairs floating in the middle of the hall were suddenly filled with people. Sitting on the chairs in the middle were the Grand Oracle of Zhong Province, Yu Miao, the Left Minister, and the other elders of Yu clan. At the moment, these elders were beaming with joy, and it was obvious that they were in a very good mood. Glancing at the sons of Yu clan around him, Yu Miao slowly raised his right hand. The great hall fell into a dead silence, and no one dared to speak again. Nodding contentedly, Yu Miao said slowly, "Today's assembly is a joyous occasion for Yu clan in Zhong Province. Let's cut to the chase. Right now, the prefecture overseer of the 30 great prefectures is in the hands of my Yu family. Other than the 14 prefectures, which will be distributed among you elders, the 16 ninth-grade prefectures will be chosen today." Clearing his throat, Yu Miao said complacently, The prefecture overseer of a province is an important position, so your clan must select the most elite sons to fill it. The first step is to test your cultivation base, and the strongest 48 sons will have the right to compete for the power of prefecture overseer. Upon hearing that, Yu Miao and the other sons of Yu clan glanced around, glancing at their brothers to see who might be their competitors. Only the 7 strongest sons of Yu clan remained motionless. For them, the power of prefecture overseer was secure, and the other brothers could not pose any threat to them. Yu Miao nodded and said in a deep voice, "One's cultivation base does not mean everything. To be a good prefecture overseer, apart from one's own cultivation base, one's ability to judge and use people is also very important. Therefore, the second step is to have the subordinates of the 48 chosen fight it out. There are no rules, no restrictions, and regardless of life or death. In the end, the 16 men whose subordinates remain on the field will be able to take over the position of prefecture overseer." As soon as Yu Miao's voice faded away, Yu Miao added, "The right of selection will be decided according to the number of subordinates who remain on the field. The 16 ninth-grade provinces also have differences in population and resources. The one who remains on the field with the most subordinates will be the first to choose the province he will be in charge of in the future." Not allowing the sons of Yu clan to speak, Yu Miao waved his hand and said, "Now, the test of your cultivation base will begin. All sons of Yu clan will release your aura, and the strongest 48 will send 100 subordinates into the field to fight it out." Wuxia took a deep breath and gave Yu Miao and Yu Mu a deep look. These elders of Yu clan are really despicable. I can't believe they actually came up with such a despicable way of selection. Not only did they pick 48 sons with the strongest cultivation base, but they did not even need to participate in the duel, and instead let their subordinates fight it out. By doing this, it was clear that Yu clan did not treat people as human beings. The sons of Yu clan would not face any risk, and all the danger would be passed on to the subordinates of these sons. But Wuxia also felt that this method of selection was somewhat reasonable. Birds of a feather flocked together, and the sons with strong individual ability would naturally have elite subordinates around them. The sons with weak individual ability would not be able to gather any useful people around them. This rule was somewhat interesting. With all kinds of thoughts swirling in his mind, Wuxia narrowed his eyes and kept Yu Miao's appearance firmly in his mind. He still remembered that when he first came to Panga Continent, Yu Miao had given Wuxia a slap, which nearly killed him. He had to get his revenge. While Wuxia was lost in thought, the elders of Yu clan had already selected 48 sons with the strongest cultivation base using a mystic art. Apart from the 7 strongest sons of Yu clan, Yu Miao and the other 19 brothers had the same cultivation base. 21 sons were slightly weaker than them, and the remaining dozens were not as strong as them, thus losing the qualification to compete for the power of prefecture overseer. Yu Miao nodded with satisfaction. Without wasting any time, he gently clapped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Very well. All of you are the elites of the younger generation of Yu clan. Quickly pick 100 subordinates and enter the duel." 6 hours later, the 16 sons with the most subordinates left in the arena will win the power of prefecture overseer. Yu Miao chuckled and said indifferently, "For the sake of fairness, the guards chosen by your elders are not allowed to participate in the duel. Your every move is under our control, and only the subordinates you have cultivated and recruited in your respective Directorate of Celestials are allowed to participate in the duel. No one is allowed to do anything that violates the rules." Another elder added, "Not only are you not allowed to use the guards given by your elders, but your subordinates are also allowed to use the talismans and magical items you have made. Otherwise, you will be considered as violating the rules, and you will be deprived of the right to win the power of prefecture overseer." Yu Miao's words made the faces of at least 10 of the 48 sons of Yu clan who were qualified to participate in the duel fall. Wuxia found it funny. These people must have some spies around them, haven't they? It was a pity that the elders of Yu clan were serious about selecting some elite sons to take the post of prefecture overseer. Therefore, the little tricks of these sons were useless in front of these elders. Yu Miao took a deep breath, then turned to look at Wuqi and said, Tan Lang, it's all up to you now. Protect them. The more one person survives, the more confident we will be. Wuqi nodded. The outcome of the duel would depend on the number of people left in the end. So, he really had to take care of Yu Miao's subordinates and not let them all die. Then, he told the oracles around him that he wanted them to fight with all their might, and that if they died, he would treat their families well. He also promised them that if they could survive the duel, each of these oracles would be appointed as the great oracles of the Directorate of Celestials in a province when he took over the power of a province. Yu Miao's words made the eyes of the oracles around him turn red. The post of Great Oracle of a province was more than enough to make these junior oracles fight with their lives on the line. As Yu Miao gave the order, the teams of 100 chosen by the 48 sons of Yu clan, who were qualified to participate in the duel, walked into the arena in the center of the Great Hall. It was none other than Wuqi who led the 99 oracles to the duel. Chapter 576. In the spacious arena, Wuqi and the other 4,800 men were lined up in 48 neat phalanxes. In the center of the arena, Yu Mu, and other elders were holding a grand sacrificial ceremony, praying to the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth to protect them. They wanted them to choose the most elite and suitable disciples and bless them so that they could safely rule the 16 ninth-grade provinces. A huge altar rose from the ground, on which were placed many memorial tablets carved with the names and true images of the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth. Wuqi noticed that among the many memorial tablets of ghosts and deities worshipped in Yu clan, many of them had the names of their ancestors. Among the ghosts and deities, the ancestors of Yu clan were ranked higher than many powerful ghosts and deities. As the Grand Oracle of Zhong Province's Directorate of Celestials, it was Yu Mu's job to perform such rituals to worship ghosts and deities. As he chanted a few incantations and danced in a strange manner for a while, a gust of chilly wind suddenly blew over the altar. Hundreds of hazy shadows abruptly appeared on the altar, and the lights in the great hall dimmed abruptly. A terrible pressure emanated from these shadows, causing Wuqi's heart to throb with a sharp pain. Wuqi stared at these shadows in horror. Were these the ghosts and deities worshipped by Yu clan? As long as one knew some of the secret incantations of Yu clan, one could control these ghosts and deities to exert extremely terrible destructive power and all kinds of unimaginable magical effects. In the Tao of ghosts and deities inherited by Princess Zhonglu, it was mentioned that the ghosts and deities worshipped by these clans could only be controlled by their bloodline. Even if Wuqi knew the secret incantations of Yu clan, he could not control these ghosts and deities because he was not a member of the Yu clan. Judging from the aura of these ghosts and deities, the strongest among them definitely had the cultivation base of a high-tier gold immortal. The strength of the ghosts and deities worshipped by an oracle clan was also one of the conditions to judge whether a clan was strong or not. Among the ghosts and deities worshipped by the Yu clan of Zhong Province, there was a high-tier gold immortal. Wuqi could not help but fantasize again. If the Yu clan of Zhong Province was like this, what kind of scene would it be like in the imperial city of Diyu? As he stared in astonishment at the ghosts and deities who had appeared on the altar, he secretly exercised his chaotic divine eyes and saw the distorted space behind them through their figures. These ghosts and immortals were different from the gods born by the heaven and earth. They were different from the ghosts transformed from the souls of human beings after they died. Instead, they were another kind of powerful and wonderful creatures. They lived in an unknown void parallel to this world. Only the existence who understood the Tao of ghosts and immortals could use spells to tear open the void and communicate with these wonderful beings. What surprised Wuqi even more was that among these ghosts and deities was that some of them looked similar to the pictures carved on the ancestral tablets of Yu clan's ancestors. He could not believe that one of the ancestors of Yu clan had used a mystic art to transform himself into a ghost or deity. Wuxia could not help but admire the heritage of these powerful clans on Pangda continent. The transformation of a human into a ghost or deity was more feared by the heaven and earth than the transformation from a human into a heaven immortal, and the heavenly tribulation one would have to suffer was even more terrifying. It was fortunate that these ancestors of Yu clan had the perseverance and strength to complete such an incredible transformation. Hundreds of ghosts and deities appeared on the altar, and Yu Miao and the other elders of Yu clan knelt down at the same time, worshipping them devoutly. A column of Yu clan's private armored soldiers rumbled into the arena, dragging a large number of fleshy cattle, sheep, and other livestock. At Yu Miao's order, the soldiers chopped up the cattle and sheep in front of the altar. Blood sprayed out with a pungent smell toward the altar, which was surrounded by a chilly wind. The ghosts and deities laughed joyfully, then spread their big, hazy hands and beckoned at the cattle and sheep. A gust of chilly wind rose from the ground, and the bodies of the cattle and sheep shriveled and turned into ashes in an instant. All the blood, energy essence, and even their souls were grabbed by the ghosts and deities, fusing into their bodies in a flash. The figures of all the ghosts and deities became clearer, and they seemed to be more energetic. Some of them laughed contentedly, then turned and disappeared without a trace. But there were still hundreds of ghosts and deities who stayed on the altar, looking down with flickering eyes. Yu Miao and the others offered a large number of joss sticks and candles, and then all the elders of Yu clan withdrew from the arena at the same time, returning to the stone chairs hovering above the arena. Yu Mu waved his hand majestically and cried out in a deep voice, "This is the hour! Under the witness of all the ghosts and deities, you will fight with all your might. Fight for the future of yourselves and your masters." After pondering for a brief moment, Yu Miao continued in a deep voice, "This duel is of great importance. The 16 sons who have won the position of prefecture overseer will become the elites that Yu clan will focus on cultivating. In the future, priority will be given to the selection of the clan head and elders." As soon as Yu Miao said that, the atmosphere in the great hall changed. The eyes of those sons of Yu clan who were not on the list of 48 turned green with jealousy, while those who were on the list and whose subordinates had entered the arena had their eyes turned red, glaring fiercely at their brothers like hungry wolves. Panting, Yu Miao clenched his fists and made a gesture to Wuxia, telling him to kill at all costs. Not only Yu Miao, but the 7 strongest sons of Yu clan also did the same. They rose to their feet abruptly and made a throat-slitting gesture to their subordinates, indicating that they should not hold back and just kill at all costs. All kinds of accidents could happen in a large-scale duel involving thousands of people. In order to avoid any accidents, the 7 strongest sons of Yu clan could only ask their subordinates to fight with all their strength. Suddenly, a great green flame burst out of the altar, and Yu Miao cried out, "Let's begin! Life and death are decreed by fate, and today is the day to fight for your future." Wuxia opened his eyes abruptly. With a cold snort, he pulled out dozens of gold nuggets from under his sleeve and threw them out. Shrill whistles rang out as dozens of golden specks swept across the arena. Over 100 oracles and warriors who participated in the duel were pierced through by the gold nuggets thrown out by Wuxia, howling miserably. The powerful force attached to the gold nuggets exploded with a boom, blowing the bodies of over 100 people who were hit to pieces. Blood and flesh sprayed all over the place, knocking down many of their companions around them. Retreat. Form a formation to protect yourselves. You don't need to do anything. Wuxia gave a light shout to the 99 oracles of Enlu County's Directorate of Celestials, then quickly retreated with them. Wuxia struck out abruptly, shattering the bodies of over 100 people with just one strike. Such a ferocious attack had frightened everyone in the arena. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. Wuxia smoothly retreated to the edge of the arena with the 99 oracles and asked them to form a formation to protect themselves. Quickly, these oracles took out a large number of bone talismans and laid out countless restrictive spells to surround themselves. Standing outside the formation, Wuxia narrowed his eyes at the moon oracles and smiled. 99% of the oracles in the arena were star oracles, and even the 9-star oracles only possessed the overall strength of nascent divinity realm. Apart from the 7 strongest sons of Yu clan, who each had about 10 moon oracles under their command, the rest of them only had 1 or 2 moon oracles at most. After all, with Yu Miao and Yu Mu's words, these sons of Yu clan dared not to let the guards sent by their elders participate in the duel. Judging from the age, cultivation base, and status of these sons of Yu clan, they were at most the great oracles of a county in Zhong province, and it was already very impressive for them to have a few moon oracles as their subordinates. The strongest among them were only a few warriors who had broken through the 6 stars realm of Panga Heaven. There were only 7 warriors of this level in total, and they happened to be the subordinates of each of the 7 strongest sons of Yu clan. Their faces fell dramatically when they saw Wuxia kill more than 100 people in a flash with such a brutal strike. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the moon oracles under the 7 strongest sons of Yu clan began to recite incantations at the same time and sprinkle out bone talismans. Bright lights flickered as the star oracles behind them were protected by layers of restrictive spells. At the same time, these moon oracles attacked the subordinates of the other sons of Yu clan. Flames and electric arcs shot across the sky, and the entire arena was immediately enveloped by the sound of explosions and smoke. However, the 7 strongest warriors drew their weapons at the same time and attacked Wuxia at the same time. Wuxia watched indifferently as the 7 powerful human warriors charged at him, but Yu Miao, who was sitting high up in the audience, had his face fall as he rose to his feet in anger. Glaring furiously at the 7 most outstanding brothers of his generation, he gritted his teeth and snorted, "Are you coming at me on purpose?" The 7 brothers just gave him a proud look. Among them, the 3rd brother, Yu Mu, who had spoken to Yu Miao in front of the mansion, twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. This man recruited by Brother 17 is very powerful. He might even surpass us, his brothers. Yu Miao suddenly understood. Wuxia had killed more than 100 opponents with a single strike, and this had aroused the fear of his 7 brothers, causing them to join forces to attack him. Looking at the 7 human warriors who were charging at him, Wuxia shook his head gently. The first heaven of Panga realm, the first Panga heaven, corresponded to the realm of heaven immortals. The first Panga heaven was divided into 9 heavenly realms, each of which corresponded to the cultivation base of a 4th-tier heaven immortal. Wuxia's cultivation base of a 9th-tier heaven immortal was the cultivation base that had broken through the 7 stars realm of the first Panga heaven. But these 7 warriors, who had broken through the 6 stars realm of the first Panga heaven, were still a long way from Wuxia. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia stuck out his chest and faced the weapons that the 7 warriors were hacking at him. Amidst a deafening clang, the 7 weapons struck Wuxia almost at the same time. Wuxia's body trembled, and the tremendous counterforce shattered the 7 weapons. Then, he punched out with a backhand, and a stream of purple energy transformed into a ferocious dragon and soared into the sky. The 7 warriors were dragged into the purple dragon at the same time, and as the purple energy swirled around them, blood sprayed out in all directions, and they were killed at the same time. Wuxia burst into wild laughter. He took a step forward, and his fists fell like raindrops, killing more than half of the 47 warriors sent by the Yu brothers in a flash. Of the 4,000 warriors, more than 2,700 were killed by Wuxia, their blood spilling all over the ground. The moon oracles who served Yu Miao and the other 6 were all slaughtered by Wuxia alone. With his cultivation base of a 9th-tier heaven immortal, it did not take Wuxia any effort to kill these weak oracles who were caught off guard. The ghosts and deities on the altar burst into laughter. They waved their hands at the blood on the ground with satisfaction, and the blood and souls of the dead flew into their hands at the same time, becoming their delightful food. The laughter of the ghosts and deities shook the great hall, and the faces of the many sons of the Yu clan in the stands flickered. Suddenly, Yu Miao threw his head back and laughed, his voice filled with boundless pleasure. Chapter 577. Everyone in the Yu clan fell silent. Wuxia had killed more than half of the people who participated in the duel, and the ratio was extremely balanced. Of the 47 teams who participated in the duel, he had killed more than 50 people from each team. Judging from his means and cultivation base, and the fact that the 99 oracles of Enlu County had formed a formation to protect themselves, did that not mean that the first place was going to belong to Yumu? Yumu laughed complacently in the stands. All the other brothers who participated in the duel had suffered heavy casualties, and more than half of their men were either killed or wounded. Who could have more men than him? Among the 16 ninth-grade provinces, he would definitely choose the one with the largest population and the richest resources. With the support of the resources of one province, he was confident that he could break through the bottleneck of Moon Oracle in the next few decades. Covered in blood, Wu Qi stood calmly at the edge of the arena, protecting the 99 oracles behind him. Looking at his dumbfounded opponents, Wu Qi said coolly, "I'm sorry, gentlemen. The first place belongs to Yu Mu, the great oracle of Enlu County's Directorate of Celestials. You'd better fight for the other 15 places." All the oracles and warriors who participated in the duel fell silent. Wu Qi's crazy killing had scared them out of their wits. What was the point of a flock of sheep fighting a lion? They exchanged a glance, then retreated to a far distance at the same time, avoiding Wu Qi's corner. Sitting cross-legged in the sky, Yumu smiled. Glancing at Yumu, who was laughing excitedly, he nodded slowly and said, "Yu Huai's son? He does have some ability." Speaking of which, Yumu has just been appointed to Enlu County, hasn't he? It's his luck to be able to recruit such a warrior. A strange gleam flickered in Yumu's eyes as he gave Wu Qi a cold glance and said, "Don't you find it strange, big brother? How could there be such an expert in Enlu County? Is it so easy to break through the 7 stars realm of the first Panga heaven?" Yumu frowned. Just as he was about to answer Yumu thrust his palm toward Wu Qi. A ghostly howl rang out in the air. A huge grayish-white palm, about 10 feet in circumference, pressed down towards Wu Qi's head, along with which an overwhelming evil power poured down from the sky. Suddenly, countless hundreds of feet tall tornadoes emerged on the battleground, and the roaring of the fierce winds shook people's hearts, as if their souls were about to be sucked out of their bodies. Wu Qi raised his head in shock. He clenched his fists and punched at the grayish-white palm. The power used by Yu Mu was extremely ingenious, equivalent to the strongest power possessed by a 9th-tier heaven immortal. 3 ghost faces could be vaguely seen looming in the grayish-white palm, breathing chilly winds and evil auras from time to time. A decaying aura of death swirled around the palm, turning the stone floor of the battleground grayish-white abruptly. Invaded by the decaying aura of death, even the stone floor seemed to have lost its vitality and luster. The palm smashed heavily onto Wu Qi's fists. Wu Qi's body sank, and he gave a muffled snort as he bent his knees and sprang up. He growled in a deep voice. Then his fists suddenly expanded to twice the size of their original size. 2 balls of purple fist silhouettes soared into the sky along with a muffled whistling sound, pushing the grayish-white giant palm up tens of feet high. The purple mist around Wu Qi towered into the sky and turned into a dense purple cloud over his head, firmly blocking the palm that Yu Miao had thrust out with a backhand. The countless tornadoes in the battleground exploded one after another, sending grayish-white airflows that swept across the ground like a raging river, causing the frightened oracles and warriors to stagger and lose their balance. Some of them even fell to the ground, rolled up by the rapid airflows, and smashed heavily against the towering stone wall at the edge of the battleground. The two purple fist shadows thrown out by Wuxia and the huge grayish-white palm collided rapidly in midair. In just a fraction of a second, they had collided tens of thousands of times, producing a series of sharp noises that turned into a long rumble that made all the sons of Yu clan cover their ears with their hands. The bodies of the weaker oracles were shattered by the rumble, and they fell to the ground with blood spurting out of their bodies. The ghosts and deities on the altars were the happiest. The oracles who were killed on the spot flew up into the air and were caught by these ghosts and deities, who devoured their blood essence and souls in just a few bites. Shrill howls rang out incessantly, the last screams of the oracles as their souls were devoured. The screams came directly from the depths of their souls, and the faces of all the sons of Yu clan in the great hall fell with horror. Their bodies swayed, and they almost fell to the ground. Yumu gave Yumiao a displeased look and snapped, "What are you doing, Yumiao?" Yumu glanced at Wuxia, who was struggling under his palm strike, then shook his head and said with a sigh, "I suspect that this man is a guard that Yu Huai gave to Yumu in private. Otherwise, with Yumu's cultivation base, how could a remote place like in Lu County, which has been occupied by itinerant cultivators and immortals for hundreds of years, produce such a strong warrior?" He gave Yumiao a gentle smile, then threw another palm toward Wuxia with a backhand. "The rules of the duel we've set can't be broken by these ungrateful villains," Yumiao said coolly. "Otherwise, where will the dignity of the elders of Yu clan be?" Yumu's face darkened, and he gave Yumu a sideways glance with a flicker in his eyes. Yumu had already struck the second palm strike, and it was not appropriate for Yumu to stop it. He could only watch as a dark green palm strike with a pungent smell of herbs pressed down toward Wuxia. Wuxia raised his head and looked at the second palm strike. He could only let out a bitter cry as all his muscles and bones shook violently, exerting all the strength in his body. If he could use all kinds of divine abilities and mystic arts, Wuxia would have at least 100 ways to easily fend off Yumu's palm strike. Although it was powerful and heavy, but it lacked all kinds of profound changes. But now, he was playing the identity of a human warrior who did not have any divine abilities or magic power. He was just a warrior of brute force, and the few divine abilities he knew, the Kwafu chasing the sun step, were of no help to Yumu's palm strike. If he were to use the magic of an immortal in front of so many elders of Yu clan, he would be courting death. Cursing Yumu's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart, Wuxia gave a long hiss and had no choice but to use all the brute force in his body to keep throwing his fists upward. For a moment, it seemed as if Wuxia had grown thousands of arms, throwing countless fists into the air and smashing Yumu's first grayish-white palm strike backward. The chilly wind and evil aura kept shattering, gradually turning the palm strike into nothingness. Just as the first grayish-white palm strike was about to be completely destroyed, the second pale green palm strike had already fallen silently. It fused with the remaining force of the first palm strike and smashed down toward Wuxia's head with the weight of Mount Tai. Wuxia's fist shattered with a deafening boom. His body went limp, and he fell heavily to the ground with both knees. A tremendous force passed through Wuxia's body and smashed into the ground, creating a large pit about 1 mile in diameter and tens of feet deep. Smoke and dust flew in all directions, and Wuxia's body fell straight into the pit. All of his fist shadows were shattered, and the pale green palm shadows fell straight on his body, shattering all of his clothes and revealing his streamlined muscles that were constantly twitching and vibrating. Wuxia covered his face with both hands and curled up on the ground, allowing the palm strike to hit him. The palm strike, sticky as ink, penetrating to the bone and carrying a terrible poison, smashed into Wuxia's body. Suddenly, a large sheet of purple light burst out from Wuxia's skin, and the strong body condensed by the true body of heaven and earth scripture burst out with a very strong defensive force, forming a dense wall of energy to block the poison. The dark green poisonous gas spread in all directions like countless venomous snakes. Hundreds of oracles and warriors on the battleground did not have enough time to defend, and the poisonous gas landed on their bodies. Soon, their bodies festered and turned into rotten corpses, falling to the ground. The stench of rotting corpses spread in all directions, causing many of the sons of Yuclan to cover their noses. On the other hand, the ghosts and deities on the altar laughed in unison, reaching out their hands to grab the rotting corpses. These oracles and warriors had died miserably, and their souls were filled with boundless resentment. This kind of negative energy was the best tonic for these ghosts and deities. Seeing the rotting corpses being devoured by the ghosts and deities, the remaining oracles and warriors screamed and fled in all directions, no longer caring that the duel was related to the lives and future of their masters, and that it was directly related to their future glory and wealth. Their lives are the most important, and all other glory and splendor could only be enjoyed if they were still alive. These oracles and warriors were not stupid, and they dared not to get involved in the fight between Yu Miao and Wu Qi. Yu Miao's second palm strike was more than twice as strong as the first. In other words, it was twice as strong as Wu Qi's strongest attack. The true body, condensed by Wu Qi's true body of heaven and earth scripture, had blocked the terrible poisonous gas in the palm strike, but it could not withstand the pure physical force. Part of the true body collapsed, and the terrible palm strike went straight through Wu Qi's internal organs. Seeing that Wu Qi was about to be seriously injured by the palm strike, Wu Qi's body flickered as he took off the dark, evil soul bead. A dense purple mist towered up from his body and enveloped him. He curled up in it, using it to block everyone's sight. Black dragon scales emerged from under his skin as he used the mighty dragon body cultivated by the dragon transformation script to block the residual force of the second palm strike. Cracking noises kept ringing out as Wu Qi was pushed hundreds of feet deep into the ground by the palm strike. With great difficulty, he managed to neutralize the terrible force contained in the second palm strike and soared up into the sky, tottering and on the verge of collapse. But before Wu Qi could leave the ground, Yu Miao had already thrown a third palm strike at him with a gloomy face. Yu Miao had added a little more strength to this palm strike, making it 10 times more powerful than the second one. There was no way that Wu Qi could block it. After all, Yu Miao had the cultivation base of a gold immortal, while Wu Qi was only a 9th-tier heaven immortal at most. Seeing the dark palm strike coming down toward his head, Wu Qi gave a furious roar and crossed his legs, abruptly exercising the Quafu, chasing the sun step. With a sway of his body, Wu Qi dodged Yu Miao's third palm strike and came right in front of Yu Miao in the blink of an eye. Spreading his elbows apart, Wu Qi kicked Yu Miao's face with his knee. A miserable howl rang out as Yu Miao's nose broke and blood sprayed out of his mouth and nostrils. Tens of thousands of people in the great hall cried out in alarm. Chapter 578. Wu Qi felt the bridge of Yu Miao's nose, which was as fragile as an eggshell, right before his hard kneecap. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the bridge of Yu Miao's nose and half of his facial bone caved in. Blood sprayed out from around Wu Qi's knees, followed by Yu Miao's snot and some unknown liquid, which was probably his saliva. After that, Wu Qi habitually used one of the killer moves taught to him by Wu Wang, who had knocked Yu Miao unconscious with his knee. Then he smashed his elbows down with all his might, shattering Yu Miao's shoulder bones. The heavy blow not only shattered his shoulder blades and collarbone, but also shattered 5 or 6 of his ribs. Then, Wu Qi thrust his other leg forward and kneed Yu Miao's crotch. Wu Qi felt 2 oval-shaped meatballs shatter under his kneecap. His hands suddenly became as soft as pythons as they coiled around Yu Miao's neck, ready to break it and kill this old fellow who had been giving him trouble time and time again, intentionally or unintentionally. Yu Miao, who was standing off to the side, could only watch helplessly as Wuxia carried out such a cruel and inhumane attack on his brother. Wuxia had destroyed Yu Miao's face, crushed his shoulder bone, and broken his crotch, but Yu Miao remained unmoved. Instead, he watched quietly with a strange smile on his face. But when Wuxia coiled around Yu Miao's neck and was about to kill him, Yu Miao finally stopped him. A thin bone talisman was burned to ashes on his fingertip, and a plume of black smoke shot toward Wuxia like a poisonous snake. A shrill whistle rang out, and a thumb-sized dent suddenly appeared on Wuqi's ribcage. If Wuxia insisted on killing Yu Miao, the black smoke would definitely pierce through his ribs, penetrate his internal organs, and kill him on the spot the moment he made his move. Reluctantly, Wuxia loosened his grip on Yu Miao's neck and shot backward with a shake of his body. Only then did Yu Miao's third palm strike fall to the ground. A miserable howl rang out as the formation formed by the 99-star oracles Yu Miao brought here was hit by the palm strike. The formation shattered, and the 99-star oracles were smashed into minced meat. Blood and gore splattered in all directions, adding a tint of blood to the cruel arena. The ghosts and deities on the altars laughed joyfully. They rushed forward to devour the blood, flesh, and souls of the oracles who had died tragically. Wuxia landed back in the arena. His eyes flickered with a threatening blood-red gleam as he stared fiercely at Yu Miao, who had interfered in the duel. Grand Oracle, why are you protecting this old fool? Yu Mu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the ferocious and merciless gleam in Wuqi's eyes. Hastily, he crushed 2 bone talismans and cast a thick defensive barrier on himself. The other elders also woke up as if they were awakened from a dream. One after another, they crushed the bone talismans to protect themselves. In a flurry, a few elders, who were obviously close to Yu Miao, fed him life-saving spirit pills and reconnected his broken bones. Unfortunately, although the bones could be put back together, the lower part of his body that was crushed by Wuqi's knee could not be healed. However, Yu Miao was already very old, and the object in his lower body might not be of any use to him anymore. So what if it was broken? At most, his beard would be stripped off in the future, and it would not cause any harm to his cultivation base. Several elders rose to their feet angrily. Black smoke swirled around them, and various strange phenomena, such as stars, wind, and thunder could be seen flashing around them. They stared angrily at Wuxia and were about to attack Wuxia. How dare a mere 100-man lieutenant of the military court of Zhong Province brazenly attack the left minister of the Directorate of Celestials in Zhong Province? Yu Miao was one of the elders of Yu Clan, an elder who held real power. If word got out that he was injured by Wuxia, how could the elders of Yu Clan feel ashamed? All the sons of Yu Clan were struck dumb with fear. Even Yu Miao was sitting blankly in the audience, not daring to make a sound. Yu Miao was the left minister of the Directorate of Celestials. As the oracles of the Yu dynasty, although they possessed extremely profound magic power, they were born with weaknesses, just like the warriors of the human race. The souls of human warriors were weak, and once a cultivator used a divine ability or magic to attack the soul, the human warrior would not be able to fight back. Comparatively speaking, the oracles of the human race had profound magic power, and their souls were protected by ghost gods. Some of them had souls that were a few times stronger than immortals of the same level. But comparatively speaking, the fleshly bodies of human oracles were too weak. A great oracle like Yu Miao had been dealing with ghost gods and otherworldly items for many years, and his body had been eroded by all kinds of evil forces, which made his fleshly body much stronger than ordinary people. Yu Miao, for example, had the cultivation base of a gold immortal, and his fleshly body was strong enough to fight against a middle-tier immortal. But comparatively speaking, the fleshly strength of a middle-tier immortal was only about the strength of an 18th-tier heaven immortal, which was too weak compared to Wuxia. What was even more fatal was that oracles like Yu Miao did not have any experience in close combat. In their long lives, they were more accustomed to killing their enemies with all kinds of divine abilities and mystic arts. Close combat was what their personal guards did. The oracles provided the defense of the warrior's soul, while the guards provided the oracles with close combat protection. This was the most common mode of warfare used by the army of the Yu dynasty. Therefore, when Wuxia bolted up to Yu Miao, with the Kuafu chasing the Sun Step and attacked him, Yu Miao was so badly beaten that he could not fight back and was almost killed by Wuxia. It was not only a humiliation to Yu Miao, but also a humiliation to the entire Elders' Council of Yu Clan. Therefore, after hastily casting all kinds of defensive spells on themselves, the Elders of Yu Clan could not help but attack Wuxia. Wuqi's eyes shone with a cold gleam, and his body was shrouded in purple mist. He was ready to respond to the attack. His cold gaze swept past the Yu family disciples on the viewing platform. He was confident that he could kill all of the direct descendants on the viewing platform under the combined attacks of the Yu family elders. With nothing more than a bolt of thunder magic, he could kill these elite sons of Yu Clan in an instant. In such a desperate situation, Wuxia could not care less about exposing the fact that he knew the magic of immortals. At the worst, he could just change his identity and start over. In any case, he had learned the weaknesses of these oracles of the Yu dynasty. With his ability to appear and disappear unpredictably, it was not difficult for him to assassinate these oracles in the dark. He would just have to pay for what he had done today in the future. Crisp cracking noises rang out from all his joints as a plume of purple mist rose slowly from behind Wuqi's back. Amidst his hair, A.O. Buzin, who had shrunk to the size of a hair, had raised his head. Wisps of flame could be seen coming out of his mouth, and he was ready to cooperate with Wuxia to kill. The few elders of Yu Clan snorted coldly and performed incantation gestures, getting ready to strike. Just then, Yu Miao suddenly rose to his feet and cried out in a flat voice, "Forget it! Yu Miao has only himself to blame for what he has done." Yu Miao's words stunned all the elders of Yu Clan. About 60% of them looked at him thoughtfully, and then they all smiled strangely and returned to their seats as if nothing had happened. The other elder was taken aback. He gave Yu Miao a resentful glare, but in the end, he slumped back into his seat. Only less than 30% of the elders jumped to their feet and questioned Yu Miao angrily. A few of them pointed at Yu Miao, who was severely wounded and unable to get up, and growled, saying that Yu Miao had only himself to blame after being severely wounded by Wuxia. Why did Yu Miao say that Yu Miao had only himself to blame? Yu Mu glanced coldly at the elders who refused to give up and said coldly, "Yu Mu, do you dare to swear in the presence of all the ancestor gods on the altar that this Tan Lang is indeed a retainer you recruited and not a guard arranged by your father or any of your seniors?" Yu He was taken aback. He glanced at the hundreds of bloodthirsty ghosts and deities on the altar, then gritted his teeth and jumped into the arena. With a sway of his body, he came before the altar. He dropped to his knees, bit the tip of his finger, and swore with a drop of blood, "Ancestors, I, Yu Miao, swear with my soul that Tan Lang was indeed recruited by me in Enle County. Tan Lang was born in the wilderness, and he is a warrior of the human race who comprehended the great Tao of Pangu on his own. He was not arranged by any elder of Yu Clan. If I violate this oath, if I have concealed anything, I will offer my soul to you, ancestor gods, and let you do whatever you want of me." A gust of chilly wind spread out of the altar and penetrated Yu Miao's body in a flash, going in and out of his body for a long time. After a full quarter of an hour, the ferocious ghosts and deities finally nodded slowly and let out a few strange howls. Yu Miao smiled faintly. With a flick of his sleeve, he said in a deep voice, "Elder Yu Miao's accusation is nonsense. Tan Lang is a retainer recruited by Yu Miao himself. This is something that all the ancestor gods have investigated. What else can we say? Elder Yu Miao has caused trouble for no reason, and he has brought this calamity upon himself. He has no one to blame." The elders fell silent at the same time. In front of the many ghosts and deities on the altar, there was nothing they could say. Any disrespect to the ancestor god would not be tolerated, especially for the oracles of Great Yu. They knew very well how serious it was. If they were not careful when dealing with the ancestor god, they might get themselves into trouble. So why bother? Yu Miao was seriously injured and unable to get up, so Yu Miao took the lead and settled the matter. Judging from the scene of the duel just now, it was an undeniable fact that Yu Miao had come out on top. Therefore, he could choose the prefecture overseer of any of the 16 ninth grade provinces at will. The other 47 sons of Yu clan reorganized their subordinates and held another duel to decide the ownership of the remaining 15 provinces. Yu Miao was seriously injured, and the elders on his side had lost their leader. Under the strong pressure from Yu Miao, they had no choice but to make this decision. Yu Miao rose to his feet excitedly, and without hesitation, he chose High Province, which was the most populous and had the richest resources among the 16 ninth grade provinces. Wuxia smiled as he watched Yu Miao pick and choose among the 16 provinces. Why did the name of High Province sound so familiar? The elders of Yu clan studied Wuxia with strange expressions on their faces. Many of them had fierce gleams in their eyes, and it was clear that they did not have any goodwill toward Wuxia. But Wuxia was not afraid of them. He smiled and nodded at the elders, whose eyes were gleaming fiercely. His heart was also filled with killing intent. Chapter 579. Another storm of blood broke out in the arena in the great hall of Yu clan, as the power of the prefecture overseers of the 15 provinces was decided. Except for Yu Miao, who now had Wuxia as a subordinate, who had won an unexpected victory, the power of the other 15 provinces had fallen into the hands of those who deserved it. Yu Miao and the other 6 strongest sons of Yu clan, as well as 8 other young men of similar age and cultivation base as Yu He, had gotten what they deserved. Another grand sacrificial ceremony was held. The elders of Yu clan led more than 100 sons to kowtow to the ghosts and deities on the altar, offering them even more abundant offerings, such as white sheep and black horses. Together with the blood, flesh, and souls of the thousands of oracles and warriors who had been killed in the second duel, the ghosts and deities worshipped by Yu clan on the altar were finally greatly satisfied. In Wuqi's surprised gaze, dozens of ghosts and deities, whose bodies were shrouded in a blood-red glow that seemed to be dripping with blood, raised their hands at the same time. Amidst Yu Miao's pleas, these ghosts and deities bestowed their blessings upon the members of Yu clan. Perhaps it was because Wuqia had killed more than 2,000 competitors and wounded Yu Miao, an elder of Yu clan, in front of everyone, that Wuxia was greatly favored by these ghosts and deities. About 30 ghosts and deities sprayed out a great amount of blood-red light from their palms, which poured directly into Wuqi's body, turning into a scorching hot stream that flowed through Wuqi's body in an instant. Strange energy quickly filled Wuqi's body, and Wuxia could clearly sense that the strength of his fleshly body and soul were skyrocketing. What amazed Wuxia even more was that countless strange runes suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, many of which were new runes that were not included in the Tao of ghosts and deities inherited by Princess Zhonglu, and he instantly understood the strange effects of these runes. It was the art of enlightenment. The priests of the Yu held bloody rituals and offered large amounts of blood and food to win the favor of the ghosts and deities worshipped by the family in exchange for great power. This was also the main reason why the aristocratic families of the Yu were able to surpass the ordinary soldiers in terms of cultivation. They could obtain power from the ghosts and gods through the sacrificial ceremony, so the speed of their cultivation was naturally faster than that of the ordinary soldiers who worked hard to cultivate themselves. A hot current was rolling and rocking crazily around him, while a ball of red light was vaguely seen rushing out from his body. The elders of the Yu family looked at Wuqia with complicated expressions. In this grand ceremony, nearly 6,000 low-level oracles were sacrificed in exchange for the blessings of dozens of ghosts and deities. However, nearly half of the benefits were taken by Wuqia alone, and the Yu family disciples did not get much. In the first 2 duels, Wuqia alone had killed more than 2,000 people, and in the last duel, more than 3,000 people were killed. In total, nearly 6,000 star oracles and low-level soldiers had died in the duels. Even a wealthy family like the Yu family of Zhong province could not hold such a grand duel and sacrificial ceremony often. The loss of 6,000 oracles was the result of several battles in the past. If such a grand sacrificial ceremony was held frequently, it would definitely deplete the strength of the Directorate of Celestials of Zhong province, and it would also be criticized by the Directorate of Celestials of other provinces, which would bring great trouble to the Yu family. If it were not for the special situation of fighting for the power of Prefecture Overseer, the Yu family would not be willing to lose 6,000 low-level oracles at once. It was a great sacrifice in exchange for the blessings of more than 60 ghosts and deities worshipped by the family, and the power they bestowed upon them. Usually, only one ghost or deity would bestow a meager blessing during the daily sacrificial ceremony. When had it ever been like today, when so many ghosts and deities bestowed so much power at the same time? But half of the benefits were taken away by Wuxia. It was all because he had killed the most people on the spot and beaten an elder of Yu clan. Yu Miao and the other elders of Yu clan had a bad feeling in their hearts. From the joyful howls of those ghosts and deities, they vaguely sensed that Wuxia had beaten Yu Miao, and that was the reason why so many ghosts and deities bestowed all their power to him at the same time. Could it be that every time the family held a sacrificial ceremony in the future, they would have to mutilate a few elders to win the favor of these ghosts and deities? That was just too absurd and unruly. Wuxia felt that the heat flow in his body was getting stronger and stronger, and it was getting more and more unbearable. At last, he threw his head back and let out a long, sonorous howl. Amidst the howl, muffled explosions rang out from Wuxia's body. His muscles swelled up bit by bit, and a suffocating pressure kept spreading out of him, blowing away the dozens of Yu clan sons who were kneeling around him. Beneath the Great Hall of Yu clan, no, not only the Great Hall, but the entire grassland where Zhongning City was located, the energy veins beneath it began to surge. The energy veins throbbed like a human heart, and plumes of purple mist rose from the grassland 1,000,000 miles around Zhongning City at the same time. The purple mist, which could not be seen with naked eyes or sensed with divine sense, and could only be touched by the mystic cultivation technique of the human race, turned into dozens of dragon-shaped air waves and smashed straight into the Great Hall of Yu clan, injecting into Wuxia's body. Among the dozens of ghosts and deities who had blessed Wuxia, 7 of them were transformed from the ancestors of Yu clan. They were very pleased with some of Wuxia's deeds, so when they injected the blood-red light into Wuxia's body, they had specially fused some of their understanding of the true body of heaven and earth scripture and other human cultivation techniques. Dozens of glittering runes blinked and flickered around Wuxia's body, quickly fusing into Wuxia's body and bursting into a dazzling light under his skin. Attracted by these runes, the purple mist rushed whistling into Wuxia's body, instantly turning into a part of Wuxia's fleshly body. His muscles were wriggling, Wuxia's face was twitching, and the purple gleam in his eyes shone to a distance of nearly 10 feet. He worked hard to circulate the true body of heaven and earth scripture, filling his body with the purple chi that was surging toward him. It filled every muscle fiber, every muscle, every bone, every inch of his meridians and blood vessels, strengthening his body and pushing his true body of heaven and earth scripture to climb to the peak. Each of these ghosts and deities worshipped by Yu clan possessed an unimaginable power, and a little reward from them was a great fortune to Wuxia. Stimulated by the blood-red light and the purple mist, Wuxia's true body of heaven and earth scripture was gradually climbing to a higher realm. 8th tier Heaven Immortal, 7th tier Heaven Immortal, 6th tier Heaven Immortal. With an efficiency that shocked even Wuxia, his true body of heaven and earth scripture made a rapid breakthrough. In just 1 hour, under a situation that even Wuxia could not understand, The strength of his fleshly body had broken through the limit of the true body of heaven and earth scripture, and was now strong enough to fight against a first-tier heaven immortal who specialized in body cultivation. He took a deep breath, and immediately a layer of purple light, about the thickness of a finger, emerged on the surface of his skin, glittering and translucent like a crystal. The layer of light swirled like ripples on the surface of his skin, roughly forming the shape of a suit of armor. Without even trying, Wuxia could roughly sense the formidable defensive strength of this suit of armor. Every inch of it contained an incredible power. Although this armor, which was purely made of energy, did not have the wonderful auxiliary functions of a defensive immortal item, its pure physical defensive strength was definitely beyond that of an upper-grade immortal item. The group of elders of Yu clan stared at the strange phenomenon on the surface of Wu Qi's skin in astonishment. Yu Miao and a few other sons of Yu clan stared at Wu Qi's body with great jealousy. The 9 stars realm of the first Pangu heaven. A cultivation base of a top-grade heaven immortal. Why does this guy have such a good fate? The 9 stars realm of the first Pangu heaven? It was the highest realm that a human warrior could reach by practicing the foundation chapter of the true body of heaven and earth scripture. The cultivation base of a first-tier heaven immortal. One more step, and he would reach the realm of gold immortal, the overall strength of a gold immortal. From the fragmentary information passed down by the ghosts and deities just now, he knew that when he broke through the foundation chapter of the true body of heaven and earth scripture and began to practice the skin-strengthening chapter, he would truly reach the overall strength of a gold immortal. At that time, he would break through the so-called first Pangu heaven of the human race and enter the Wanxiang Pangu heaven. The 9 stars realm of the Wanxiang Pangu heaven corresponded to the 18 realms of gold immortals, and each star realm corresponded to the overall strength of 2 tiers of gold immortals. Wuqi's heart was filled with puzzlement and surprise. He had just broken through to the realm of 9th tier heaven immortal with the help of a wisp of innate energy from Princess Zhonglu, which had already made him overjoyed. But these ghosts and deities did indeed have an unpredictable power. With the sacrifice of 6,000 human lives and the blood of thousands of livestock, Wuxia had obtained the blessings of over 30 ghosts and deities, and had raised his fleshly strength from the 9th tier of heaven immortal to the peak of the 1st tier of heaven immortal. He could not help but speculate maliciously. If there were enough low-grade oracles to be sacrificed, wouldn't Yu clan be able to easily cultivate a few gold immortals? Perhaps Yu clan would never dare to do so, unless they killed all the low-grade oracles in the entire Directorate of Celestials in Zhong Province. They would never be able to gather so many low-grade oracles. If Yu clan really did that, it would be removed from the system of the Directorate of Celestials, wouldn't it? Accompanied by gloomy laughter, the ghosts and deities on the altar gradually turned into chilly winds and disappeared. Suddenly, a set of bizarre ritual steps of the blood sacrifice ceremony appeared in Wuqi's mind. It was what those ghosts and deities had left for Wuxia. They seemed to hope that Wuxia could host such a blood sacrifice ceremony, and they even told Wuxia that as long as Wuxia offered enough blood sacrifices, they could give Wuxia even greater power. Silently memorizing the steps of the blood sacrifice ceremony in his mind, Wuxia took a deep breath. Yumu looked at Wuxia with a complicated look in his eyes. He grinned and waved his hand weakly. Well, I've gained something from today's ceremony. Go back and rest for a few days, then go your own way. All the elders of Yu clan fixed their eyes on Wuxia, their gazes stabbing and slashing at Wuqi's body like knives. Wuxia could not stand the atmosphere, so he hurriedly followed Yumu out of the great hall. As soon as they walked out of the front door, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of Wuxia and Yumu. Like a ghost, Yu Huai grabbed both of their hands and said in a deep voice, "You've caused trouble. Come with me at once." That old bastard Yu Miao is really cruel to you." Wuxia was taken aback and hastily let Yu Huai drag both of them out. Chapter 580. In Yu Huai's hall, where a chilly wind and evil aura blanketed everything and 108 coffins were placed, Wuxia and Yu Mu sat side by side in front of Yu Huai. Each of them was sitting on a hassock made of spirit revival grass, from which little drops of natural energy flowed into Wuqi's body from time to time. This kind of hassock was the favorite of the oracles of the human race. The energy produced by the spirit revival grass could effectively slow down the aging of their bodies and counteract the erosion caused by the evil aura of ghosts and deities. Wuqi stared blankly at Yu Huai. A gray flame the size of a human head floated in front of Yu Huai, in which a few pieces of pale spirit bones were gradually being melted away by the cold flame. From time to time, Yu Huai would reach his skeletal hand into the flame and gently touch the bones with his fingers, gradually casting them into the shape of little puppets. There were a total of 3 grayish-white bone puppets. When the puppets were finally formed, Yu Huai gave Wuqi a look and said in a deep voice, "Pluck out 3 hairs and give them to me." Wuqi hesitated for a moment. The oracles of the human race had all kinds of cruel techniques. Who knew what Yu Huai wanted to do with his hair? Even though Princess Zhang Lu had inherited the Tao of ancient ghosts and deities, the human race had developed countless more cruel techniques, many of which were terrible things that even Princess Zhang Lu did not know and could not crack. But Wuqi quickly pulled out 3 strands of his hair and gave them to Yu Huai. In any case, Wuqi was still Yu Mu's most capable helper, and no matter how stupid Yu Huai was, he could not do anything to Wuqi. Moreover, the 3 puppets looked very familiar. They should be some kind of substitute, not forbidden objects used to kill and harm people. Yu Huai, who looked as ferocious as a ghost, took the hair, brought it to his nose, and sniffed it deeply. He gave Wuqi a surprised look and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Wonderful. You are so full of blood and energy essence. Well, even if you don't get the blessing of the ancestral gods today, it won't be long before you break through the 9 stars realm of the first Panga heaven. I'm very happy to have your help." Suddenly, tears of blood dripped from Yu Huai's eyes. There were 18 drops of blood in total. Each drop of sticky blood dripped down from his chin and flew up into the air, turning into twisted black runes that floated above the 3 puppets. Yu Huai chanted an incantation in a low voice and tied Wuqi's hair to the 3 puppets. Behind him, a grayish-white airflow towered into the sky, and a looming shadow of a ghost god filled with pressure gradually appeared behind him. Just like Yu Huai, the ghost had no flesh or blood on its body. It was just a grayish-white skeleton. The ghost waved its hand slowly, and the runes transformed from the 18 blood tears from Yu Huai twisted abruptly, quickly turning into 18 tiny black skulls, flying towards the 3 puppets. 6 black skulls flew into each puppet's body, and the originally deathly white puppets turned jet black. Then, the strands of hair that Wuqi had wrapped around the puppets began to burn at the same time. The green ghost flame burned them to ashes and left numerous pale green marks on the puppets' bodies. Taking a deep breath, Yu Huai kept chanting the incantation while his fingers moved back and forth on the puppets. Gradually, Wuqi felt that he had some kind of inexplicable connection with the 3 puppets. He also sensed that there was an extremely evil and ferocious force hidden in them, like evil dragons trapped in Xianbing that could break out and hurt people at any time. And the source of this evil power came from the ghost floating behind Yu Huai. Wuqi could clearly sense that the ghost deity possessed a frightening power that was exactly the same as the 3 puppets. It was as if the 3 puppets were just 3 tiny passageways, and the 3 evil forces were just 3 primers. When the puppets were destroyed, the 3 channels would immediately open up, allowing the power of the ghost to appear in the human world and deal a fatal blow to someone. Yu Huai finally completed the last step. As the ghost flame between his fingers sank into the puppets, he grabbed the 3 thumb-sized puppets and shoved them into Wuqi's hand. "Hide them well," he said with a deep laugh. "They're 3 soul-reaping puppets. If anyone dares to attack you with a curse, they will be attacked by my prime ghost, Bon Ao, and their souls, flesh, and blood will become my food." Wuxia grabbed the 3 soul-reaping puppets tightly. They were 3 life-saving talismans. He looked at Yu Huai and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you so sure that someone will attack me?" Yu Huai tilted his neck. His cervical vertebrae let out a horrible, creaking noise. Even an idiot can figure it out. "Yu Miao, that old bastard, was beaten up by you on the spot, and it is said that you even destroyed the treasure he used to carry on his family line. It would be strange if he did not retaliate against you." Laughing strangely, Yu Huai told Wuxia about some of the internal affairs of Yu clan without any hesitation. Wuxia felt a headache when he heard that. He could guess a lot of messy things that happened in the aristocratic clans, but what Yu Huai said was simply unbelievable, so messy that even Wuxia could not help but gasp in amazement. Simply put, Yu Miao, the head of the Yu clan in Zhong province, was not Yu Miao's brother but cousins. Yu Miao came from a Yu clan in Liangzhu, the capital city of the Yu, and was the main branch of the Yu clan in the Yu. Yu Miao was the lineal descendant of this branch of the Yu clan in Zhong province, and he was the eldest son. According to common sense, Yu Miao should be the head of the Yu clan in Zhong province, and the Grand Oracle of the Directorate of Celestials in Zhong province should be him. But a long time ago, even Yu Huai could not tell what had happened. Yu Miao was suddenly appointed by the Yu clan in Liangzhu to come to Zhong province and take over the position of Yu Miao's biological father, who was the Grand Oracle of Zhong province at that time. Yu Miao was severely wounded in a fight with a gold immortal of the Celestial Court, and when he died, Yu Miao took over his position and became the head of the Yu clan in Zhong province. Not only did Yu Miao take over the position of the Grand Oracle of Zhong province, he even took over the position of Yu Miao's fiancée, who was still young at that time. She was Yu Miao's fiancée, the eldest daughter of a reclusive clan leader who possessed the bloodline of a heavenly god. Not only did she represent a powerful force, but she also possessed an innate energy that could help people break through bottlenecks and achieve great power. Not only did Yu Miao lose the position of clan leader and his high position of Grand Oracle, even his fiancée had become someone else's wife. Yu Miao flew into a rage, and he even caused some bloody incidents. But under the violent suppression of the Yu clan in Liangzhu and the direct intervention of the reclusive clan, Yu Miao's counterattack eventually caused the members of the Yu clan who were loyal to him to suffer heavy losses, and he had no choice but to submit to Yu Miao. Because of Yu Miao's powerful background and formidable strength, Yu Miao could only take over the position of the left oracle of the Directorate of Celestials in Zhong province and become the chief elder of the Yu clan. He was at a disadvantage both in terms of influence among the clan leader and real power in Zhong province. But after so many years of hard work, Yu Miao still held great power in the clan. In order to prevent the entire Yu clan in Zhong province from being seriously affected, Yu Miao had made certain concessions to Yu Miao from time to time. But as a result, Yu Miao kept pushing him. Although he could not do anything to Yu Miao, his children and grandchildren were greatly affected. What made him feel the most helpless was that his first wife, the woman with the bloodline of a heaven god and Yu Huai's biological mother, had an extremely weak ability to reproduce. Over the years, she and Yu Miao had only given birth to one son, Yu Huai. Yu Huai was also affected by his mother's bloodline. He had tried his best, but he had only given birth to one son, Yu Miao. His first wife was even more jealous. If Yu Miao dared to take in a concubine, the concubine and her family would disappear within 3 to 5 days. As a result, Yu Miao had very few children, and Yu Huai was the only son. On the other hand, Yu Miao had taken in many wives and concubines. Among the second generation of Yu clan, 10% of them were his biological sons. Among the over 100 most elite descendants of the third generation who were of the same generation as Yu Miao, 37 of them were Yu Miao's grandsons. As a result, Yu Miao had a firm grip on the power of the Yu clan in Zhong province, but he had an overall advantage in the competition between the second and third generations. Therefore, Yu Huai and Yu Miao's power in the Yu clan was greatly contested. Even though they were Yu Miao's biological sons and daughters, they could not compete with the numerous brothers and uncles who came from Yu Miao's lineage. What was more frightening was that Yu Miao was still giving birth to children to this day. His youngest twin sons were only 7 months old, and he had several wives and concubines who were pregnant. His children were working hard to reproduce like sewing machines, and more than a dozen of his grandchildren had their own offspring. Yu Huai looked at Wu Qi with a strange expression and murmured in a low voice, "You broke 2 of the treasures of his grandchildren with that kick of yours." The proudest thing in his life is that he has so many grandchildren that he has completely overwhelmed Father. So, it's impossible for him not to retaliate against you. And Father tolerates him a lot. So it's impossible for Father to turn against Yu Miao for you. TSK, TSK. Wu Qi smacked his lips, then sucked in a cold breath, and said with a wry smile, "That means I've destroyed Elder Yu Miao's proudest treasure." Yu Huai stared at Wu Qi, nodded slowly, and said, "You've destroyed the last bit of dignity in Elder Yu Miao's life. He may not be shameless enough to kill you again, but all kinds of revenge will surely follow. After all, he has so many grandchildren." After pondering for a moment, Yu Huai frowned and said, "Not only his own grandchildren, but also the many collateral members of the Yu clan in Zhong province in outer heavenly realms. 99% of them are on good terms with him and are under his command. Not to mention the others, there are as many as 100 protectors of the people from the Yu clan in Zhong province in outer heavenly realms, and they have hundreds of thousands of troops under their command, as well as countless experts." Yu Miao suddenly raised his head and said angrily, "Father, are we just going to allow that old fool to press us step by step and plot against us step by step, and not allow us to fight back? Father, you don't have any real power in the clan until now, and it was not until last year that I took charge of the Directorate of Celestials in a province. If this goes on, when Grandfather's lifespan runs out, where will you and I go?" Yu Huai frowned slightly, and his face darkened abruptly. Wu Qi, on the other hand, stuck out his chest and said with a proud smile, "Rest assured, Your Excellency Yu Huai. Just let them take their revenge. I'm not afraid of them at all." Before Wu Qi's voice could fade away, one of the 3 little puppets he carried with him suddenly melted without making a sound. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.